name is Gavin Schmidt. I go by GSBird in-game, and I play for Did You Make It. I play at least 100 games a day. If it's pubs, ranked, limited time game modes, doesn't matter. The adrenaline rush I get from Apex is insane. I've played multiple competitive games. I've never got the rush that I get from Apex. It just makes me feel like a different way when you get to win it with all these great players. It's the best feeling, honestly, ever.
You're always crowding. Oh, that was gonna be the money shot.
Stop fooling around with yourself, yeah? Thanks to you, all my crap's on that ship.
Yeah, well, that was the plan, right? Okay, new plan. Follow the rocket. Hey, that's all yours. Wait, what? You don't know how to fly? Do you? Do you?
I know how to fly.
There she is. Bloody hell. Bath, can you track the jump signature?
I can. Go me.
Right. Are you ready for this?
Am I ready? Ready for what? Hey, not too shabby. Drop me off at the Lido deck. I'm late for my massage. What is that?
Maybe it's the welcome committee. Bye, friend.
Very light on his feet, is he?
Olympus Arena.
Looks like the game's afoot. Oh, you might need this.
So much for my day off. Chew on this, Jack! What are you doing?
Eyes up, lads. Shall we carry on then?
Nothing else.
All right, lads. Time to go.
Whoa, what? Are you insane?
What? I'm a bloody genius.
You've got to believe me, baby.
I do love field research. Whoops-a-daisy. You got a little something there.
It ain't our time to die.
my name is Jill and I love to draw and play Apex. I do love drawing character artwork specifically, which is why I love drawing Apex. One of my favorite things about Apex is the amount of characters there are and the different personalities there are that shine in the game. Everything they do is unique to them, which is really cool to see. I also really love the seamless gameplay of Apex. The great thing about Apex is that it's always evolving, there's always something new coming, and that's such an exciting thing to think about. I'm Jill Art on Twitter, Instagram, and ArtStation.
always crowded. Oh, that was gonna be the money shot.
Stop fooling around with yourself, yeah? Thanks to you, all my crap's on that ship.
Yeah, well, that was the plan, right? Okay, new plan. Follow the rocket. Hey, that's all yours. Wait, what? You don't know how to fly? Do you? Do you?
I know how to fly.
There she is. Bloody hell. Bath, can you track the jump signature?
I can. Go me.
Right. Are you ready for this?
Am I ready? Ready for what?
Punch it.
Hey, not too shabby. They dropped me off at the Lido deck. I'm late for my massage. What is that?
Maybe it's the welcome committee. Bye, friend.
Oh dear. Not very light on his feet, is he?
Olympus Arena.
Looks like the game's afoot. Oh, you might need this.
Chew on this, Jack! What are you doing?
Eyes up, lads. Shall we carry on then?
Nothing possible.
All right, lads. Time to go.
Whoa, what? Are you insane?
What? I'm a bloody genius. I do love field research. Whoops a daisy. You got a little something there.
Well, if you aren't hyped about Apex Legends, I don't know what will get you hyped. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 3. We are bringing to you live the NA version of this tournament today. Can I get a what there, Tom?
What? Let's go!
Woo!
Come on, Kate.
OMG. And hey, listen, I'll tell you something. We want to make sure we absolutely let you know about the cool tech that we are rocking here today. We've got our Lenovo Legions with the 7i Lenovo Legions with the i7 processor. Of course, Lenovo, the official sponsor, the official PC and monitor for the Apex Legends Global Series. They are helping us come straight from our home setups into yours to bring you all of the Apex Legends guts and glory. And it's hard to say guts and glory, even on a Monday. There you are, Tom. Let's talk about Season 7, because you can't not watch that trailer and not get hyped.
Yeah, can we just fast forward it to tomorrow? Why do I have to wait 2 days for this thing? And
know.
everyone else is releasing all their gameplays that they've had today, but saw the patch notes, and there's just so much to cover. I mean, we have a couple of games to cover it, but first things first, try it on the map. Olympus is the new map, and you're going to have the new character Horizon. We'll go through all the nitty-gritties and details a little bit later.
Oh, absolutely. Make sure that you check out. Remember, it's on Steam, so make sure you get those wish lists ready, and your Origin account will carry over right there. So it's all gonna be gravy. It's all gonna be awesome. Speaking of awesome, we are here for one reason and one reason only, Tom, and that is to show off some Apex gameplay. Here in our NA region, we started off the day in EU. We're ending our day on the Pacific Coast and the East Coast in the United States here. We're ending it in the NA region. You've made it through your Monday. You found yourself here, and we are celebrating you with some Apex gameplay action for sure. Let's take a look at that schedule so that you can plan around the rest of your day, because, Tom, you're not going to want to miss this.
Yeah, like you said, started off in EU, going to NA. Now, just going to get it out of the way, there's a couple of teams that didn't make it in here We're going to talk about CLG Sentinels Sola Fide, but there's your schedule right there. We start off super early, and if you missed the games, it was North and Nessie taking first and second, and Nessie by 1 point over Alliance. What a day we've had so far, and it's going to be even more intense the rest of the time.
You're absolutely right. And boy, did I not even think about making a Loch Ness Monster joke earlier. I'll have to come up with that for next Autumn Circuit online tournament, which of course will be November 23rd, because we are here today enjoying ourselves, but it's never too late to plan the schedule, to plan out your Apex viewing time, and we'll tell you more about that a little bit later today. And Tom, I think you said it right. I mean, today's tournament is going to feature some teams you expect and some teams you don't, and not feature some teams you expect. Let's take a look at that tournament format on all the teams, how we actually got here in the first place. This is one of my favorite graphics that we put up, because we can see how many teams they had to get through to get here. Tom, how many teams?
We'll say 100. I mean, we could round 92 up to 100,
I'll
right?
say
About
that.
100 teams, right? Only 20 teams remain. We talked about the teams that didn't make it in here. Unfortunately, CLG, Sentinel, Sola Fide, we're expecting to see them in there. But 3 spots are open for other teams and players to go make a name for themselves. These players played all weekend long to go and get to that spot. One team that was insanely hot in their finals matchup was Complexity. They had 78 points, almost twice the amount of anybody going forward. So they've been grinding, and this is the last tournament that we're going to have for Season 6. So these teams trying to make their statement and place themselves in Apex history here in this season.
Absolutely. And hey, listen, remember, grinding gives you momentum. Complexity's coming in with it, so we'll see how that goes. Today's finals will feature 6 matches, 20 squads, as we mentioned. Of course, those squads made up of 3 teammates, 60 participants total. And yes, that first graphic was my favorite to me. That's all I'm going to say. Teams earn points, as you might imagine, with kills and placement. It's a nice, cool, fun math game that we like to play. And more importantly, the top 2 teams are going to make it to the qualifying match for our Autumn Circuit playoffs. Holy gosh. Remember, not top 3 like we had in our Summer Circuit. We've narrowed it down. We got the top 2 highest placing teams today. Will they go on to punch their ticket to the Autumn Circuit finals playoffs? I will say this is going to get real hot real fast, Tom.
Yeah, and there's a lot of money up for grabs. $500,000 for the Autumn Circuit. That's what these players are playing with. We'll break down exactly what they'll be able to get today. But the most important thing for all of these players is continuing to practice, continuing to put the games in, and just get that title under their belt. They want to win so bad. We heard it in the listen-ins earlier if you were watching EU. The teams want to win. That's what they want to go for nonstop. They want to be the Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 3 champions, and see if they can even get enough points to make it into the playoffs if they don't get over towards the top 2 right now. Again, top 10 will qualify for the next online tournament at number 4, which is in a couple of weeks, like you were saying, Kate. So a lot of Apex to be played. 6 games overall, 3-3 Kings Canyon and World's Edge.
Absolutely. And that super regional playoff you see below, well, that is going to be how we end our Autumn Circuit. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be awesome. Remember, there is going to be a last chance qualifier, but you can't think that way, Tom. You can't think that way if you're one of our teams. You have to be going for the guts and glory today here in our NA Online Tournament number 3. You have to be going for those kill points. You have to be going for those placement points, and you have to find yourself towards the top of our leaderboard just to even stay in the running for this entire season. So it's a lot on the line here today, a lot of fun. Under the bright lights, the pressure, well, it's pretty tough, because not only do you have those lights, do you have the pressure of needing to perform, but you also got some money on the line.
Yeah, a decent amount of money, and let's just talk about the LCQ. Nobody wants to play in it. It's a ton of fun to watch, but as a player or a fan of one of those teams, you want to do your best to get into the top 2 right here. Get into the top 3, and you'll be getting some prize money: $6,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $1,500 for third, and then keep in mind, top 10 are going to automatically qualify for the next online tournament.
You're absolutely right, and I think it's important, as you just mentioned, there's some grinding that's been going on in order to get to this tournament, in order to be that bottom 10 to get in today. And as we mentioned, there's a lot of momentum that comes with that. Now, sometimes it's a great thing. Sometimes it brings that team the next level of gameplay because they're warm, they're warmed up, they're ready to go, they've been on comms, they know what they're doing. And then sometimes it's like, man, the grind is real, and you can see teams unfortunately wilt under the pressure. But all of these teams that we mentioned, as we said earlier, 92 teams coming out, nearly 100 teams, and we've whittled them down to 20. So these are the upper echelon, the creme de la creme, as they say. I feel like I'm almost getting that right, Tom.
That's super close. We'll have to get confirmation on that. Chat, what do you guys think? I don't know
Oh,
if we can
good.
trust
Yes,
the chat.
please. Open chat, guys.
Let's ask the chat. Twitch chat's always been the most reliable source on the internet. But again, complexity's coming in really hot. It's a completely new day, though, right? So will the 78 points matter? Definitely not, but we'll see if they're going to carry that momentum going forward. Meanwhile, you have, again, team changes that are going on. You have Alberley that's going to be playing on Team Liquid. We still know Snipe down on TSM now, so you have Reps and Hal there too. And we know that there's a lot of fans that are going to be stoked about the R99 coming back too. We saw the TSM boys are going to be the most stoked out of anybody because Snipe down, I know that's his favorite weapon, Hal as well.
Excellent. Well, let's take a look at our leaderboard. First, our overall top teams. This is for the entire Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit because, of course, it does matter what you got from the beginning to the end. And Rogue here pulling in the big numbers, but not by much. TSM real close behind. Tom, could this be TSM's year? Could they find themselves, you know, topping our leaderboards again like they have in the past?
Well, TSM does well all the time. They're always consistent, but it's been Rogue's years right now. It's been Rogue's quarter, I guess you can say, because they're sitting up at the top. But did we make it sitting there in third place? And we have to remember how good they did in the final 2 games there, which is going to surprise and inspire everybody else, because Did We Make It has not even been, this was an LCQ team, Kate. We remember from their name, Did We Make It, right? It was an epic finish that they had in the LCQ, but it was such a great performance in their final 2 games that I really feel like all these other teams that maybe can make it, not make it into the finals, but haven't really gotten over towards the top 3, now anybody feels like they can win, especially with the amount of team changes we've seen towards the top.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about those teams, specifically those 20 that are going to be participating in this all-out bloodfest today for our final here at OT number 3. It rhymes. And of course, as you mentioned, obviously nothing's really going to change on that 1 through 10, but let's take a look here. I'm seeing some... Okay, so Team Liquid, as we mentioned earlier, we've got Alberlelli's joining that gang. Zeratricky, here we go. I mean, you know, is anything popping out to you here, Tom? Anything surprising?
Well, I'm taking a look at TSS with 0 points, and that's my boy, his Watson. These guys are absolutely aggressive, so if you're getting 50-50'd by them, that's going to be a very tough thing because they actually like to land on other teams and fight them. It's just what they've always done. They've done it in ranked, they do it in scrims, and they do it here in the tournament too. So I know it's like, oh, wow, yeah, all these other teams over sitting towards the top, but keep in mind, anybody could really do anything here. Team Liquid, they're sitting in 19th place. They're capable of winning this. So you can't really look too much into this. Just know that these teams that are here are accumulating points that are just going to go towards their overall point total. And if they don't make top 2, they're going to try to qualify for the playoffs through points.
Absolutely. And of course, one thing that Apex Esports has taught all of us is to never count out the underdog, because more than likely they will find themselves third-partying you or find themselves atop a leaderboard that no one saw coming, which I gotta tell you is one of my favorite parts about the entire scene, for sure. Speaking of teams that we are looking at, I'm just using a synonym for to watch because, Tom, you've given us top 5 teams to watch to keep your eyes out for here during our online tournament finals.
Yeah, it's always so tough to break this list down, but it seems to be the same top teams over and over again unless proven otherwise. And try to put these in alphabetical order, but sometimes I mess it up, so we'll see how I did. Aim assist coming in through, and they start with A, so we always get this one easy.
That's
but
right.
Can't count them out, ever. They were second, right behind Complexity in the qualifiers here in the finals. Complexity has to be on this list because of the fact that they just did so well again, 78 points overall. Then you have Rogue, why they're sitting at number 1, who's right behind them, TSM at number 2. And then I'm putting Team Liquid on there just for the storyline of let's keep an eye on Alberlelli and this battle that he's had with his former teammates here on TSM.
That's really good to know. And see, that's the X factor that people forget about. You know, you see your legends in our lobby, you see them on the map. You think, okay, they are exactly that. Well, there's, you know, flesh and blood behind that mouse and keyboard, behind that controller. And there's lots of things that go into making a pro player better, that go into making that pro player more distracted, that go into the pressure behind this online tournament. And lest we forget, this is a pressure-filled situation, and they perform beautifully. And we get to watch it all unfold right here during the Apex Legends Global Series, Tom. You know, I'm excited to see more, but first, let's take a look. We've got a player profile because we, as I mentioned, like to come back besides. We like to hear the comms. We like to know a little bit more about the people, the players behind those controllers and mouse and keyboard. And here is just one more story. This is GS Bird.
I play at least 100 games a day. If it's pubs, ranked, limited time game modes, doesn't matter. I do this every day until I'm the best player in the game, and then I'm gonna keep going.
Oh my, I'm the best player in the game.
My name is Gavin Schmidt. I go by GS Bird in-game, and I play for Did We Make It. What makes me a great Apex Legends player is the fact that I use my brain. Most controller players, they're all aim, no brain. I prefer controller over mouse and keyboard because I've played controller for 12 years now. It just helps me aim better. I main Gibraltar in competitive Apex Legends because his bubble is actually insane. It helps us with so many pushes. It helps us reset on a lot of fights. And we're all controllers, so like that bubble honestly will help us with almost everything. The key with playing with Gibraltar and the big boy characters is you just can't overextend. You gotta be smart, you gotta know where you can take damage and when you can't. You just gotta really be smart about how you take your fights. The crazy part about the entire ALGS was 4 days before that tournament, I tweeted all I want to do was win an ALGS because that's really all I wanted to do. I felt like I've done a lot in the Apex community. The first 4 games of the tournament did not go how we wanted. We were kind of arguing and bickering a little bit, trying to figure out what we could do to make it better. And then we decided we just had to be more aggro. Game 5 was the craziest game I think I've ever played of Apex in my life. We rotated all the way to the middle of the map. Then we ended up fighting another team there, and it was Zeratricky's team, and so that kind of got our vibes pretty high.
The biggest game I think we've seen in ALG history. 23 kills. One game is all it took for Did We Make It to now be in the discussion.
When we saw we jumped from 17th place to 4th place in one game, we knew this last game was everything. We knew that we could easily win this tournament as long as we play well. When we found out we won by 1 point, it was literally the craziest thing ever. Winning the tournament with all the big name players in it, the CLGs, the TSMs, the Sentinels, the Rogues, I mean, it means everything to get the verification that we're actually deserve to be there. It's just an insane journey I've been on.
Let's go!
Okay, Tom. I've never been a pro player. I've never been a coach. I need to know right now, is 100 games a day a thing? Is that like...
That's it? That's all he's playing? Come on,
What?
Bird.
No! Are you serious?
I thought you were
What
a
is that?
gamer. No, I'm just saying 100's a lot.
Okay, good.
100's
Okay.
a lot.
I was like,
That's over 10
Tom, do we
hours.
need to have a talk?
No, it's over 10
That's all
hours.
good. That's amazing.
He's
I mean,
a grinder. He's a grinder.
He is, and it paid off clearly. But you know, I love to come behind the scenes here and learn a little bit more about the players you see in front of you. I mean, wow, yeah, that's all I got to say about that. That is commitment.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a team put it all together, right? And it all comes down to his confidence. If you feel like you can do it, and once you see that, and like you said, the vibe started to get high after they go and take a team like Zeratricky down, you can steamroll that momentum, right? But it's hard to do 6 games in a row. So what we've been seeing recently is these teams that get wins right around game 3, game 4, even game 5 now are starting to steamroll and put it together. And the teams that have been starting off really well are trying to just hold all the rest of the teams off.
Wow. And you know what? It is such an interesting thing because you can't cut out, obviously. You can't, like, say, don't worry about game 1 or 2, of course. But you're absolutely right. We have seen the heat really come up as soon as we change over our maps, of course. And then all of a sudden, people really start to get the let out, which I shouldn't say that because obviously games 1 and 2 are and 3, there's a lot of drama, a lot of gameplay, and players and teams have figured out great ways to start off strong and maintain that consistency in overall points and find their way at the top at the end. But my goodness, once we get into that game 3, it is on.
Yeah, the only negative to starting off hot is that teams start to look out for you a little bit more in the kill feed. So once you get down, whatever it is, and we were talking about this in EU, they got it down to a T to what legend you're playing, even what skin you're using, where they're going to say, oh, this is so-and-so, this guy's down, let's thirst him, let's just go set the points in our favor and put an X on this team's back. And that's why, again, the only negative effect is that you have to keep the energy up and other teams are going to have the X on your back.
Exactly. Although, I got to say, GS Bird doing 100 games a day seems like he's got the endurance thing down. Well, hey, listen, if you would like to keep up with all of our games, there's only 6 today, so our apologies. But if you want to keep up with our games, make sure to follow us at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS if you want to tweet at us. And, of course, if we feature you here on this very program, you're going to be 1,000 Apex coins richer. And not only that, but if you'd like to watch all the action unfold here on Apex Legends Global Series as well as all of our content, head over at twitch.tv/playapex. Give us a free follow. We'd love you for it. We can also enjoy our YouTube channel, youtube.com/playapexcompete. give you a free sub. We're just handing out free stuff all the time, everywhere, and that is the place where you can find us if you'd like. Is there anything else, Tom, before we jump into gameplay with our caster pair extraordinaire?
I think everybody's ready. It's time. Let's get it going, Kate.
Absolutely. Well, before we get to our gameplay and our casters, let's take another look at that stellar Lenovo Legion laptop.
Well, thank you, Lenovo, for bringing us together with that beautiful little intro. If you saw the look live earlier, we're in the same clothes, ready to get that same level of hype, not just for Europe, but for North America. My name's Randy, and joined by the lovely girl on my side over here. Did I point the right direction? I think I did. I was going to be breaking down the game with me and talking about these North American pro teams. And what I love about this girl is that when we get into this, it's the second broadcast of the day, so everyone's kind of warmed up to what Apex looks like. There are still so many talking points specifically for North America because the region plays very differently than Europe.
Yeah, very, very true. There's a lot of talking points. One of our talking points that we wanted to talk about today is Nathan. Do you remember any of them? I got them written down right in front of me.
Yeah, I do, but I don't want to. I kind of think, when you look at it and NRG being a part of this broadcast, we're going to dive deep into that, especially as we start jumping into game. But quickly before we do, girl, I just want to mention for those who might be joining us new, maybe you're excited about the Season 7 hype. You've seen a million videos come out today on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube. You might have seen Girl's video, which is very funny, and we third-partied a Predator squad. Yeah, exactly. But there's been some great stuff, and this is how you score in this game. It's 1 point per kill, and of course, the longer you survive, the more points you get on top of that as well. We're going to be switching off maps. We're going to do 3 at a time, 3 Kings Canyon, 3 World's Edge, and that's going to give you the best of both worlds to whether each map suits your playstyle or maybe doesn't. We'll have a balanced amount of them, so every team will be able to kind of work and kind of move how they feel. But, getting more into the granular stuff, girl, let's talk about it. NRG, one of the teams I think I'm watching today, you mentioned Nathan. He's been performing really well.
Yep, he is first place in total damage over the ALGS Autumn Circuit, number 3. Wow. Or no, number 2 and 1 put together, actually, sorry. So he's got over 10k damage. He's 5th in total kills over the two tournaments, and 2nd in assists with 16 assists. He is our overall statistical best player.
Wow. I mean, a big statement, but I think what's great is the data is kind of showing that's pretty hard to combat, essentially, from a lot of our initial looks in the stats prepping for this broadcast. We're very close to getting into game here, and game 1 started for all of North America. I think it brings the question as well, girl. Sometimes you have players who may not be the forefront of the conversation or maybe the forefront of the storyline, whether it's us or whether it's the narrative online or the team comms, but they could be actually performing better than almost anyone else in the lobby on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and it's pretty, hard to do. You're with every pro team in NA, right? And it's really hard to perform like you are in your pub matches or your rank matches. So to see people performing this well in competitive is truly incredible.
And that's what they're going for, I'm sure. NRG, one of those teams that obviously wants to lock in their spot for the playoffs. All the teams here looking to lock in those spots. And of course, when you look at these, I think the variety of squads. In Europe, we saw almost 6 teams by Game 6 still have a shot to be able to win this thing, which in North America, not necessarily. what you tend to get. There's some high-flying action, less teams maybe in the middle of the pack moving towards that high end, and really a few teams separating themselves at the top. We mentioned Aim Assist, we saw NRG, we saw TSM, Liquid's been performing well. Girl, heading into this one, who do you have your eye on specifically?
Well, I definitely have my eyes on Did We Make It. They're the tournament winners of the last tournament, and I also got to interview them, and they're really, well, 2 out of the 3 of the players, and they're pretty cool, they're chill, they're really nice.
Wow.
They both, they're actually all on controller. I don't know if everyone knows that, but they like the PS4 controllers, and yeah, I used to be a PlayStation person myself, so it's pretty cool.
What caused the switch, girl? Just had to.
Honestly, I had friends that really liked Dota 2, and I ended up getting a gaming laptop, and then it started off from there.
I bet it was a Lenovo laptop as well. Don't say it if it wasn't. But honestly, I think MOBAs are the way us console players jump into PC. That's how I started as well with a MOBA. And so it's kind of led me here into this beautiful world of first-person shooters like Apex Legends and now Battle Royales. Loose Moose getting a little bit loose with the early start. Alternator trying to answer a couple of questions that he had been asked on the backside, but the Wraith decides to stop questioning and just kind of get out of that one. Loose Moose at least avoiding a current engagement, but it's HPS who are actually on the back end of that, getting shot in, but it's High CST who actually, Hill, who ends up finding the EVA 8, and he's got a chance to try to redeem his squad, but it's just not going to be enough. Panders is the last man alive, trying to maybe bait a zip line with one of those insta-reses, but I just ultimately think Panders realizes this could be the end for him, and he's just going to run the best he can as a Wattson without much mobility, girl.
He has no ammo, so he actually just can't fight back, which is why he's running and not shooting at anyone. Oh, no, he does have another gun, I suppose. He just picked it up.
And so that route that he took was impressive, but when you talk about no Mozambique bullets, now you got 22 bullets overall, but with a G7 Scout, each one hitting 36, that could be enough. If he finishes here, he's got an armor swap, and he's got more ammo as well. So the ammo issue hopefully is solved. Maybe at least, oh yeah, the Spitfire, that should do it right there. He has a great angle to just bait again any of the reses, and he's going to Wattson fence also. Sorcerer trying to stay alive, and Loose Moose has just FPS Vayne who can do it. And so they both have teammates down, and they're trying to get these revives off. They might just both settle and say, let's both get our teammate up, and we'll see who can win in a 2v2, and that's exactly what happens.
Yep, that is exactly what happened, but they are looking to push on this. Vayne has pretty good health right now. He's got a full blue half health. He wants to go for his teammates' banners. I'm guessing that the other guys have their teammates' banner, so who knows if they're just going to do a little stalemate here or if they're going to push.
I agree. I think, when you look at it, both these teams right here have an opportunity to run away potentially, but they're risking what could happen late game. And do you take that risk or do you just salvage what you have? I don't think any of these teams are going to look to chase. So it is a matter of just feeling confident enough to take this early game start. Game 1, it's important to get off confidently. The Spitfire coming in from Panders, who did so well. He's going to hit that shot. You can see Panders is just lighting it up. He's going to get the finish there as well, and that's another armor swap. That's more ammo and meds. So it looks like this will start shifting the way of HPS, and the Gibraltar seems like he's just trying to get out of dodge. So HPS will ultimately be the victor, and Panders has so much to take credit for that one. He really carried that, girl.
Absolutely. Panders went from a Mozambique with no ammo, finding the armor swap, finding the scout, ended up actually winning in a 1v2, and 6 won't be able to run away. He's taken in so much damage, and he goes down. I guess that stalemate just didn't work out for them.
And he didn't want to play that game, trying to, with no resources as a Gibraltar in a lobby of the best players in North America, just try to rat it out for literally 25, maybe 20 minutes. It just didn't feel like it made sense. Tried to salvage something, but ultimately that 2v2 did not go the way of that squad. So 6 will sit down and HPS will continue as we move along with HRN here, who find themselves with an R301 staring at a small cabin with a very large hit point, a kill point there, if they can go ahead and find it.
Oh, he has really good angles, does a lot of damage with the 301. He has the purple armor level up right now, but RKN's simply just getting shot at by another team. So they're going to get the portal into the building, hopefully, and get the revive off.
There's the portal, the revive looking to happen, and Stay Naughty guarding it. He's got the Watson fences already. If you've been reading about Season 7, Watson got a really nice change for maybe not high level, as you don't see a lot of players, if they can help it, at this highest level running into Watson fences, but at a lower level could be more impactful. 10 to 15 damage now, so the 15 damage will be the number in Season 7 for Watson's perimeter securities if you run through those, and you'll obviously take the visual impairment and the slow, which will be making her a little bit more lethal on those lower edges. Still don't expect guys like Petty Boss to be running into many Watson fences if he can help it, but nice quality of life for her.
I want to give you a fun fact. Once in a tournament I played, or a scrim that I played, I was scared to run through the fences. So actually, on the contrary, if you're winning a fight, there's no reason for you not to walk through that fence, take the damage, run, slide through it, and continue to do damage. So pro players are actually not really scared of these fences whatsoever, walking through them, as long as they're, you know, at the advantage point. If they have one knocked, if they, you know what I mean? Yeah. So.
No, I mean, I totally get that. Like, if you've got maybe one player left on a squad and there's still two of you up, you might as well slide through that fence and go ahead and finish that other player. Don't act like that fence is some, you know, great wall of China that's keeping you out of, you know, being able to actually pursue and finish that down. It's not that serious. But, you know, now maybe a little bit more lethal. Will be interesting to see how all these changes start to affect Girl. That's a great piece of commentary there. And speaking of commentary, TSM, a lot of the week has been about it. They've had some adjustments with, of course, Alberlelli leaving the squad, kind of retiring for a moment, and then finding himself now on Liquid, and Snipe Down taking the place. This has been several weeks old, but it's still kind of been a part of them learning their own rhythm, Girl, wouldn't you say, trying to figure each other out, and so far pretty good in terms of the success they've had.
Yeah, TSM has the longest survival rate in the Autumn series so far, so they're doing pretty well by a few seconds.
What does that mean? I mean, what are you taking away from that? Longest survival rate, obviously, in a lobby, that's fantastic, but they still haven't found that win. So is there something they're not executing on the backside, Girl? Maybe is it those in circles that TSM needs to find themselves back in rhythm, and, you know, that just takes adding a new player and taking a little bit more time on how you want to play those and decision make?
Yeah, it's all really game by game, depending like on which zone that they're in, or maybe they predict the zone wrong and they have to go somewhere else. But it's honestly game by game on how they adapt. Maybe they're not adapting well to the late game rotation or late game decision making. I'm not going to say 100% sure unless I watch a specific game, obviously, but it could mean that.
So you said TSM is bad. I think I can quote you on that, right?
Whoa. TSM have some of the most
We heard you, girl.
incredible players in NA. It's just, you know, sometimes with the pressure that goes on in the tournament, or it could be the teams that knock a person on TSM, they just all go, you know, full front on them because it is TSM. You never know what's really going on in everyone's heads, including the minds of TSM. But they're really, really strong players. You can't deny that.
Gosh, she's trying to talk her way out of it, but we all heard what you said. Just having a little bit of fun here. We like to banter around. Obviously, anybody with eyes can see how valuable and a successful TSM has been and still is in the Apex scene. But it's always going to take a couple of moments to fine-tune some of the details when you add a new member. Looking at NRG, though, they've been top of mind, top of cage. Frex, Rocker, Nathan. We know how good Nathan has been throughout this, playing on the Wraith. He's got the Digi threat, but no extended mag at this point, but showing off his skills. A man can move like that. You know he's going to be dangerous in a fight. And he hears the crypto drone, just trying to scout it out. Hits 1 for 45, but that's not going to be enough to finish it off. So still biding their time. They're hanging over on that side of the map as we travel over to TSS, who see themselves on the outskirts of a building with a few squads nearby.
Yep, and they have two of my favorite guns actually this season, Hemlock Massive.
Ooh.
So Hemlock is in the crafting table right now, so it's easily accessible to most of the teams in the beginning of the game.
interesting, girl. How do you feel about the 2 changes? The Hemlock obviously getting a little bit of a nerf, and coming up in Season 7, we won't be having any more weapons to be crafted, and we'll talk about that in a second. Hold that thought as we see Euresis Daycare trying to put a few of the daycare members potentially to sleep, but oh no, gets slapped right back. That is Zeratricky and the squad. And big shout out to Zeratricky and this crew, Makulo, and you can see they didn't have any mess of that. Euresis Daycare gets taken out, 17 squads still remaining, and now there's still more pressure knowing that a fight has just ensued, looking to third party on a Zeratricky squad, so they're going to throw that defensive bombardment outside, just try to buy some time so they can heal up and stabilize.
Yep, exactly. Buying time is all they need, and now that they didn't get third-partied successfully, a team probably won't push on them because they know they have all those armor swaps in that building. So it wouldn't be the best to push them if it's like a late third party.
And that's a great point that you mentioned. Teams knowing that when you do finish that down, it's not the fact that you are always somebody who's like I guess at a disadvantage, considering the armor swaps play a huge role. Unless that fight has been so extended and you've lost a ton of your base health, not just your armor not cracked, then you could actually be at even more of an advantage with 3 extra armor swaps if someone decides to push. That's a good way to look at it that I think some maybe players at a lower level or even an average level may not be considering when they're rushing to push a team they know just had a third party. It may not mean that they're as vulnerable as you think.
Yeah, exactly. Just watching Complexity loot there with that Gibraltar bubble. Oh, Crummy going in. He's half health. He's taking in a lot of damage. They're going down.
And that doesn't look very good. Matt Pickett, the only one left alive. He's got the burst Prowler, but he's getting bursted more than the Prowler could ever do, care package or not. And, oh, man, the Mastiff just says hello. That weapon's always going to be relevant in Apex until it either goes back into the care package or gets changed. And I believe that was TSM. And Reps, who ends up finding that kill. Snipe down, getting revived there on the Bloodhound. Imperial Howl doing the reviving, and Snipe down going to hit that Phoenix kit for now. They will have to rotate just a little bit outside of Wraith slabs, but they'll be having plenty of time now, and hopefully a clean route without a lot of contest to be able to do so.
Yeah, they have plenty of options to rotate, especially when you're labs. You can either walk in, take the balloon, or take the portal out. So they're going to decide to walk it in, and Hal just went ham there with the Prowler, so good on him. Now we're here with aim assist. They're looking all right. Designful's got to heal, though.
Resulta, Designful, and Gentrifying. If you haven't been paying attention to Apex Legends competitive, you've been missing out because these guys have been putting on a show. Winners of some of the ALGS tournaments recently, and also just, I mean, top performers consistently throughout autumn and in summer. And this squad, if the Gibraltar, Wraith, and Pathfinder sees a team that they could be poking as well. 101 light ammo in the tank for Resulta. He's going to miss those. Designful just might push. Gentrifying on the backside. Usually the Wraith will entry frag here, but Designful can take the high ground. He's got a scout as well. And they'll play that one a little bit more patiently. His Watson, Blur Favor, and Keon on TSS on the other side.
It's really hard to see that Wraith from the angle that these guys have right here, so it's going to be difficult to push in. They've got to push into a choke, so they might decide to go around if they're not able to do any damage in the next 30 seconds or so, because if they stay here too long, then they're dead.
Absolutely, and this is not what you want. Aim Assist has been frying out. Designful found a couple of kills, but Gentrifying's getting low, and as long as he stays alive, there's a chance here. But remember, we know NRG is holding down Cage, and they're rotating right there. The Volt is going to take down Resulta. Could this be it? Gentrifying, for now, has a few breaths, a few moments of life, but did we make it? You had mentioned them earlier, girl. They're in the thick of things. GS Bird literally living on a hope, a prayer, and 1 health. But that's going to continue on as the shield cell starts to move, and they look to maybe stabilize here as well. Aim Assist, I'm not sure if they've fallen out. We know Stunny just got Designful, but I think that is still Aim Assist. Gentrifying, I think, hiding here, and he's in a tricky situation.
He sure is. He probably really wants to get his buddy's banner. It's not too far away. It's not too far out of zone either, so if he wanted to get it much later, he could. But there are a couple squads nearby, and I don't know if he has any med heals because he hasn't healed those healths.
things are getting a little more intense here. We've been watching a lot of these teams, and we've been talking about NRG as well, especially TSM. But there's a couple of other squads that are big names here. Despite aim assist kind of on their last breath, still alive. I kind of want to see what's going on with Team Liquid, because to me, this is one of the bigger stories happening in Apex Legends. This team's been doing so well. We've had representatives helping us here on this broadcast, and Hodsig, and coaching with TSM, and obviously just so much love to TSM and Casper. And we want you to know the entire Apex community is thinking of you and sending you love, man. And of course, in that place, while he has stepped down, we have Albrelelli filling and doing a great job, girl. They've been performing well. They've been executing. And I think this is something that is a strong sign of hope for Liquid specifically in competing for this tournament today.
Absolutely. Albrelelli is one of my favorite Pathfinder players. I'm going to have to say that. So I'm really excited for Season 7 and to see him play it, as well as Lou. Lou is also one of the... He's a really fancy Pathfinder player, but Nocturnal taking in a lot of damage. Here we are with Team Liquid. That's who we were talking about. Nocturnal, such a great guy. He's healing up. And they're in a choke. They're in a tough position. They've got to get into that zone in the next minute and a half. They're thinking about going around. You could hear the comms just by hearing the pings. You know what I mean? Like, do we go around? Do we go in the choke?
Yeah, intense.
Yeah, it's super intense.
And you know what? Since it might be intense, let's take a second and listen in to how Liquid is going to approach this situation.
Hostile over there.
Thinking west side. Let's loop around. Let's loop around choke. Loop around choke.
Okay.
We could probably get a flank on.
I hear footsteps, I think.
Absolute.
Not sure. 30% chance.
Yep, here. Watson! She's broken.
Grappling.
Yep, she's on the east side.
Oh, no.
Yep, I'm going down. I'm going to mountain.
Let's go this way.
This is bad. You're getting shot from cage.
I'm just going to
We're getting EMP'd. I'm batting.
Or I'm going to TMP. TP, fucking words.
What are you TPing for?
Low ground over here. I'm popping a bat.
Pick the fort.
Oh, they're looking. Yo, don't go through. Don't go through.
I'm looking at that.
I'm gonna die. I'm dead. My bad.
That Watson's knocked. Right here. Al, we can push for that. The Watson's down. We have to, I think. It's a 2v2. Okay. They're gonna try and get him up. Can you nade that? I hit a 12. They're down there. That's where they're gonna res. I'm popping a bat. I'm popping a bat, then I'm going down.
Zone's closing. You have to play for KP.
They're not here. Just follow me. I think they're above.
Get the finish. Nice. Armor swap.
Right on me.
Goes my butt.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That flip was so hard. Oh my god, dude.
And that was quite a rotation, girl. They did the best with, I think, what they were dealt. It was a tough spot. They had a team at cage, and you can see NRG kind of griefing them. It put them in a bad spot. They had lost one, and so they were trying to kind of salvage that rotation. But going onto the low ground, looking just for KP, he said, play for KP, meaning just trying to get that kill point and salvage as many points as they can, knowing this game was almost over. And they did at least get one. So can't say it was the worst situation, but just very unlucky for Team Liquid there.
I agree with you. They did the best with what they could. They were getting peeked from different angles. Here, Complexity, Shiny, last one alive. There's so many Watson fences all over, but it doesn't seem like anyone's taken the second floor, but he decides to leave.
Complexity. Shiny looking like he's getting a little bit of pressure here from the rest of the lobby, and he's going to go down. That's going to turn our game into a 10-squad competition, and TSM is still very much in it. We talked so much about them throughout the course of this game, and girl, it seems like they're in a pretty decent spot with a nice approach to cage, but they're going to have to make a move now, and Hal knows it, so he's going to do so himself.
Yep, they have the Gibraltar, they have the Wraith Portal. They'll be able to take it, put a dome up if they need to. But was it too early? That's the real question.
And you might see it here. There are some question marks. Hal's going to take it back. Was it too early? Let's see if we find the answer. Still, NRG griefing from Cage. They will have to be rotating, and so they are now going to join the fray. All of these teams starting to go. We've got 9 alive at the end of this skirmish. Let's see how low that number goes. NRG, TSM, up against one another. Mastiffs wailing inside the dome shields. And a defensive bombardment, I believe, is about to land. Yes, it is going to cannibalize this fight and take down anyone who was unprepared. And it's Rogue who sweeps in on the backside of it all. And Lou helps to pick up one of them, as well as I'm Sung on the side of Did We Make It. All 3 alive, high ground as well. 4 squads drop in that rotation.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Did We Make It, our last tournament winners? They're still alive, and they're still alive with a caustic. That is big. When you get a caustic to an end game fight, that is huge. But there is a bit of the building inside the next zone, so everyone inside will be safe unless they get pushed by the caustic team.
And that's going to be the key. You've got Rogue, you've got Zeratricky, you've got, obviously, Did We Make It here inside this zone, and they're just going to throw down those perimeter securities. The Rambo, Kubsky, odd freestyle. Kubsky, formerly of Godsent. Did We Make It here, hiding with the best vantage point here. Even though they are, looks like they're at the edge of the zone, girl. This is a perfect spot for them. No one really can approach them easily, and they have a vantage point over the entire fight, and they have a way to pull back and be safe from almost anything except a grenade, considering they're not running a Watson, so that's really all that could hurt them here.
Yeah, they do have a really good spot. We'll see where the zone pulls next. I believe it's going to pull outside. I do not see it pulling inside. But if it pulls inside, they're going to be okay too. So that's crazy to think about. They've got it well going outside. They have that Gibraltar ultimate that they could use outside here.
And you can see Sung just deploying the caustic barrel. So if anyone wants to take the most obvious and easiest path up, they're going to run into that caustic gas. Rogue at the bottom level, looking to try to deploy the interception pylon, but they don't have time. And now they deployed it, but it's too late. It could have stopped the caustic ult, but now they are seeing a damage. And Lou, he's got a med kit. Dropped has to go ahead and try to see if he can salvage something off of this, but Zeratricky with the shots from the G7 Scout, and that has changed the entire dynamic. Zeratricky now in a good spot. The Gibraltar will find the res, but this means mayhem up on the upper floor, and Zeratricky just shooting fish in a barrel there from inside the room.
There's 3 squads left, and what Zeratricky just did pretty much defined the rest of the game, because they made these 2 teams on the high ground push each other, which got 1 squad eliminated. So that was really good on Zero's part to shoot, even though he didn't have to shoot. He wasn't in any danger, but he got the really good knock, and now we're looking at Rogue. They're in a nice hole here. Let's go this way.
Rogue, Zeratricky, Flashpoint. These 3 teams have 57 seconds to decide what to do. They've all had time to stabilize. Zeratricky, you might say, has the most accessible vantage point. They've got inside, and of course they can go outside with everybody else when they want to. The G7 Scout's already hitting, and we've got Evo Shields on the side of Flashpoint. Girl, who's got the advantage here in your eyes as far as positioning?
To be honest, I don't think anyone has a big advantage here. Not that I can see, because everyone's going to have to move into the zone. The squad's outside. Maybe Rogue has a small advantage, but I'm not actually quite sure. The fact that they got a Sung out, the fact that they got Did We Make It out with the caustic just really gave a chance for them all to win here.
And it's game 1, but we all know how important that can be and how monumental that can mean. 3 points could be the difference. 3 kills right now. 1 placement could end up the difference between winning or losing in this Apex Legends Global Series. OT number 3 here in North America. Kubsky on the high ground. Switches out to the Mastiff. He knows what kind of damage that weapon can do. He's got the purple shield, but he doesn't care. He's going to hop into the portal, buy some time. When he gets back, what will be waiting for him? Flashpoint. Now Kubsky goes into the void. He's buying more time as well for the squad. The Rambo patiently waiting, getting burned by the thermite. Kubsky, the shield going down, but the health is still there, and he goes into the portal once more. That's going to do it, and Zeratricky off that will be your winners. Not only did we make it out with the incredible G7 Scout Burst, where they end up outlasting everyone else in the lobby. The inside ends up getting them the victory outside, and they are your champions here in game number 1. Girl, that was an incredible finish.
Yeah, I thought Flashpoint would have had the advantage at the end after you asked me, because they had the little bit of a high ground, but every team had to move in towards the zone. And honestly, maybe if they all walked in together instead of taking the portal, because if you fight as a team in that small circle, it might be better. But then again, all of the grenades that were in there, it's just that there's no real way of calculating what the best way to do it is.
Yeah, and if you wait till that last moment, it's sometimes like, well, we've almost added more random chance than if we saw there was an opportunity to push a team, even though the zone didn't, force us to do so. We saw that opportunity, and we could have taken it knowing what it would have occurred. Now we wait till this zone, and we're taking portals. Is there a grenade coming when I come back? All of these other variables that you really can't plan for. But it seems like all the teams did their best. Big shout out there in Game 1. It was an awesome exploration of what North America is going to bring to the table. Just as exciting as Europe, maybe even more. And so I cannot wait for Game 2, where Fall and Onset will bring you guys the action. But before we do that, let's send it back to the desk. Our lovely analysts, Kate and Tom. What do you guys think of that one?
And Evan and girl, guys, Randy, girl, you have brought us some incredible gameplay, well casted, well brought to us, of course. And I got to tell you, Tom, for whatever reason, and I know this sounds weird, but for whatever reason, I had Zeratricky zoned in when we were looking at those top 20 teams that we were showcasing today. For whatever reason, I'm like, Zeratricky, that's going to be a thing. And here they are, game 1. I'm just saying I could be clairvoyant. I don't know.
You could be, and that's a great start for them. I'm curious to see how many kills they had, but what a fun zone right over there from the cage over the connector, or whatever you want to call that high ground spot. And Girl hit the nail right on the head as soon as Sung went down on that caustic. Once Zeratricky opened it up with the scout there and those shots on the Gibraltar, it really changed the whole dynamic of the game, because if Sung's alive, that caustic gas in that final circle wins it easily. And Did We Make It is going to mop up a lot of kills in that instance. But for me, I think the most surprising thing was Flashpoint doesn't use their Pathfinder there at the end of the game to put some sort of zipline and play the high ground. They all elect to take the portal there. I thought that was a missed opportunity. Not sure if the zipline was down. I felt like it should have been up. There's probably a decent amount of time for that to come back on. So that's a little bit of a misplay coming in from Flashpoint, but Team Zeratricky took advantage of it. To me, it was also surprising that Rogue was able to get the res throughout all that too, because they had a player knock. So what a great game to start things off here in A.
Absolutely. And of course, my favorite thing now, which is something I don't think I coined it. Well, I can't think of anyone that did, but that just could be me. The layer cake of chaos. I love it when we've got multiple levels, multiple layers of different teams coming at each other, trying to third party, using that vertical step. It is a thing of beauty, to be sure. And speaking of, let's take a look at that final moment and see exactly how they found themselves on top of that layer cake of chaos.
The layered cake of chaos, I love it, and that's exactly what it is, because once they go and show this flying camera and you see the three teams on top of one another, it's ridiculous. So we start off with Zeratricky. He has some great shots there with the Mastiff, just completely ripping him apart while using the bubble the entire time. So that perfectly placed bubble with a nasty thermite, just look at the amount of damage Team Zeratricky is doing, especially Zeratricky himself. All the players there just eating the thermite, and he's sitting on top of it to the side with his teammates. 2 players still up for his team. Great execution, great point of view there to show how to play a final circle.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say sort of a masterclass on how to play a final circle, to be sure. Is there anything that this team, I mean, looking at this right now, Zeratricky looks like they are primed to really go forward. Is there anything they need to keep in mind now that they are, they've got that scope on their back, they got those crosshairs?
Yeah, well, their positioning was absolutely amazing. The fact that they got the high ground up top of the stairs there really secured themselves an amazing spot. And it was surprising to see all the teams split it the way that they did. But like Girl was saying, once Zeratricky opened it up with the scout, Did We Make It didn't stand a chance. They got pushed by the team Flashpoint over towards the high ground. So all of these teams had amazing positions. And then you had teams that were trying to make a big rotation. Like I think we saw it was Complexity coming around the corner. You saw Rogue over there. And then I think you had TSM coming over from the cage rotation. And that's where all hell broke loose on that side. So it wasn't, Zeratricky just dominating that game. It was more them putting themselves in really good position, but you saw what they're capable of doing once they open up a team fight and once they get in these small skirmishes. That's really where their strength lies.
I was going to say, let it be known to the lobby. There's a Zeratricky sheriff in town. Well, let's take a look at how they got there, primarily our Game 1 results. Let's take a look at exactly all of the math that we get to do right away, because we're good at math, Tom. We are mathematicians these days. Zeratricky, of course, that double digits, of course, as we mentioned. But, of course, not to be outdone, Rogue's still coming in with 6, so, you know. Oh, and I'm sorry, I apologize. Your TSS down there at number 8, unfortunately, also bringing in 8 kills, Tom, not to be outdone.
Yeah, that's his Watson, Burr, and those guys. So that's a great job by TSS, picking up 8 kills and 10 points overall. That's going to put them in 4th in our overall leaderboard, taking over what Did We Make It was. But super unfortunate for Sung. He was in a great position. Caustic getting into the end game is so deadly. The barrels were there. But it was Bird and them eating their own words. Don't turn your back if you're playing one of these big boy characters. That's what he did. He exposed his backside, got ripped completely apart, and just dropped instantly. But Team Zeratricky with 22 points setting the standard here for the rest of the teams to catch up.
Speaking of teams to catch up, this is going to be our overall leaderboard. And, of course, this Game 1, the overall leaderboard's not going to look a lot different. It's once we get into Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, that's when this is really hotly contested. It's definitely the best graphic coming in to make sure you see everything from that bird's eye view. Fun fact, by the way, I want to make sure that League Ops gets this in. Lou from Rogue ties with the most kills in the match with 4 and continues his kill lead in the NA region. So how about that? How about them apples? I mean, listen, Rogue may not have come out as number 1, but they are certainly vying for that spot right now, even in Game 1.
Yeah, and they're consistently towards the top. They'll continue to do so. Speaking of highly contested, we have an epic battle going on with Loose Moose and HPS off of the drop, and we got to give credit on over to Pandas for the amount of work that he was able to do on that Watson off that initial fight. That was an extremely tough team that they're going up against, a very aggressive team, a team with very good communication too. So I'm not sure if they're going to continue to 50-50 that's something we got to keep our eye on going forward.
100%. And of course, I think one of the things that you had mentioned even from the get-go is that, listen, you know, we play all the rounds here in the NFL. You have to go straight from the drop all the way through to that final circle because it all is a puzzle piece. Each of those little individual things become the larger puzzle that then create our final circle victor. So it's always good to know who's contesting right from the drop, who's going around third-partying everybody. I mean, this is a game of third parties, let's be clear.
Yeah, and one thing's for sure is you have aim assist going over towards map room. They're going to lock that down. And one of the things that I loved is how willing they were to go and split and keep one player back just scanning consistently. And I think that was, you had Designful going and playing aggressive and gentrifying. So it had to be Resulta sitting back and just hitting those scans over and over again. That's going to show you where the next circle is. It's going to ping where players are. And that just goes to show how much they have that side of the map on lockdown where they're that confident they're going to split up way further than any other team typically should. So that's something to look out for if anything pulls over towards that side when you have Designful on Pathfinder instead of Bloodhound. That's going to give them a huge advantage. They got taken out fairly early in that, so I'm looking for them to bounce back.
Resulta getting the results. Yep, it is the afternoon. It just happened. Well, speaking of things that just happened, you have been keeping up with all of us on the socials, and we love to showcase what you have to say. So we got ourselves some tweets. Tweets, Tom. It's that favorite time of day, favorite time of the moment. We're ready to showcase what they are saying on the tweeters. Oh, okay. So now they got a double. That's fair. Told this little guy he could stay up late and watch his favorite snipe down play. Oh my gosh. He's learning gamer hours early. Oh, that's cute. A little concerning, but super cute.
Let's go, Nutso Dave. Has to be an old school Halo fan because Snipedown was winning tournaments probably before this little guy was born over there on the bed. So that's awesome to see. Teaching him young and what a cute picture.
I know. What an adorable situation. Of course, they're TSM fans. Well done there, guys. Moving right along. Oh, it's our favorite Christian Book Notes. That mustache is something I look forward to each and every time we have an Apex Legends Global Series. And of course, they are saddened by the no sola fide, and they're at the beach. OMG, they are. You know what? I'm going to give it to them. I think they are the first family of Apex, and I'm here for it.
And I can confirm that I did get the tweet with the popcorn, a very large bowl of popcorn. Not as large as that mustache, though.
No. That mustache could have its own Twitter, so start to think about that. I will follow and retweet like it's my job. 100%. Christian Booknows, you guys, thank you so much for continuing to watch and be in our first family of Apex. And last but not least, our community, here we go, showcasing a lot more of this talent, this creativity, the whole setup, in case you're wondering. Crystal Callie has done a number of great, impressive drawings of those of us here on the casting desk, and the analyst desk, and the hosting desk, and she's been so great. Thank you so much for bringing in the real thing, and my gosh, that is a screen setup, the likes of which I am very jealous of.
Amazing work there, Crystal Callie. Welcome back to the show, and all three of y'all just got 1,000 Apex coins. Love it.
That's right, Tom, absolutely. And hey, if you want to join that squad, if you want to become part of the Apex Coins 1,000 Coin Club, because I just made that up, so it's a thing, then go ahead and follow us at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS, and if we feature you on this show like we just did, well, you're going to be 1,000 Apex Coins richer, and what a time to be richer in the Apex Coins department. Lots of stuff to get, especially as we come into Season 7. Oh, man, Tom, Season 7.
Got to lock those skins in. You got to get the battle pass. It's going to be probably the best season in Apex we've seen since the first one when we ever played.
I'll be honest, just even watching that trailer, I don't know how you're not hyped. Everybody should be, because it is awesome, and I've been humming that song in my head for days now. At any rate, if you want to go ahead and follow us on all the action, make sure twitch.tv/PlayApex. You can give us a free follow. We're also handing out subs over at youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. Just follow us. We like to keep you around. We like to talk to you. Like to be a part of your day, your week, your month, your year, and to, give yourself a nice little light, a little fun, a little jazz on these somewhat dark times. So let's do some fun. Let's have some fun, and let's get into some gameplay with Onset and Fallout. But first, let's take another look at that sweet Lenovo Legion laptop.
Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along. Onset and Fallout to take you through game number 2 here on Kings Canyon. So make yourself comfortable, because, John, we've got a lot of fun. We've got a lot of excitement ahead of us, because game number 2, after game number 1, threw us up some surprises, is certainly going to be an interesting one. We had Zeratricky taking home the win. Maybe not something we would have predicted.
Yeah, honestly, you just took the words right out of my mouth. If you would have said Fallout, you got $100, you got to spend it, whether it's Monopoly money or real money, who are you going to put your money on in game number 1? Zeratricky may have been a little bit far down that list compared to the likes of TSM, Rogue, Complexity, some of these top teams that we're used to watching, Aim Assist being one of them. And, I got to say, kudos to Zeratricky. They're a team that has quietly been performing throughout the entire summer circuit. I know I say that often about a few teams on the European side, teams like Nessie, teams like Dead Inside, teams like Third Impact that don't necessarily get the talk that they deserve. Well, I got to tell you, Zeratricky is the equivalent in my eyes on the American side of things. And on the flip side, I got to be a little bit honest. Aim Assist is a team that we've given a little bit of too much hype to going into our ALGS Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 1 and 2. They just haven't performed necessarily up to par as you'd expect them to after their Summer Circuit performance.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Aim Assist, because we always talk about them being, a standout team in the ALGS. They have a tournament win under their belt, and, we have the advantage of being able to look at some of the statistics coming into this game as well, and Gentrifying has been frying so far in the Autumn Circuit. Looking at, he's second at the moment for total kills in the 2 tournaments previous. He's leading the way with most kills in a single game, so he's put up 1.83 kills per match, which is up there as one of the best, the top 5, I believe, in those statistics. So they're killing things. My issue for them is when they get to that end game, you'll see it in the first two tournaments of the Autumn Circuit. They're really struggling to execute on getting into that end circle, to being successful and getting even into that top 5, top 3 area. Because a couple of games where they can put that together, that kind of run with the slaying power they have, they're going to have success. So we're certainly going to have to keep our eyes on Aim Assist today and see if they can kind of just
make those minute changes and tweaks to their game in that end game and see if they can have a little bit more success as far as those placement points are concerned.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And honestly, on the flip side, I think for those that had a chance to tune into, the PGL showdown that we broadcast on the Play Apex channel last week, first off, welcome back to 2 weeks in a row of Apex action. Are you kidding me? We are blessed.
You love it.
But you're right. You saw that graphic. It was a scatter graph that was survivalists versus fighters. And aim assist would have been, and I think was, in that tournament, a dominant fighting team. But their issue is they need to survive. And if you look at the top 10 players in terms of survivalists in the Apex Legends Global Series online tournaments for the autumn circuit, TSM 1 through 3. Literally, Reps number 1, Snipedown number 2, Imperial Hal number 3, followed by Lou of Rogue, followed by all 3 members of NRG, followed by Dropped in Suite of Rogue, followed by Muffins McCarthy from Sola Fide. And that's right, aim assist is nowhere to be found in that top 10. That is the issue. They are slaying, Gentrifying is dominating, and he's in contention for MVP, or I would say actually most valuable Slayer, right? Back in the MLG days, we used to give out these awards every single year. Best Slayer, Best Support, Best Reviver. I won the Best Reviver award in Gears of War, which was actually an insult. But Gentrifying's up there in terms of one of the best Slayers in Apex. His team and the overall aim assist squad is simply not following up by placing.
Yeah, we're certainly going to have to keep our eyes on it. Another thing we, of course, need to keep our eyes on is where that circle is going here in game number 2 here on Kings Canyon. A very central circle, quite similar to what we saw in our game number 1 as well. You can see quite a lot of cage involved and a lot of that mid-river bed as well. So you saw that Nox team were trying to make their way into that building, which a lot of teams will be hunting down and trying to see if they can get involved with as well, should that opportunity to get involved with taking that particular area of the map is concerned. But Season here, they're in a pretty good position themselves. Although they've left themselves open to a couple of teams, maybe rotating through that choke just to the west of where they're set up at the moment. You can see the pings going out. They have their backs covered. They're pretty comfortable. And anyone who walks past them is going to be in for a nasty surprise.
That's exactly right. Where we know this Season squad, really it's been Lion that no matter what team Lion has been on, I'm fairly certain, I can't back this up with the same level of statistical knowledge that we just dropped a moment ago, but Lion always tends to play with crypto players. We know when he was on LTP alongside Tech and Panders, I believe, was the squad for the summer circuit. Tech is one of the best crypto players in Apex in my eyes, and they ran that same crypto comp. So I don't know if Lion is the common denominator. Obviously Tech is still playing as crypto, and that stays true. But Lion tends to really favor that crypto comp. Again, I can't back that up with statistics or anything other than my qualitative opinion. One day maybe I will be able to, but I'm excited to see what that crypto team comp can do. And as a recon class, speaking of recon classes, TSM still running that Bloodhound recon. However, quite the change up. Reps on Gibraltar as opposed to Watson, which is his tried and true staple that he's been running for quite some time. What are your thoughts on that, Onset?
I don't want to take him on in a 1v1. Reps were scary enough as a Watson. Give him an arm shield and a little bit of damage, being able to be absorbed, and he's going to be a difficult customer. But it's a little bit like we were talking about earlier in Europe, right? There's been this little bit of a shift from Watson to Gibraltar, especially on Kings Canyon, because of the unpredictability of a lot of end zones. So you're seeing these big shifts, and teams are having a lot more difficult of a time in predicting where that god spot is going to be center zone. And that's what TSM made their fame on, right? Getting to that god spot, being able to rotate quicker than everyone. Now they're trying a little bit of a different play style. Then they're quite happy to play around the edge. They're quite happy to play in the zone should they have a quick rotation as well. But now they have that kind of, I called it a cushion earlier, where if the zone pulls away from where they predict it's going to, they have that artificial bubble and that artificial cover from the Gibraltar to allow them to access where that circle is going to be moving. And just to go back to that stat that you brought up previously, the fact that, TSM are still the top 3 surviving players that we've had in our first 2 online tournaments of the autumn circuit. That shows that they are lasting the longest in lobbies, but it also shows with their placements that their execution in endgame isn't perfect yet. That's something they have been working on. That's something they need to make better. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to the communication between Snipedown and Hal. Hal needs to keep Snipedown on a leash and just make sure that he's not getting a little bit overexcited in those final moments of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's so much to talk about there with TSM as we're now on board with Reese's Daycare, another team that I think there's quite a bit to discuss. This is a team with high potential. I think that, it's really a glass ceiling that it seems like a glass ceiling, but I think they can burst right through that glass ceiling and really, establish themselves as a top 5 team in North America if, and that's a big if, they can mesh as a team. Metro's a player I have the utmost respect for. Metro, of course, former member of Sola Fide, controller player, went to the University of Maryland to play football, D1 football, had a car accident, I believe it was, tragic, where he injured his back and can no longer play football, and now put all his passion, his time, and energy into competitive Apex. And it's been amazing to see his career no longer on that Solo Fide squad. He got replaced by Muffins, as we know the McCarthy brothers are so incredibly talented. The other member of the McCarthy brothers, well, he's on Complexity. They've been dominating as one of our 3 teams to qualify for the playoffs so far. But Metro, I don't think is certainly a slouch. I don't think the fact that he got replaced on that squad speaks to his ability. If anything, it just speaks to Muffin's pure skill and ability. Of course, Metro, a controller player from Florida, who did play football for a time at a Division I school at University of Maryland, which means nothing to you because you're from.
Hey,
UK.
come on, man! I know what American football is. It's rugby with pads. I get it. Don't worry about it. But Urice's daycare is definitely a team to talk about.
Did you just call it rugby with pads? I get offended. We're going to talk about that offline.
Tell me it's not. But
oh my God.
Urice is a player who is currently in the top 10 for kill stats, all right? I'm leaving this, you said you were playing to your crowd. I'm playing the bad guy right now. I know exactly what I said. I know that everybody who's a football fan is going to be triggered by that. But that's what I'm here for, right? I'm here to entertain the sparks of conversation.
Can we get some USAs in the chat, please, for this Brit trying to come into our turf? No, I'm just playing. I'm not trying to make an anti-onset situation here.
Bring it on. Bring it on, friends.
He's
Bring it
ready.
on. I'm here all day. But I was going to speak about Urice quickly. I was going to speak about Urice quickly because he is 7th in kill stats so far for the first 2 tournaments. So you're saying there's a lot of potential on this lineup. Urice is performing. It's down to the other 2 to step up a little bit. And BFF, a team that we haven't seen a lot of, one of the teams who kind of qualified through for this tournament, an opportunity for them. We're talking about these established teams to make a name for themselves in this lobby. We saw, did we make it? They did that in the last tournament. So all these teams who are coming in and kind of the fresh blood into the Apex scene have the opportunity in these online tournament finals to make a name for themselves, a little bit like TSM, of course, have done over previous time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We just saw Zare tricky for a little while there. Back to TSM, though, and I'm glad we're actually jumping back to TSM because, one, they're in a pretty good position right now. Of course, with Snipe Down on Bloodhound, they do have the ability to scan beacons. They do have the ability to predict next ring. So what's really interesting about this new team in TSM with Snipe Down on it is they have to play different. Snipe Down is not Alberlelli. He's a different type of player. Alberlelli on Pathfinder on keyboard and mouse versus Snipe Down on controller as Bloodhound is just a different DNA, and it's hard to rewrite DNA. I mean, scientists have been trying to do it for years now. No, I'm just kidding. But jokes aside, I mean, I love how TSM has really tried to rewrite their DNA with Snipe Down in his squad. That shows how much respect they have for Snipe Down. But you're right, Hal tends to kind of try and keep Snipe Down on a leash sometimes, and I think that's what's kind of costing TSM here and there. I hate the sentiment in the community around Snipe Down's not as good as Alberlelli, but they're just 2 different players, and Snipe Down cannot be a scapegoat for this team because the reality is he's slaying out better than anyone, and overall TSM is surviving longer per statistics than any other team. All 3 members are staying alive longer. The problem is they're not slaying, and Snipe Down is the best slayer on this team. So in my eyes, objectively, quantitatively speaking, Snipe Down cannot be the scapegoat, much like Metro could not be the scapegoat of Solo Fide.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the question's always going to be asked, right? When you have a tournament-winning team with such history, when they make that team change, when Snipe Down comes in, etc., 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 the conversation's always going to be there, and the pressure is always going to be on Snipe Down's shoulders. But if there is a player who deals with pressure better than any other that I've ever met in competitive esports, it is Snipe Down. He knows how to play these situations. And you look at what he's done so far in the first 2 tournaments. He's led the kills for his team. He's done his job. I think it's just a question of meshing. I don't think it's just the addition of Snipe Down, because you made a really good point, right? It's a complete reinvention of their DNA with this composition here for TSM. It will take them time. It will take any team time to make that adjustment, to find that chemistry and find those little nuances that are going to make them successful, as finally we're going to start seeing a few players drop here. This lobby has been a very rotation-heavy lobby, and even though we've had 5 players fall, we still have 20 squads alive as we jump back on board with the team that we're heavily talking about at the moment, of course, TSM.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Love that breakdown on Snipe Down. Listen, I'll put it this way. This is a life lesson, by the way. This isn't just an Apex lesson. I was the scapegoat of my team back when I competed, well before Apex Legends came out. I'm an old man, but I was on Team Envy with Nick Merckx, High Distortion, and Prospect. And, Ghosty Ami and a few others in the chat remember this because they were involved in the Gears of War community back then. And I was the scapegoat for that squad. I was the new member of that team. I was not proven like those 3 were. Those 3 were championship winners, and I was not. And I hated being a scapegoat. Meanwhile, we'll tell that story a little bit later. Snipe Down is not a scapegoat. More importantly, Nathan are unarguably, I will not say arguably, unarguably, again, by the statistics, which we got some data that Onset and I are dropping for y'all. We've been putting in the work and prep, thanks to the Apex Legends competitive gaming team for giving some great insights. Nathan is the best overall performing player in the ALGS as of the Autumn Circuit. He's done the most damage over the likes of Lou, who has done the most amount of kills. And keep in mind, NRG has not placed top 2 like Rogue has. So despite not surviving as long, or maybe not placing as well as Rogue, Nathan is still performing at a higher output and a higher input. It's impressive what they've been doing. Speaking of which, Gentrifying is another person on this aim assist squad that's been performing.
Yeah, it has been performing, but this is the aim assist problem, right? They're killing, they're getting kills, but their rotations are really lax, and you just saw Designful go down to the ring. You can't be affording to do that with your rotations. If you're that late on a rotation that you're dying to the 3rd ring, that's an issue for me with your rotations. You need to be quicker, you need to be finding better spots, because now they've been taken down with 18 squads remaining now, and in the feed as well, Liquid are in a battle. Abralelli has been taken down by the hands of Pandas, I believe it was. The Arcstar is actually going to finish him off. But NRG, you talked about Nathan. This man, you mentioned it. 18 kills, 5th total over the last 2 events. That's 1st for damage, over the only player to break 10k, and 2nd in assists. So this man is shooting everybody on the server. And as a Wraith, if you're up there with your assists, you know you're doing your job right. You're getting in, you're dealing damage, you're allowing your teammates to move in. That's why NRG have this good synergy, but they're just missing that tournament win. And I just want to see them get that win here in the Autumn Circuit to prove what star player Nathan is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's insane, right? NRG, TSM, both winless, aim assist, winless. 3 teams that are titans. And guess what? It looks like Euresis Daycare is going to survive that fight, that engagement here. Nice job by them. And that was an interesting fight. That was almost like a rockabye baby, right? You swing to the right, and you're in the circle. And then there's a little divot in the mountain, and you swing to the left, you're on the other side of that gorge. Very, very interesting type of fight right here between aim assist and, of course, Metro on Euresis Daycare. And I'm really excited. Can Euresis Daycare be the aim assist of the Autumn Circuit? And in my eyes, they can. And when I say the aim assist of the Autumn Circuit, what I mean is no one counted aim assist as a top team going into the Summer Circuit just 3-4 months ago. And by the end of the Summer Circuit, aim assist proved that they are a top 5 team in North America, and a top 5 team in the Americas, actually the super region. I think Euresis Daycare, despite their hilarious team name, hopefully they get picked up by an org sometime soon, has the chance to be the next aim assist in the Autumn Circuit. I really will stand by that.
We'll have to see how they play across the next couple of tournaments, see if they can live up to that hype and that name. And NRG now making their way in towards the ring. TSS in a little bit of a problem and caught like a fish in a net in those Watson fences. And they're going to be taken down. The Wraith does go down. Here's Watson on the Wraith. Very confusing, I know, but the Gibraltar's there to pat him on the back and get him back to his feet. So TSS may be looking for a kidnap there, maybe looking for a little sneaky play, but they've got a way to go here, and they're coming under all sorts of fire as the Thermites are sneaking through the bottom of that bubble. A difficult position them to find themselves in, as there's a Pathfinder behind them, but shots from the Eva 8 will take them down.
Oh my goodness, TSS doing what they can. That's actually a misplay going through that portal. Instead, it's going to be SOB, Scurry, Anmu, and Blitzen. The reindeer, no, I'm just kidding. The Watson says, hey, his Watson, I am the real Watson here. This is my ship. That's a nice job for Blitzen, but he needs to be careful because it looks like mutiny is going to ensue. Someone else is going to take over, and just like that, guess who it is? It's NRG, one of the teams that we will be keeping an eye out for in this tournament. Again, it is this man right here, Nathan, who is the standout player of the Autumn Circuit, and we would have never known that if we didn't take a look at the stats, which said Nathan is the only player that has done 5-digit damage. Yes, 5-digit damage in the Autumn Circuit. That's 10k plus damage. Nathan's the only one to hit that 5-digit threshold. Lou, who's been dominating as one of the best players, best slayers, is under that 10k threshold. That's how great Nathan has been.
Yeah, and this is one team who has been absolutely phenomenal as well. And this is the definition of a nerd spot, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we call it. This is where Complexity are. They found themselves center zone in a nerd spot. I want to hear their comms. Let's see how they're playing. Let's jump into our listen in our favorite moment of any ALGS broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the dulcet sounds of Complexity.
We just need them to forget about us.
Yep.
Wait, we can shoot out of this hole?
They might be fighting for this spot. Oh, they're all through there.
We don't want to do anything
Really
either way.
kind of want to jibble at them.
You can.
They might just full send into your rat spot
Okay,
too.
man.
So.
They're spotting them.
It's fine. As long as they're not fucking with us, I'm fine with that. We have to look out here, all these kills.
Yep, I'm just standing up.
Okay, I'm just crouched, yep.
I'm looking out here. She like took a port back there. Target spotted. Fighting under the bridge too.
Oh, I can't see that. It's all you.
I can see it when I stand.
Yeah, I can't see when I'm crouched, so it's all you.
11.
Everyone is just dying, yeah.
You guys are probably in.
We're probably in next zone 100.
It
I think
probably
we're.
pulls to the house
It pulls to the house.
Or
Yeah.
cage, right?
Yep, or cage. One or the other.
Us.
Oh
nice.
my god, it's on us.
The team above us is safe too, which is super good for us.
Yeah, they're not gonna risk ending their game.
Well, let's start can.
Yeah, that's true.
No. If they push you, I don't think it's worth to drop. I think it's worth to bubble
Just
first.
fight.
Yeah, we just have to fight in our little crack. Whoever goes down keeps their shield up.
As long as you get the bubble down, I think you guys are fine, because they don't have an angle inside the bubble.
We're gonna
right?
get kills down here, Rep, by the way. There's gonna be people like scrambling under us. We just cannot fall.
No, I'm not moving. I'm just chilling. I have 1 thermite. That's it.
Gotcha. I've got 1 thermite, 1 frag, 1 arc.
How many teams live in the zone? 4? Us, 1 team above.
Three. I'm gonna say 34 for sure.
I think including us 4. Because there's probably gonna be a team in the hills to the east, yeah?
We just AFK and take every placement we can get here.
Trying to kidnap you? No, they're not.
No, nobody can.
Suck at the park.
Nobody can do anything to us.
Yeah.
Alright, you hold the...
Oh, not the most hilarious, not the most entertaining of listenings there from Complexity.
I'm
but a lot of
disappointed.
I know, but Monsoon is dead,
Gosh.
so he's letting his teammates do his thing. And to be fair, they are doing their thing. And the takeaways from that, John, they know where all these other teams are. They know where the teams are around them. They are happy with the spot, and you heard it as well. Like, oh my god, the ring's just pulled onto us. So Complexity extremely happy with the location they're in. One team who's not though, are Energy going through that portal. They're having to be forced to bubble as they're coming under fire here from HPS.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We just saw TSM alive as well. By the way, I thought it was hilarious last game that TSS running the same team comp as TSM took out TSM last game. They're out of this one. Very confusing indeed. HPS, so many acronyms, it's driving me insane. On board a Saucer right now, former of the Flying Saucerers. I preferred that one. Panders, Hill, and Saucer running that crypto team comp. Meanwhile, Complexity. Look at this position. I know you talked about it. I know you called it a nerd spot. I'm going to call it an insane spot. Only a few people, probably just Ghost Yami, will understand that reference, but it is insane what they are doing right now. Their positioning is on fleek, and NRG is trying so hard to try and get them out of that spot. Well, take notes, ladies and gentlemen. If you are an aspiring Apex Legends competitive player, that is a great spot to rat out it.
Yeah, how'd you kill them? That's the question there, NRG. They're looking like, how do we kill them? They hit with a nade, but they didn't get the finish, and now HPS under all sorts of
Imagine a Watson pylon, by the way. Sorry.
I know. They've been the game. Simple as that. But HPS now involved in the fight. Source, the last guy alive, has to go into the void to get away, and does so momentarily. His teammate's actually hiding here, Hill, so his Wraith actually sliding towards him might have given his position away.
Yeah.
There is a Crypto alive, but the shield has gone up now to keep him alive for that little bit longer. 6 squads now remaining. You can see reps from TSM involved in the kill feed as well. Imperial How as well. How gonna have to slide in here. Snipe down with the Prowler will win the fight here for TSM. They will get the armor swaps down as well. 4 squads remaining. TSM involved. Complexity involved. A big couple of names coming to our final zones.
That's exactly right. The gold stabilizers, baby, says Snipe down with the Prowler. Reptar trying to find his own luck. It's not going to happen. Shiny, last member alive. He's just going to be looting up and trying to rat his way out if he can to a 2nd or 3rd place finish. We'll see what Shiny can do. Would love to jump back on board with TSM as they are fully looted. NRG fully looted as well for the most part here. The armor swap's going to come through. NRG in a great position. The Dome Shield going to save them. This is why Gibraltar is crucial. This is why Gibraltar has really cemented himself as a top legend in the current meta. Snipe down says, hey, good luck, goodbye, good night, Sorcerer. 2 squads remain.
NRG and TSM, and Snipe Down, I believe, has got the first down as well. So TSM with a 2v3 advantage here. Imperial How with the Mastiff in hand as well is going to hit some big shots. And TSM take your game number 2 here. And what a performance that was. A lot of KP to go alongside it as well. And Snipe Down with that opening pick, showing exactly why he's part of this team.
That's exactly right. And hey, we could not have teed that up any better on set because we talked about it. I'm going to officially say it. Any of you watching, please take note. Snipe Down is not the scapegoat of this TSM squad. It is a new TSM. It is a different TSM. It is a dominant TSM. They win game number 2 with a dominant performance. I think that was at least 7 to 10 kills and a 1st place finish. That's a 20+ point game, I think, on set.
Yeah, we'll have to see if their dominance continues, though, because one game's great, but I will say as well, one game for confidence, a big win in a big tournament is huge for TSM, because that belief comes back, that winning feeling comes back, and I'm sure that they're looking forward to getting into that next game now, the final one, of course, on Kings Canyon, but that is the final words for this game. John, fantastic to cast with you as always, but we're going to throw it back over to Kate and Tom now for the analysis. There we go.
We are analyzing the domination that was TSM. That continues to be, of course. Tom, is this where are we feeling? I mean, they mentioned it was a new TSM, and it is. You can't necessarily compare the two, or can you? Can you compare this TSM to the 5-time champion TSM?
You can compare a little bit. You still have the core, right? You have Reps and Hal, but now you have a completely different team composition. Alberlilly's always been a natural Pathfinder player, so now you have Watson no longer being played by Reps. He's gone and taken that Gibraltar. Why? Because you're going to have Bloodhound and Snipedown together, and Snipedown played that well. And Snipedown's always been a player that's done really well when his teammates make callouts and he's able to listen and focus on fragging out, focus on getting flanks and lining up his shots. If he's able to get free shots on you, it's one of the most deadly players in the game when you're not looking at him. So he puts himself in great positions, and it's all because of the fact that they still have that core with Hal. And they didn't get too far off from last game either. Last game, they were still in the top 10. They had a really tough rotation. It was just so many teams over there and so much chaos on that side of the zone. This zone wasn't that far from the previous one, so it's been fairly central, and I'm not surprised to see TSM do that because they've gone and landed cage so many times. They know what it's like when zones go and pull over there, and they know exactly which spots to go and hold down.
So I'm curious. So obviously, this is online tournament number 3 of our autumn circuit. 1 and 2, they weren't as, for lack of a better term, dominating. What do you think has been the difference here? What do you think is it? I mean, because you're somebody who's definitely engaged in the player scene. You talk to him, you tweet at him, you have that relationship in the community. I'm curious what you think the difference is. What's that X factor that we're seeing here? Really come to fruition.
It's just time to gel, right? Some teams go through a honeymoon phase and things are amazing and then it gets a little bit rocky. Sometimes things are a little bit rocky, then they get a little bit smoother. So they had to go through these initial growing pains. They have to figure out how to get comfortable with one another, and they got to trust each other by gaining confidence by making plays like this and making them in the tournament. So that's why it's so important to go through in the ALGS and have a big game, get that confidence going, keep it rolling, and see if they can continue to put themselves in these situations where they're getting to the final circles. The thing about TSM is if they don't die early and they keep getting in these final zones, they get into the top 10, get into the top 5, that's where they're going to shine because you expect them to win these things once you see their full team alive. You don't think that they're going to make these major mistakes, and that's just because they're so experienced. And again, that goes back to the play calling and shot calling that Hal is going to have. It goes back to Reps and him being able to agree or disagree with whatever's being called, and then they all have their certain inputs in, but no one's going to put you in a better position than Hal. There's a lot of other great players and shot callers out there, but it's all about the growing pains that they had to overcome because they're so competitive, and when you're so competitive, you just have to gain that trust in one another and just go through those motions.
Hey, speaking of great positions for Imperial Hal, let's take a look at that final moment that really encapsulates exactly how terrifying he can be in a great high position right now for our final moment of Game 2 here. Woo, Tom! There is the drama!
Yeah, and this is perfect timing for the bubble to come back up for Reps. He still has a battery, a couple of cells here, but it's not going to really matter. They get the high ground, and that's a fat scan coming in from Snipedown. Shows that all 3 players are right next to each other. That allows a nice thermite to go down, and then everybody just head glitches and head peeks from this top area with the Mastiff. It doesn't get any easier than that, so it's just great timing by all of the utility that they had. Great timing on the bubble. Great timing on the battery. The scan was perfect. The follow-up grenade was perfect. And the collapse, nobody overextending at the right time. Nobody going and taking unnecessary damage. They just pick them apart and make it look easy. That's another one of the top teams. That was NRG down there. That was a 3-0 mop coming in from TSM. Yes, they had the great advantage, but they had to go and execute. That's exactly what they did.
Yes, they did. Let's take a look at how they did in our Game 2 results. And, of course, this is where we like to see everything broken down. Game 2, of course. But Game 1, you see some of the changes and you see who got the kills, and that's awesome. But our overall after Game 2 is where things start to get interesting. Holy goodness! We had this happen in EU once, but this is even more spread out there, Tom. Look at this. TSM, NRG, HPS, Euresis Daycare. I mean, nobody else had a chance.
Yeah, that's so top-sided towards the top 5 teams You can add that up, and that's already going to be 30. You're going to have almost 40 kills. That's a large percentage of what's in the lobby going over towards these top dogs. So a great job by TSM, but NRG not too far behind. Only 1 point. If they could have won that fight, could have been fantastic for them, but it doesn't really matter because they got the points that they needed going forward. But you can't count out HPS. Complexity, we were on board with them for a while, sitting in their little nook and cranny over there towards that bridge, and that was a great job by them showing these spots and what you can do with a two-man team. But also Flashpoint putting themselves, Kupski and his team, in another position over towards the end circle, so they're not going to be too far behind either, and there they are overall in your top 5 as we take a look at the list.
My goodness, that is a nice, listen, after a game 2 win, that's a nice healthy lead. That's a right in the middle, right down the center, gimbal lock kind of lead. That's going to get you to the moon and back for sure, but don't discredit anybody. Of course, Zara Tricky still breathing down the neck there at number 3, and a pretty healthy lead between them and HPS.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Nice job by Zara Tricky in game number 1, but they have to pick it up again here in game number 3 because they fell flat here going into game number 2. But Flashpoint, Kupski is a great shot caller. He's maybe not as experienced when it comes to HAL with picking the right zones and things like that, but he's always been great at taking what's been dealt with him, and he kind of picks the teams apart and finds these really good positions to fall into. So I have a lot of respect for Flashpoint and what they've been able to do in this series, but still, we're only into game number 2. We've learned throughout all of the ALGS that game number 3 and 4 typically are the swing games. Math really starts to come into play in game number 5, but TSM looking really hot. We know what Zara Tricky was doing in game number 1, but right now the way that TSM has been able to play in game number 1 and game number 2, there's no surprise that they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Not at all. And of course, we have a nice map change between game number 3 and game number 4, which I feel like it either completely helps team or doesn't have any impact of any kind, because we've seen so many times a team dominate in game number 3 and then dominate in game number 4 despite the map change, or it has the complete opposite effect and we see a whole bunch of things happen on our overall leaderboards, to be sure. Well, hey, listen, speaking of things we can see, and I don't know why I'm making a lot of very exciting gestures, but you know what? I'm excited, Tom. This is NA, man. I'm excited and I won't apologize for it. Wouldn't do it. At any rate, if you want to keep up with all of this action and all of these hand gestures, make sure to follow us at Play Apex. Use the hashtag ALGS. If we feature you on the show, that's 1,000 Apex coins to you. Plus, make sure to give us one of those free follows. In fact, actually, we'll give you the free follow. You will redeem the free follow for a free follow over at twitch.tv/PlayApex. And of course, we've got a YouTube channel, because who doesn't? YouTube.com/PlayApexCompete. It's where you want to be. It's where you're going to have some fun. Those are all of our socials. That's where you'll find us and all of this stellar gameplay. Speaking of free, and I love making these because if you're a Prime Game member, then more if you're a Prime member and you're into gaming, more importantly, if you're a Lifeline fan, this is where you need to listen up, because you've got what we're calling the Pastel Dream skin, and it's exclusive, of course, to Prime Gaming partners, and it's yours to claim until November the 17th. Head to gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends. That is gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends for more details. That's pretty cool. I like the skin there, Tom. I'm digging it.
And so much better than the first time around, Kate. Way to go.
Thanks. Guys, let's be clear. One of these shows takes place morning of Mondays, and one of these takes place in the afternoon. You tell me which one I did better on. At any rate, he's not wrong. But you know what? We're all about the fun, drama, and excitement here, from our homes to yours. And, in case you didn't know, we are, in fact, streaming remotely, and we're doing our best to be, to bring that passion, this fun into this third online tournament of our autumn circuit right here. And if you have been, of course, following along with us, well, or your favorite teams, we're working hard to bring the action straight from home. As you can see, our home setups all different, all exciting, but still showcasing some stellar gameplay and really being helped out, let's be clear, by a fantastic Lenovo Legion laptop and the entire Lenovo Legion group. Thank you so much for being our official sponsor, our official monitor and PC for the Apex Legends Global Series. And I'll tell you something, Tom, it never gets easier to say things in succession like that. Sometimes I wonder why they let me come back time and time again, but I'm so excited to be here.
You're stylish on the outside, savage on the inside, Kate. That's why you're here.
That's why Tom is here right there. That is exactly why T-Squared finds himself on top of the leaderboards every single time of this show. I just made leaderboards. We'll get graphics to put it together. It'll be great. So at any rate, yeah, 100% something that we love. We appreciate your patience, of course. This is one of those things where we are coming to you remotely. There is a world out there where it requires us to come remotely, and we're so excited that we get to do what we love and bring it to you each and every single day. I'm coming from my home setup, of course, and so are you. Tom, is there anything last you would like to say before we jump into gameplay? Yes, it rhymed.
You guys are at home. I'm stuck in World's Edge right now, but all right, I guess we'll get ready for game number 3.
Well, okay, that sounds like a good plan. In order to do that, let's toss it over to Rain Day and Girl for just the commentating we so richly deserve.
You know, I like that word, richly deserve. You know, I think two things that I could do for, I guess, deserving things and being rich. I like that combo, okay? Appreciate the vision. But I also think these teams, deserving and rich, there's two aspects to that we can apply to it, Girl. Obviously deserving of the win and rich in points. There's only two teams right now who are kind of rich in points. That's NRG and that's TSM. TSM, the victor of Game 2. But there's a lot of teams who are deserving. And I think that you look at Zeratricky, you look at Complexity, you look at Rogue, big names here who are trying to show up in Game 3. But will they be able to do it? Based on what you've seen, Girl, what are your expectations?
My expectations is simple. Everyone try their best and have fun, but really try your best and try to win.
You couldn't have been nicer on him. I think that might have been the nicest answer I've heard in a minute. But, I do agree with the sentiment. These guys are doing everything that they can just to compete and do their absolute best here. But we have seen certain, teams who maybe we expected more at the top of the day, like Aim Assist, to be in this conversation. This is a real big chance for them. Obviously, looking at the point total as well, Aim Assist are in 13th. And so this is a team that has won these tournaments. This is the last game of Kings Canyon before we jump into World's Edge, Girl. I'm expecting much bigger things from them because obviously we know how good they can be.
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot of teams in the bottom 10 that definitely can do well, can perform. You like that, mate? Definitely can perform. Team Liquid, right?
Yep.
Some of our really known well teams. They're just not having it, but it's only 2 games right now, right? So, as we saw earlier today, it's game 4 when it's really like hit or miss. You don't want to have 4 bad games in a row, as Tom said earlier today. Having 2 bad games in a row, you can still come back. 3, you can still come back. 4 bad games in a row is kind of a yikes.
It's kind of a yikes. And you know what's kind of a yikes? I mean, that'd be like 60% of the tournament. I mean, that'd be like the whole tournament having a bad game. 5 games in a row, that's not too good. 6 bad games in a row, it's like, wait, I'm last place at that point. Dang, I mean, how much leeway do I have? I already had 2. We'll see if they are going to give as much leeway to themselves as Girl has just now in that analysis. I mean, 5. Okay. If you have 4 horrible games in a row, you're probably not going to win the ALGS. Glad we could get a little bit of fun here before we get started. Let's bring up what happened in Game 2 as well. I think we had a full screen of the graphics for the standings, or at least the full scores after what just occurred, because we mentioned TSM. They're at the top, and they've been having a good time there. NRG Rocker, though, let's take a look at some of the player stats. He is leading the pack with 1995 damage. I believe that is damage average, I believe. I'm not quite sure, but that's what I would be guessing, considering that I don't think TSM Imperial Hal only has 1,100 damage throughout the tournament, but maybe that is the case. Uri's right next to him, sniped down number 4. Pander's Girl, we saw him have that pop-off round early on in Game 1.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely was able to clutch it up earlier. 1995, year I was born. I like that number. I'm not going to say it's good luck for you, Rocker, because I don't want to ruin your day today and cast a curse on you, but really well done.
The girl curse has already taken one victim. I hope it's not its second in Rocker. But NRG, having obviously Rocker, Frex in there as well, it means those two are firing on all cylinders. The one guy we would have expected there, based on some of these earlier stats we had looked at, was Nathan. But he is not in the top 10. Doesn't mean he's not close behind overall. This was just game 2 stats. Remember that as we keep it all relative, because stats, they provide information. They don't determine the outcome. And so I think that's where these players now have to think about it. If you are the Liquids, if you are obviously, let's think about you like that, mates. If you're the aim assists, even Complexity and Rogue, who right now 11 and 16 points respectively, and TSM and NRG with 27, still a little bit behind. You have to start making some headway into pulling yourself back in that conversation. It really is about what you do now. Everything that you've done before, that's great. These are your stats, you're not performing. But right now, get a change of your mentality, girl. Go in there, do the best you can, and then, of course, we'll see what ends up happening in our final game of Kings Canyon.
Yeah, these players have played Apex for months now, and we all know that. So it's pretty much game by game. The last game doesn't matter, the next game doesn't matter. You're just trying to do your best in that moment every single time. Try and put your anger aside if you've lost right away in the last couple of games. It's a new mindset. You know you're a good player. You know you can win these games. Everyone in this has the potential, and I can't stop saying that because they really do. So you just have to have the right mindset. You have to make the right decisions. You have to have a little bit of luck sometimes. There's a lot of factors going into this.
And, luck is something that we shouldn't, I guess, underestimate, because we've seen a lot of good teams have a bit of an unfortunate zone pull when they were doing really well up until that moment. And you sometimes cannot plan for those things, but we talked about the mechanics of it, how good you can aim, how good you can maneuver, what's your mobility like, how well are you executing. We talk about the strategy of it. Are you going to try to play outside zone? Are you going to get to the circle early? We've seen so many games in Europe where North, they just sat where the zone ended, and they ended up winning those games or top forward without really a lot of effort. And then we obviously talk about adaptability, which is the big key for winning these tournaments. You have to be able to take the punches, roll with them, and be able to find an answer anyways. It's a little bit of improv and a lot of bit of fun. Apex Legends Game 3 here in Kings Canyon, kicking off, and we're working on with Onmu and Blitzen and Scurry here, who are looting up right outside of Market.
Yep. So we have not seen the zone quite yet, but it's a pull to water treatment, all right. Either to water treatment directly or the buildings north of it, but most likely everyone's going to water treatment. And the team there, they have the hot zone, so they're going to be feeling really good about this non-rotation that they have to do.
And again, a Watson. Will he have the same fate as Panders in one of these water treatment style designed buildings? Starting a little skirmish. It's not going to be as aggressive this time around, though. They'll have that to themselves. Complexity. They'll use that alternator hip fire. I always talk about it. It's a little underrated, and they'll get information on the zone and allow us all to kind of capitalize on that if they do open their map for us. But they now know where they need to move. Obviously, they're landing their capacitor and nowhere near the zone. So water treatment looks like it could be the end location here. And going back to Onmu and the boys, they might be in the perfect spot for this game ending, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, and earlier today we watched Orglis and Hungry sit on top of those buildings at water treatment the whole game, but they didn't end up winning or securing a lot of kill points, so we'll see what the difference is in this game going up.
All right, TSM, we talked about them. Hal popping off a little bit last game. 5 kills in that game on their win. And, of course, this is the last game on Kings Canyon to assert that. Rogue, a team, over towards Artillery, having a way with clutch moments, and Lou in particular, such an important figure in this Apex Legends community, and just having such a strong performance throughout these lobbies. Such a strong player and person. And so, obviously, Rogue will never be counted out with that squad. Aim assist, we mentioned Gentrifying, Designful, and Resulta. These guys, you've always been a fan, I think, of their gameplay, right, girl?
Yeah, of course. They have a really smart style of play, and they're really aggressive. They get those team wipes down pack, like, really, really fast. And, you know, you always enjoy watching one of those, you know, dominating teams, you know, versus those teams that sit in end zone because, you know, they're not as fun to watch until the end game.
And that's, of course, kind of giving you those little moments. If you don't fight ever and you wait till that end game, you got to have the circle do a little bit of the work for you. It's kind of like 50-50. You can wait outside, but the delivery man's got to show up with the package. And if he doesn't, then, you know, you can be outside ready to receive it. But that's not the answer. And you could even be inside ready to receive nothing, trying to heal up, and Resulta could say, well, here's the result I'm looking for. It's a down with my R301. He's going to find it. This is big. Aim assist or NRG. NRG second place in the lobby. If they go down here, and it looks like they very well could if Gentrifying and Resulta continue this 2v1 pressure, it is going to be huge for anyone who's trying to catch up, especially Aim Assists, who have the potential as a squad to not only win here, but take over the lobby.
Yeah, what they did there was really smart. So they had the entry. They ended up getting the 2 knocks. There's 1 left alive, but they opted to revive their teammate just in case that third party came. So they're really composed here. They're playing it really smart. They're not getting carried away. That's one of the hard things about playing in these tournaments is sometimes you get carried away with that 1 kill, but instead, you know, you go for the revive. You make sure your whole team's up in case something's comes your way.
I mean, is that we talk about like the big picture ideas, but you mentioned some of the small things that teams and players can run into. One of it's getting carried away, being a little over aggressive. You know, you've competed in some of these tournaments, girl, and not necessarily this ALGS, but I know that you compete on a daily basis as far as your rank grind. I know that I think you were in a tournament recently as well on your stream, and I'm just curious, you know, what might be at least anything that comes to mind, one of those little things that competitors who are at this kind of level, you don't realize watching, but are really important decisions to make, the little things that maybe go unnoticed by the average viewer.
So for me, personally, we've been having like the big debate on, you know, use those kill points to your advantage, try and dominate the whole lobby, or go for those end game placements and get the kills later on. And I've been finding in the last few tournaments that I've watched or participated in, I participated in a community tournament, but it really is those end game players that are consistent, because when you play the end zone, you get to get all the kills coming into the zone, so you get to cut them off. And if you're in a god spot in the end, you get such free kills on the teams under you. So honestly, if I were a coach or you know, an aspiring player, I would go that route for sure.
I think what's interesting is that in circles and playing safe are almost counterintuitive to how many kills they actually provide. It's like the route of trying to go for kills is actually the most unsafe. Because you can get third-partied, and you never know in terms of when your kill or when your fight is going to get out of hand, and then you have to rotate and you don't have the resources or you're caught off guard by another team. Whereas if you're at the end zone, like you mentioned, you're going to be in the best spot, you're playing for placements, and people who are fighting, you can pick off those kills easier than if you were chasing kills yourself. So it is an interesting dynamic I think a lot of players maybe aren't aware of, just how sometimes playing safe really leads to more kills than trying to run through the lobby with a Bloodhound on non-stop and Octane stem and jump pads and going, hey, let's fight.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying neither of these players are any good, but if you have the god spot and you're a half-decent player, you could kill TSM, you could kill NRG, you know, catching them on the low ground and having the high ground, getting free shots on them. They're not unkillable, right? So
yeah.
Having those good spots really makes a difference in the tournament, and it's not that much pressure on you because you're not getting third party. You're the one third partying.
Hey, it's always, if you're going to be a party in Apex Legends, you don't want to be the first, you don't want to be the second, you want to be the third party. Unlike in real life, where the first party is usually better than the second or the third party. In Apex Legends, the third party is always better, because you get to see what's going on. We've had our own personal experiences with that. I'm sure you guys have as well. It's frustrating to be on the other end, but it's truly the safest and probably most effective way, resource-wise, to go ahead and stay engaged. Heading us back into the course of the game, though, as we just broken down a lot and talked strategy. talked conversation, water treatment seems to be where the circle will be ending as well. And teams starting to contest that already. You see HPS with the R301. Trying to get a couple of shots on the crouch spam, but the hip fire ends up bleeding him back into his own portal. And he's just going to take it to the top. Panders yet again finds himself in the conversation in an area like this. So good for Panders in this squad. Definitely throwing up a good fight here in this lobby.
Yeah, we saw SOB here earlier, and I don't know if they opted to take inside of the building or a building nearby. Maybe they have some information that we didn't have, or some previous game knowledge that we didn't have. So HPS here, though, maybe looking to get his ultimate off to do some damage and get that blue shield.
I think HPS has been a team, especially with Panders, that we've seen pop off early and now late in the position to where water treatment, they could be setting themselves up for not only the God Spot girl, but some kills right now, and you know that they have no problem with it. Crypto using the drone to hack the beacon, but unfortunately it's going to get taken down. One of the new fixes and changes, really buffs for Crypto, the drone having more accessibility, picking up banners, reviving teammates with the drone, as well as using the scanner to find out exactly where it's going to end, and this would be crucial information. But oh, Hill, he finds a nice shot with a charge rifle. Still got 40 in the tank, 8 in the magazine as we speak, and 36 more. Headshots aplenty. Panders, he finds 2 kills as well. Oh, and talk about exactly what you had mentioned coming to fruition, girl. Just sitting on top and letting these kills come to them, poking from afar.
Yeah, there's not much other teams can do when they're in a bad position rotating in, right? So even though they're really good players with really good aim, when you're stuck out in the open against a scout or a charge rifle's honestly like, you know, easy red Evo shield, by the way. You always want to have someone pick that up on your team if you find it in competitive, because later on you'll get kills, you'll get to gun swap. But yeah, here we are with TSM, our last game winners. They're looking pretty good.
17 squads remaining. You'd feel like it's a relatively early part of the game, but we're almost in zone 3. And so action is about to happen, but Kings Canyon water treatment, very wide open space. You won't see some of those collapses and those forced engagements maybe until zone 4, and then it's going to get real tricky. Will it get Zera tricky? We'll find out. That G7 Scout still ringing in the minds of, did we make it? As they thought they had the God Spot, and that turned out real different. But right now, the God Spot belongs to HPS. They found themselves 4th in the overall leaderboards and maybe in the best spot in Game 3. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what they think.
Fall into climbing sometimes. This house looks free. No, just pull.
Yeah, no, they're in there. It's a give it team.
No, it's gonna pull back here, I think.
That'd be amazing if it does. Just remember, we don't have to panic. We just play fucking on me. This whole entire area right here is God tier. They can't see us below. They have to literally climb up. So please don't panic and do some dumb shit on me.
4 cells, 1 bat.
They're gonna break gen. It's fine.
I have 6 cells, 7 syringes, 1 bat.
I'll just farm this fucking crypto.
Yeah, take my blue. Farm dot.
Yeah.
It's like 60 damage off you could get.
Save light if you have to.
I have 180, I could drop you a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and get another purple at least.
I broke their gen. They have to use heals now. Get shit on. Don't ever shoot our gen, dumb kids.
Team rotating in.
Right here, knock guy.
Yeah.
Knock guy right here.
Thirst him.
72.
He's 1 shot.
It's eye shiny, dead.
Whoa, they're throwing up downs. Careful.
Yeah.
Remember, all on me, vibing.
They're rezzing?
Wait, they're rezzing. I think they were getting shit on. I don't think that was up down nades. I think they're getting shit on. They got knocked. Do you have port?
I do have port.
You do or don't?
I don't think so, because look at zone, we could be. Is a crypt out here? I broke 2 guys.
Right here. Get mobile rezzing here. Yeah, I'm about to. I just want to make sure I'm not gonna die.
Yeah, I didn't want to port because like we might need it next zone.
We're in on roof.
Yeah, we're in on me. We're just gonna farm.
Yeah.
Fuck, these guys actually have a god spot.
Yeah, it's complexity. They're weak as fuck.
I see one.
Well, girl, Godspot got mentioned quite a bit, along with a couple of other words I'm not going to repeat here, and definitely a lot of attitude from HPS. They feel pretty confident, and of course, anybody who shoots their gen, watch out. Almost get the kill onto the falling Gibraltar, but they mentioned complexity spot. What'd you take away from that listening, girl?
So they were a little worried that the zone would rotate northeast, but then they were, you know, like, let's hope that it rotates towards us. It's between them and the building northeast, as I saw on the map. They know Complexity has a really good spot for that ending. Complexity ended up getting the revive on their third player, so that's really good for Complexity there. But they still have a really good spot. A lot of people will be rotating in. They have a lot of vision. They're not going to take any chances for portaling down, trying to get those kills on the guys they cracked, because it's just not worth it. They'll get the kills coming in when the zone pulls in. You know what I mean?
Of course, I know what you mean, and I think everyone else is loving the analysis. I'm just loving the way that they were obviously being so clear on some of these little things. We mentioned charge rifle, like you had said, but also just the fact that they were shield swapping for the G7 Scout to try and build up that purple when, you know, maybe somebody else with a wingman isn't as equipped as the Scout or the charge rifle, to build that blue into a purple, knowing they're going to the late game, knowing the engagements are about to happen. They just trade it off, and this is something you can apply to your ranked games. You have a charge rifle, you see one of your teammates doesn't, you're on red evo, they're on white armor. I don't know what situation that would have occurred, but hey, you know, sometimes I've seen weirder things in ranked. You go ahead and swap it off for them, especially if you're safe. Build it up, put your teammates in a good advantage so that you guys can win as a collective, and that's something that the pro players love to do, and essentially girl have to do if they want to stay competitive here.
Yeah, for sure. I've never done that in competitive where I farmed my, or sorry, not competitive, ranked, where I farmed my teammates' Evo shield, but I've definitely helped craft them up like from white to blue. So that's definitely something else that you could do as well. But the teamwork plays are the best plays for sure.
Monsoon making a few dangerous plays. It feels like it was just a European competitive Apex tournament ago where somebody was hiding right around there, and a Devotion with a gold turbocharger said, "Hello, my little friend," and unfortunately took down two without them having a chance to even turn back. But I think Complexity feel confident about their spot. No one really to their backside, and they're enjoying this spot right here. Over on the side, though, Rogue actually says, you know, I know we're not completely in zone. This might not be where it ends, but we're going to play more towards the edge, and that might have helped them there. The portal comes through, and they're fighting with the Prowler. We know how much Bursus can do, and in fact, it's going straight into the care package in Season 7. But it's out now, and Rogue using it to drop one, but dropped is the one dropped in the engagement himself, and that's going to be Rogue going out. Fat Fruit Ninja is the one who finds Rogue dropped, and Snipe Down comes in with the kill. Oh, Snipe Down and TSM see Rogue. They snip it out. They got the Bloodhound ultimate popping, and Fat Fruit Ninja goes down as well. He got into a fight with the big boys here, and TSM let him know who's on top.
Yeah, for sure. They played it really well on Rogue, but it was a 2v3. It was really hard to put off. They did so much damage. The third parties came in. It was impossible. Here we are with Did We Make It? Sung using his ultimate for cover here. He's healing up. Stunny's down. GS Bird doesn't have a shield right now, so are they just poor right now? Oh, he found a shield. He's back up. They're gonna get Stunny up. That's 100%.
And they're really looking at holding down that bottom floor. And a lot of these fights, 12 squads remaining, expected to be about 6, maybe 7 once this circle looks to be closed, especially if they start pushing over on that left-hand side. But we'll see. They might have a little bit of room. Euresis Daycare hoping that they don't get caught out too far. Bloodhound behind. And you can see Metro to go. Is he going to go now? No, he makes it just in time. But right above them, could this be TSM? I feel like it might be. As far as where we left them, Euresis feeling the pain already. Arcstar goes up, buying time. He's going to try to push that, and yes, it is Snipe Down with the Prowler, showing what he knows how to do best, which is take you down. Aim assist in the kill feed as well. Falls down to Crummy Girl. So 9 squads remaining out of the 12. Will it drop any further? 8 squads now. I feel like I'm an auctioneer calling the highest bidder, but it's really the one to die's next.
Oh my goodness, Money going in with the massive map pick. Just did not expect that. Crummy though, taking down the Crypto. and he's able to get 6 out of the game.
And you like that, mate. Coming from 20th place, Crummy with 5 kills and the kill leader title. 7 squads remaining. This is a huge game for them, especially in Game 3, to put them back in the conversation. You would assume if they find this kill, which they're either going to take this location with the generator or be able to leech off that kill if he comes back, maybe for a banner. They're going to be looking even better than before. You like that, mate. Suddenly putting themselves on the map with 7 squads remaining and 25 seconds before this zone starts to move in.
Yep, before this game started, they were in 20th place. Now they're kill leaders with style points, so they're doing really well. Rocket Nishu maybe realizes that he's up a little too far. He's going back. He has 8 seconds. You should be full health when the zone's coming in, so he's got to heal up real quick.
You know he wants the kill. That's why he was going for it. We're seeing the Prowler have a lot of action, and who is this? Is it TSM who have rotated across to maybe try to pick that fight? You know, with the portal, that would have been something they tried to do, trying to pick off the kills. They know a third party is happening, but it's Saucer who actually goes down to Rocket Nishu. And here it is, coming down to the wire. Matt Pickett, he falls. 6 squads left. Crummy in a crummy position, but he's going to wraith into the void. That usually saves a lot of lives, but he goes straight into a defensive bombardment. It's not going to stop him this time. Stunny a little bit behind him. Is he going to make it in? He doesn't have a chance. No, the circle will claim yet another life. 3 involved. I think it's Complexity. It's got to be TSM as well. Stunny and GS Bird, they have fallen to the ring. Who's our third squad? Is it Zeratricky? If so, that is big time. Zeratricky's 3rd place in this lobby, and they are in the race here to win Game 3.
They definitely are. These are 3 really good contesting teams right now, so it's going to be a really exciting finish. No one's going to make a big mistake here. They have the Gibraltar ultimate for the outside, but they're still inside the building. So will the other teams fight beforehand? Will someone take the basement of the building? We're yet to find out.
And you know, Complexity has been in a great spot. This spot essentially allowed Complexity to stay alive until top 3. And we mentioned it. We saw it with North in Europe. I mentioned it earlier. But Complexity know, I believe that TSM is in that building, and that's where they want to go. They're going to go bottom floor, maybe top floor, see if they can get a poke, a peek, an opening. That's all they're looking for. They're actually just going to stay here contented, saying if they want to drop and shoot us, fine. But we can live here. And now that puts potentially 2 inside the building. Zeratricky up above. And, of course, Complexity down below. TSM on the outskirts. And, boy, oh, boy, TSM already 30 points leading the leaderboard here. This is not something you want to do. Give them 2 wins in a row and that kind of momentum heading into World's Edge.
So what Complexity did there was really smart. They put themselves in under the other team, knowing that, you know, the other team won't push them because TSM will third party. TSM can't push them knowing Zeratricky will third party. So getting that, you know, that safe spot underneath was actually really smart because then Zeratricky won't be third partying them and TSM later.
And TSM, they've got cover. Right outside as well. It's going to be a very interesting final circle. No one really has to move. And I don't know why. I just feel like there's going to be a fight on that lower level first. And whether it's going to be Zeratricky who decide to maybe try to push down, throw a grenade, run through the gas, maybe follow out if Complexity try to move outside from the building, or TSM who decide to push in and fight Complexity head on, and Zeratricky yet again left with the G7 scout, that poke. That can ultimately win them the lobby. Zeratricky looking and saying, okay, I see it. TSM is in the building even if we don't want them here. Somehow they still make it even if it's on the digital banners. But this is a great performance from them.
All 3 teams in the building technically, Cap. But this can go 2 ways, and it'll probably go the safe way. So everyone's going to Wraith Portal, walk in, play that end game circle, or one team could poke another team. If you get a fight started, another team might try and get involved, and if you fall back fast enough, you might get you might start the war, right? But it doesn't seem like TSM out here will take any sort of bait unless there's a significant amount of down. So here we are with the portal play.
And is this the setup that they're looking for? It's right into the middle. That they're looking for. It's right into the middle. Monsoon, if anybody you would expect, can mechanically get it done and put that portal where he knows it needs to be. Still one team up top. It's Zeratricky. They've won in some incredible fashion in Game 1. You also look at TSM taking down Game 2. What is going to happen here with TSM, Zero Tricky, as well as Complexity in the mix? A team we had mentioned earlier on in 9th place. A big win here could put them potentially ahead, not only Zero Tricky, but maybe even NRG, who didn't have the most exciting performance here thus far. We're about to find out. 0 seconds on the clock. Everyone's got to move. Monsoon, he says, let me go ahead and get started with this heal. And that way he can get that full life when he comes back. Takes an extra tick, and so he'll have a little advantage. TSM not necessarily going for that play. Snipe down, just stands outside. He's trying to find the damage, and he gets a knockdown. That's value right there for TSM. Reps, he falls. It looks like it's going to be Zero Tricky and Complexity who are fighting out. 2 squads alive. Reptar, can he stay alive and do it? Zero Tricky! They take it down in a competition with 3 teams, 2 of them being Complexity and the other being TSM. It's Zero Tricky who come on top yet again. These guys are absolutely playing in circles masterfully today. And Game 3 goes their way, and Kings Canyon wraps up firmly in the hands of Zero Tricky.
Zero Tricky is back. We knew they had the potential to win games. They've won games in past tournaments beforehand, and now they're back and dominating ALGS Autumn Circuit 3. I'd love to see from their perspective how it went. I really liked the synergy with Complexity's medkits. It was looking really, really good, especially when we saw TSM burning in that end zone, but somehow Zero Tricky got there in the end and wiped everyone out.
Yeah, it seems like maybe they just were, I don't know, it felt like maybe they were a lucky kind of recipient of eyes being more so on Complexity and TSM from both of them. And, of course, both of them having initiatives of portaling or healing and not really fighting with their full team. Zero Tricky might have just committed to going in and getting into the battle and getting downs. But it was a close one. I don't think anyone might have, knowing the higher echelon, I think, status of these orgs and how well they've done in Apex Legends, your money might not have been on Zero Tricky, but boy, oh boy, it should be now. These guys have proven that they are fantastic in these endgame circles, and they keep putting themselves in the conversation. They may even be close to first place or second after this is all said and done. But that's going to do it for Girl and I here on Kings Canyon. Let's send it back to Kate and Tom to break it down on the analyst desk.
And thank you so much, Rain Day and Girl. Tom, I'm just going to say it because I think you should know it, which is I said it not one game ago when Zero Tricky came out swinging, and here they are cementing themselves. I mean, listen, winning a game is good enough to make it in this tournament. Winning 2, man, that's going to be hard for others to dominate.
2 out of 3, but keep in mind, TSM is right there, too. They're doing big things. They're putting up a lot of kills in the kill feed, so it's going to be Zero Tricky and TSM after these first 3 games, and we switch on over to Kings Canyon to World's Edge now, but what a phenomenal display of Apex there from all 3 of our teams. You saw Complexity trying to do their medkit play inside the zone. Makes a lot of sense, right? If you could be the last team in there, it's going to prove very useful, but Girl's right. I want to see what it's like from Team Zero Tricky's point of view because they must have executed this perfectly. I'm not sure if it's like Rain Day was saying where it was TSM and Complexity shooting each other, but the way that Zero Tricky was able to play game number 1 with that perfect bubble placement just goes to show not only are these guys really good at team fighting, good at getting in positions, playing discipline, now they're winning these 50-50s or even 33% chances when you have 3 different teams in there and winning these trades. That's phenomenal. That's big extra points on the board. That's
Absolutely. I was going to say, yeah, those TSM and Zero Tricky have been doing a nice dance together in the last 2 games to see who comes out on top. Let's take a look at those Game 3 results here as we saw Zero Tricky. But listen, let's be clear. They are going to be, listen, there's number 1 for sure, but let's take a look at those kill points, okay? We've got Complexity. We've got TSM, as Tom mentioned, and TSM bringing in 8, but Complexity outdoing them over here at number 9 for kill points. I mean, that has to mean something here, gang. Tom, I mean, the reality is, if you look at that breakdown, yeah, we've got some great Zero Tricky's number 1, but like, don't rest on Zero Tricky. Don't rest on Complexity. Don't rest on TSM because, I mean, even you like them, mate. Still bringing in those real high numbers.
Yeah, you see the double question mark teams taking number 4 and number 5 right there. That zone is very popular whenever it moves over to water treatment. We were talking about this before in EU. There's about 3 or 4 different circles that pull over there. The one over towards the house is very popular if it doesn't actually end over towards water treatment. So all of these teams knew exactly what the scenario was going to be. It's not surprising to see the building split like the way that it was, but Team Zeratricky winning 2 out of 3 games is definitely the storyline here, definitely the most surprising. TSM constantly consistent as they always are, and now Complexity starting to warm up, getting all their players back. They held the outside of the zone for a very long time. They got the respawn back up as well, got good armors, so they're starting to heat up too. What a great way to start off NA.
What a great way indeed. Constantly consistent. That is something we need to hashtag for sure. Let's take a look at the overall results. And of course, this is when things get real interesting with those overall results. This is when the teams swap. The jumps are made from placement to placement. Let's see how they break down. Okay, Tom, TSM still very much obviously number 1, but let's be clear, Zeratricky, hot on their tails.
Yeah, 40 points after 3 games for 2 teams is phenomenal. Meanwhile, NRG got slowed down a little bit that game by aim assist. We saw a phenomenal play over from the roof shooting down from the players that were healing, so they took out NRG fairly early. Flashpoint still over there on your top 6 side, but definitely Zeratricky and TSM pulling away. Just like Girl was saying too, doesn't really matter about your first 3 games. Now that we go into game number 4 is when you really have to pick it up, but there's a huge advantage over towards these teams with 20 points or more. Can't count anybody out quite yet. A little bit disappointment from teams like Team Liquid, 2 Brains, 1 Controller, etc. Expect them to bounce back. Loose Moose as well. Aim Assist. These are going to be the teams that have a chip on their shoulder. Expect one of these teams to really make a push over towards top 10 because we know top 10 qualifies for the next online tournament number 4.
100%. And a chip on their shoulder is entertainment and incredible gameplay for the rest of us. So well done and GG to these players. But first, let's take a look at one of our community's own artists. You know Ms. Jell, and she is just incredible. Take a look.
Hi, my name is Jill, and I love to draw and play Apex. It's a pretty unique time at the moment. A lot of artists have been getting through this time by just constantly creating artwork, and I think I'm one of those people. I do love drawing character artwork specifically, which is why I love drawing Apex, because they just have so many unique characters. I do have focus on shot composition and scene pacing, which I actually do use Apex to practice, and is the reason why I do comics. What inspires me to draw is really fun and unique characters, both personality-wise and design-wise. Apex in particular has a really diverse cast of characters. That just means there's an endless amount of possibilities for scenes and different ideas that we can draw. There's just too many to choose from sometimes. So I just want to be drawing Apex all the time. If I had to choose my favorite piece of Apex artwork I've done so far, it would have to be the comic that I did based on The Broken Ghost Chapter 2. I think that comic also marks an important time for me because it's when I realized that I'd found a form of visual storytelling that really works for me and that I'm really comfortable with and have pretty much stuck with from that time. I never expected it to gain a following during Apex. I just started drawing it on a whim, and I guess it just sort of took off from there. So I'm really glad that people like my artwork, and if they're happy, I'm happy. I would like to focus on bigger, more epic pieces for Apex, ones that include more characters at a time. It is really challenging, but really fun to do those kind of artworks. Otherwise, I'm just looking forward to more seasons, more characters. The great thing about Apex is that it's always evolving. There's always something new coming, and that's such an exciting thing to think about. If you want to see more of my art, I'm Gel Art on Twitter, Instagram, and ArtStation.
I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times, Tom. Our community is incredibly talented, both in lobby, offline, online, and more importantly, with these kind of creative outlets, which are so important for so many people right now and are so incredibly brilliant to see unfold here on our screens.
Yeah, make sure you give Jell a follow, and just ridiculous talent coming out from the artist side. I'm so excited to see what possible art is going to happen with Season 7.
Absolutely. And hey, maybe some possible art because we got some tweets. We're going to get to those real quick right now. Let's take a look at what you've been saying all around the universe of the world. Not the universe. Unless you're on Mars or somewhere else, please let us know. We'll be here for you. Season 6 in the bag. Very hot for Season 7. As well enjoy to play Apex tonight with the obvious choice in Mug. Oh, see, very on brand, Ben. Very on brand. I'm digging that in a real way.
Yeah, this guy's a Potterhead. Look at all the stuff in the background. You love to see it. And he's also got a fantastic big screen setup for some Apex Legends. And 1,000 Apex coins. Enjoy those, Ben. Thanks for the tweet.
Absolutely, 100%. Exactly, that's the way to watch Apex, on a nice big screen for that. And last but not least, our future squad mate is learning a thing or two. Oh my gosh, that kid is immersed. That is an immersive gameplay likes of which we've never seen, never too early. 4 weeks old. Holy Interruptus.
Imagine
Wow.
being four weeks old and having a dual monitor setup, living the life over there.
Tell you what, that is the way to go. Thank you so much, Joya, for bringing us the real thing. And as Tom mentioned, if you're featured on our stream here, well, you get yourself 1,000 Apex coins to do with what you will. But of course, as we remember, Season 7 is but around the corner. Speaking of, we've got a lot more content, a lot more Apex Legends esports, just a lot of Apex Legends in general. And if you want to follow all the action, all the drama, all the fun, go ahead and follow us on all the socials at PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS, and of course, you might find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer. Plus, if you want a free follow, twitch.tv/PlayApex. We can also give you a free sub over youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We're handing free stuff out all the way, all the time. Speaking of, is there any free pro tips or fun that you want to mention before we go off to our gameplay with our casters? Tom?
All the pro tips are going to happen from the gameplay, from the players right now. So let's get it going on World's Edge. Game number 4, Kate.
Here we go with the map change. But of course, before we get to that casting duo, we got a nice little note from Lenovo. Take a look.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
All right then, ladies and gents, it's time to move over to World's Edge. And TSM, I'm sure fans in the chat and everyone watching right now, they're going to get a little bit of a tingly feeling going through their bodies at the moment because TSM are on top at the moment, John, and looking extremely strong.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, fans of TSM are going to get that tingly feeling. I'm getting that tingly feeling as a caster, but more importantly, you called me the historian of Apex Legends, which, by the way, I appreciate that compliment. I will tell you, any historians, any fans of Apex Legends from way back when, a year ago, when we had the likes of different people on that NRG squad, we had Dizzy, we had so many others, Ace and others, well, they're going to get that tingly feeling because TSM is reborn. I keep saying it. I will continue to say it. They are looking great with this new roster, this new makeup. They've been so dominant in the last 6 days here. Really, since the PGL tournament a week ago, they've been playing out of their minds.
Yeah, 100%. And it's one thing that I was looking at the stats again, and I'm sure that everyone who's watching is going to appreciate this. The difference so far in those first 3 games is that TSM are still top of the leaderboards as far as survivability is concerned. That wasn't the problem. That's been their title so far in the ALGS Autumn Circuit. They've held on to that, and they have been the leaders, all 3 players, top 3 locked down. The difference here, John, is that they're getting those kill points to go alongside it. Not only are they surviving, they are currently the current kill leaders in the lobby. And hey, surprise, surprise, survive the longest, get the most kills. No surprise to see they're in first place right now.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth on set. I love this data we're getting, by the way, courtesy of the man himself, Mark Snyder of the competitive gaming team for EA and Apex. Which, by the way, man, I got to give a shout out. They don't get the credit they deserve. John Nelson, the commissioner of the Apex Legends Global Series, Ghosty Ami, and Shaheen, the right-hand men, are alongside, you know, Mark Snyder, a.k.a. Viv, the Tabris, Guap, so many other people on this Apex Legends team, and they're growing. If you're looking for a job, if you want to help the Apex Legends Global Series run and operate as your full-time job, yes, this is not a dream, this is not a drill, this is a real thing. Actually, maybe it is a drill. Then make sure to get your application in because the competitive gaming team at Apex Legends, I believe from a tweet from Ghosty Ami, is growing. On that note, we've got some great data. And TSM still dropping fragment. Look how fast they are to still rotate. This looks like all that the TSM was with Alberlelli. Fast to rotate. Number 1 in survivability, like you just said, with an average of 1,300 per game. But guess what? they have the slaying power of Rogue and Complexity, or the old Sentinel squad, who's not in this tournament, unfortunately. But with 23 kills, first place in kills, first place in survivability, this is an Apex, a TSM squad that has the same armor that they had with Albrelelli, the same DNA, but they've built new skin. They've built new armor on top of it. And I gotta say, if they can perfect this gameplay, if they can really lean into Snipe Down on Bloodhound, playing on controller, playing aggressive and getting kills, I think this TSM might be able to top what that former TSM dynasty did with 5 times champions in 5 straight tournaments.
That's a bold statement, John. It's a bold, bold statement, but I respect the fact that you've put it out there, because obviously the likes of How and Reps, then they don't settle for anything but first. And Snipe Down, if you know him from previous titles and everything that he stands for, first place is the only place. There's a Ricky Bobby in there, I'm sure, if you search hard enough. But looking at where that circle is, you can see the beacon lighting up. We're going to sort in factory, and you can already see TSM have made their rotation. And I just wanted to pick up on something, actually, that was very interesting for me. We know that TSM like to rotate quickly. You mentioned it quickly, but I think that was actually quite a slow rotation from them out of Fragment East in comparison to what we have seen previously. I don't know if that's because of the information they got from the beacon, or if they're just taking a little bit more time to get their inventory stacked for those fights, as we are going to see our first team actually eliminated here at the hands of HRN. So interesting little developments for TSM as well as HRN.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look at that. It looks like it's going to be Noct, the other controller god. I would not put him in the same category as Snipe Down and others, but you got to give respect to Noct where respect is due. He actually grinded his way up in ranked. So yes, you, any of the thousands of people watching, if you were a ranked god on keyboard and mouse or on controller, just like Noct and so many other players have done, there's players like Caution and others on controller, you could perform, you can make a name for yourself, you could be competing in Apex Legends Global Series, as of course this is just the beginning. You know, we're no longer in the preseason, we are in our second, the autumn circuit season, but it's going to continue and it's going to continue to grow. Meanwhile, NRG finds himself in a fight. It looks like Frex is going to go down. We know Nathan, who has been the most dominant player in the Apex Legends Global Series by statistics alone, is the last alive here. Nathan has to go huge. Nathan in a 1 versus 2. Can he do it? He's going to knock Farmer Lucas. Nathan has a huge task ahead of him.
Yeah, he's got a very difficult task, because one of those players is a Gibraltar, but somehow Nathan manages to take down one. There's still a player above him who is, of course, that Gibraltar player, one of the most difficult characters to 1v1, goes for the rest, gets the damage down, but he will fall. NRG fall early here in game number 4 on World's Edge, and that is big news for the other leaders in the lobby.
That is huge on set. Nathan almost clutched it, but you said it perfectly. You said it brilliantly. Going up against a Gibraltar in a 1 versus 1 is almost like going up against a 1 versus 1.25, because Gibraltar does have his passive. He does have some extra shield, and it's really, really tough to crack that shield, crack that passive, and then still come out on top. Oh, and by the way, it was a 2.25 because there were 2 players alive, and right before that he had knocked the 3rd player. Nathan trying to do it all, but he can't do it all. He gets taken out, and just like that, NRG, which was a key storyline to kick off World's Edge, because they were in, I believe, 4th place with 27 points. They go down, but we are on board TSM now.
And the takeaway from that as well for TSM and Zeratricky, who are 2 leading teams at the moment, they've already separated themselves from the pack a little bit. So that's really good news for the likes of Complexity, who are just above them in 3rd place. So they've got the opportunity to close that gap, and knowing that NRG have fallen, that of course means that those points won't be being picked up by them, so they could close that gap. But Aim Assist here, having just won this battle themselves, just about, with Resulta having to get those reses onto his teammates, they're going to be looking for big kill point games. And we know that World's Edge and Aim Assist go hand in hand. We remember that game where they had, I believe it was a 20 kill game and a 1st place finish. One of those teams who can put up a huge amount of numbers in a single game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Aim Assist is going to survive right there. That's big. So 3 squads already eliminated, Mark. This is much different than we saw in our last game, where we were at Ring 3 with still 20 squads alive. It is obviously a much different style. This is World's Edge, baby. This is different. And guess what? We got a new map coming. Season 7 right around the corner. Horizon. I'm so excited for Season 7 and all the changes that are going to come, not only to of course, a new map, but also to meta, to weapon changes, all the announcements that are slowly trickling out. You know, the caustic changes that are coming are very interesting. The last time we had Season 6, and the time before that we had Season 5, that's when we really saw the likes of Revenant, Crypto, Gibraltar continue to kind of grow into his own, Bloodhound, and so many other characters really come into the fold here. So I've been really, really excited. I've been a big fan of all the things that the devs have been doing. I've been a big fan of the Evo Evo Shield changes. I gotta give a shout out to Respawn. They're taking some risks, and they made some mistakes, right? They took the feedback for some of the changes, time to kill and things like that. They reverted some of those changes. They leaned into some of those changes, like Evo Shield, and I think where we are at now is the healthiest Apex Legends meta has ever been.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And one team who, regardless of meta changes, regardless of whatever happens, are always going to be near the top of the tables is, of course, TSM. They've made their rotation. Let's hop into the comms now to see what their next move is going to be. Actually, we'll go back to them in just a second because there's a fight breaking out here. TSS looking to get involved with a triple take in hand. No shot's going to be landing. Now we go back to TSM. And like I promised, let's jump into their comms.
Watching up top, so if they portal, I can fuck them. We cannot allow the team above us with this map.
Alright, I'm scanning.
There, we're good.
They just portaled.
Where?
Here? Team of Blue Crates just portaled there.
That's good. That's good. Let them fucking go over there. Fuck them. That's really stupid of them, but not my problem.
All right, well, I mean, TSM, we didn't hear much from them because they're in a pretty comfy position, and sometimes you don't need to communicate too much when you're feeling good about the position that you're in, John. We have seen a couple of more fights break out, but things have seemed to have calmed down a little bit here on World's Edge after what I would imagine a few maybe contested drops right at the start.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's good to kind of jump in and understand why TSM is getting positioned there, and why they're deciding to post up within Sorting Factory. That was really the crux of what we were trying to get to in that listening with TSM. But, at that point, they were already pretty settled, and I think they already decided what their strategy is. They were really just kind of lingering, chilling, waiting to understand what the rest of the teams are going to do. And, of course, this is the point in what I call the roller coaster metaphor of a battle royale, especially Apex, right? You have your early game. Sometimes teams are contested in places like Skyhook or Fragment or Sorting Factory. You'll see some early game fights, and really it's the first drop of the roller coaster. It's a small drop, nothing crazy, but it's the first drop. And then things are going to kind of even out as you get ready for that second drop, which is really the mid-game rotations where you see a lot of the Gibraltar side of the ring teams start to kind of converge and fight at the apex of the circle. Sometimes that happens as well. That's kind of the second drop. And then, of course, you get to late game. And then, of course, things obviously get a little more even-keeled and slow down, which is where we're at right now. And then you get to late game where you get the final drop of the roller coaster. It is absolute madness, gut-wrenching. Your guts are flowing out of your mind. You have all sorts of gravity things happening to you. I don't know how roller coasters
have you been going on, John?
Listen, all right, I don't know how physics works. All right, I mean, I need a physicist to help me finalize this thought here, but I'm going somewhere with this onset. All right, I promise.
I feel you. Don't worry about it. I completely understand what you're going on about, and don't worry, we're building to a crescendo in this game as well. The pressure is on for all of these players because, like I mentioned at the start, those two top teams have separated themselves from the pack a little bit. So every single team that falls in this game, their hopes kind of fall with it as well. Aim Assist, one of those teams who are kind of shadowing the team that's in front of them right now. Aim Assist, they can't get those shots down to get the initial damage they would have wanted to initiate a push themselves, but that team that's in the truck at the moment caught between somewhat of a rock and a hard place because you can see the teams in Sorting Factory already on those early rotations are looking out, and Aim Assist are looking in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Aim Assist, we were a little bit critical of in our last cast together, Mark, in game number 2, right? They do not rotate early enough or quick enough, and they're doing it again. They like that Gibraltar and Pathfinder comp. I just don't know if it's best for them. If you're going to run a Recon Legend, you sacrifice slaying ability. In a team like Aim Assist, I think Bloodhound is the right play. That was, of course, their old comp. They're running Pathfinder. Why run a Recon Legend if you're not going to early rotate? If you're not going to use that intel that you get from the beacons to get positioned early, I just don't understand that team composition. I would love for a coach to take over this Aim Assist squad. Hey, the EMEF, if you're watching, he's, in my opinion, one of the best coaches that we have in Apex. I think he could help this Aim Assist squad because, in my opinion, that's not the right decision to run Pathfinder and Gibraltar on one team. as their squad.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting viewpoint. I think, you know, this Pathfinder, it's not just the beacon, of course. They have that verticality that they can get as well, using that zip line, which is a huge advantage for any team. And Aim Assist have actually made an interesting rotation here. Very wide one through the zone, taking a little bit of damage, but probably a pretty smart one as well, to be honest with you. As you can see, they're now very, very comfortable, and now they can slowly work their way in towards Sorting Factory, to the back of the POI that they're at the moment. Here's TSM, very comfortable still in the silo, or the toilet, depends what you want to be calling it. I'm going to stick with silo for now because it's a much cleaner thing to say, but they're looking pretty comfortable. But I do like what I'm seeing from them as well. They do have to move, and it looks like they're looking to maybe look for a third-party opportunity as they make their next move into where they want to set up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, see TSM trying to make their rotation. And, you know, they do have a chance to scan that beacon that is in the center of Sorting Factory. Snipedown can make that play, but it's a little risky, right? Everyone knows if you play competitive Apex on World's Edge, that Sorting Factory beacon is a little bit
you
of
ain't
a
hitting
bait.
that beacon right now.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way. It's a bait. It's like, yeah, exactly. You're in center circle. You have a huge risk to get that beacon. It's high risk, high reward. There's no way he's going to try and hit that. And a lot of players, you know, listen, this is the struggles of being a gold player in Apex. And don't act like you people in the chat don't know this struggle. You get teammates that go and hit that beacon on ring 3, and it costs the team a life. And that's the reality. Is it's a bait. It really is.
Yeah, if you got a crypto, maybe you got an opportunity with the drone, but you ain't going to be hitting that with 17 squads still alive and living to fight another day. Speaking of living to fight another day, Eureka's Daycare are going to take care of business here as Metro moves in with that Hemlock in hand to finish off. A clean swipe across the board. Just keeping our eyes on that kill feed as well. TSM are taking on Zanile's team here, and they're picking up a couple of downs themselves, so that's a couple more kill points going into the hands of TSM. And with the chasing pack, very much chasing at this point in the tournament, every single point hit for TSM is going to be great news for their fans.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just Niles' team. That's HRN, a team that's been performing very well in the autumn circuit. So that's a big pick for them. 16 teams remain. It looks like Scurry's going to get taken down as well. So TSM is just finding one after another after another. ABC easy as 1, 2, 3. Well, TSM, I don't know how to rhyme that as fast as I would have liked to, but you know, we'll figure that out one day.
I couldn't either. Like, I took a few seconds. I was trying to think of something smart to say, but
you almost had my back. That would have been so clutch on set.
I tried to have your back, but John, I'm not a smart man, as we all well know. But Aim Assist, they've made a very smart rotation. Let's think about where they were to where they have ended up. Somehow, they've managed to get into the top of Sorting Factory here, done a fantastic job, and it looks like they're going to be moving in to potentially try and take a team fight here in this 3v3 situation. I think it's only right that we jump into the comms to see how this goes down.
I'm looking.
You're good. Heal. I'm watching the stairs. Heal.
I need to sell to get to full.
Yeah, I got you. Here. I'm popping one cell too. Watch the fucking stairs, Tyler.
We should go here.
Just let them be. They're still. I can hear them. They're still underneath us.
You have an extra syringe as well?
Yeah. No, I have no body heals.
Here, I got you. We should barely be in. We should barely be on that roof over there, and we can head glitch. We gotta work our way down that fucking wall, but we can't have these kids underneath us. They're running right now, running. Laser them! Headshot Gibby. Let them go. They can't get on this wall though, or else we're fucked. I need one more cell. I think that arc's gonna hit him. Fuck, was so...
There, cell right here. Alright, we got a minute. Where are we going?
Work our way down this wall. Work our way down the outside of this wall. Yeah, we should.
I have 2 bats, 2 cells.
I have 1 bat, 3 cells. We need this.
I have ult.
We need to bully them off. We need that. Rate that blue. They all have blues. I'm fucking them up. They're porting out. Why? How are they still up there? I'm flying them. 2 cracked.
Let them go. That's the original team we saw.
Hold over here. Hold right here. And then work our way up to this. After. Hold this though.
We gotta chill.
They're flanking. They're flanking around. They're right here.
We gotta hold them out.
Yep, I'm gonna hold him out. He's up here. Wraith is up here. Bloodhound as well. We gotta hold this back up. Phase out. Oh, yeah. We can hold this head glitch. We hold head glitch. You have to look at me. I'm dead here. Hit it, you gotta stay close on me, bro. You get rest. I'm watching.
They're gonna push through.
I know.
In a bat. No way. You guys got that. Just keep holding them out. I have gun shield. The Hound is wide open.
Hound
Nice,
dead, Hound
nice.
dead, Hound down. I gotta pop bat.
What's your bubble at? Make sure you
I don't
look at
have
your
it. I
bubble.
don't have it. I
Give me
don't have
check.
it. I'm dead. I know. I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm holding him.
Yeah,
I'm holding him. Mark for me. Mark for me.
Yeah, keep holding them. You're right here. On the right. They're still both right here. Just wait up. Just wait up. Oh, you should stay down low.
I can't, bro.
Fuck.
You had to stay back on me, bro.
There-
Like what? Why don't? We just had head glitches on him. I was frying them.
And there you have it. That is tragic. You hear some of the frustration coming from members of Aim Assist right there. They had head glitches. They had the upper hand. They had high ground. They had the opportunity, but just couldn't close it out. Not on the same page was Aim Assist.
Yeah, really didn't get the comms quite right. As you say, different page at the wrong time. And in the moment, TSM are picking up kills left, right, and center once again on our first game here on World's Edge. BFF trying to do some work on the edge of zone as well. They're just inside where their zone is going to be pulling, so excuse me for misspeaking for just 2 seconds. Great position for them. TSM with a long way to go. Our lobby leaders at the moment. Just remember, complexity still in the game as well. 12 squads remaining, 28 players alive as well, as we have a little moment of calm here. 40 seconds until a big push across Sorting Factory for most of these teams.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And one thing I want to point out, we were just on board of TSM, and look, I'm a fan of old school competitive Halo, right? You know, when you listen in to Carbon or Final Boss, you hear such passion, such frantic communications. When we listen into Aim Assist right there, you said the comms just weren't there, and I have to agree with you. Not that they're not passionate, not that they're not a great team, something just seems a little bit off about their comms. You know, I'd love to contrast that, obviously with like Final Boss, Carbon, all these teams from back in the Halo days, but really, you know, Snipedown is a player who I've had a chance to listen into with listen-ins for, 10 to 15 years now, back when he played on Straight Rippin' and Evil Geniuses and so many other teams. It's just a night and day thing. It really is. I mean, you hear the passion, you hear the intensity in which TSM communicates with, and Snipedown, players like that, complexity communicate with. It is night and day. And speaking of which, Snipedown's going to go down right now here. It's looking a little bit frantic. He's actually going to get taken out, all up to Imperial Hal and Reps. But I just wanted to point out that contrast and that stark difference.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Reps can get the bubble down, because this is a huge moment here for TSM. There's a player behind them. The Pathfinder comes out of nowhere. TSM out of the lobby here in game number 4. An opportunity for those teams in the chasing pack now to make their move, but in that moment as well, Monsoon, last player alive for Complexity, has been taken down. So 2 of our big dogs at the top of the table have been eliminated as that circle is making that pull. But back to your point about comms, I think it's just it's a comfort thing. Some teams are hyped, some teams are frantic, some teams are very calm. You look at the likes of Tox Gaming, another famous Halo team, robotic almost in the way that they communicate. It just is a style thing. The personalities on the team a lot of the time dictate the way that teams will communicate, and I think that Aim Assist are just chill guys. You know what I mean? They like to be quiet, they like to be concise, they like to be, just get that information in the most simple way possible and the most critical way possible that they can.
Yeah, that's a great point. I just think they have an identity issue, right? I don't want to harp on that point. We have Tom and Kate to talk about that in the analysis desk. But I just think they have an identity issue. I think Pathfinder's not the right legend for them. I think if they're controller players, they got to play more aggressive. They got to throw smokes and get loose, in the words of my man Demo Bounce. So, look, at the end of the day, I'd love to talk through that. There's a good discussion we could have here. But guess what? We got 7 squads remaining. We got 25 seconds until ring number 7. Zeratricky has been on fire, and they are showing no sign of slowing down here on set.
Yeah, Zeratricky 4 points behind TSM when this game started. TSM would have put a few points on the board, but with the position that Zeratricky find themselves in, a huge opportunity for them to close that gap and potentially take that lead over heading into game number 5. We're going to see the portal go down now from Mr. Hakulo, trying to find his way into zone, and they look like they found a little comfortable spot to cuddle in for a few moments while all of the carnage goes down around them, but a massive shot from above means that portal is not going to be safe, and now they're stuck in a really difficult position and having to walk their way in using the bubble.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's looking a little bit bleak right now for Zeratricky. So finally they do show some sign of slowing down, and guess what? It's going to be HRN still alive. 4 squads remain. Rogue Sweet is one of them. So we got Rogue. We have HRN. I'm trying to frantically look at my kill feed to see who the other 2 teams are, but it looks like it's going to be Sweet that gets taken out. So I take that back. It's HRN. It's You Like That, mate, who's been the breakout team of the Autumn Circuit in my humble opinion. And there's one other team. I'm not sure if it's Rat or who it is. It's Loose Moose.
Two teams who have come out on top in a stacked lobby will go up against each other in a straight 3v3. So Matt Pickett, Rack and Issue, and Crummy on top of the building, and just outside of it, and just inside of it, is going to be the team below them. Question is, who's going to hit those first shots? Who's going to get that entry frag, or are we going to see a little bit of calm here before someone tries to make that play?
That's exactly right. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a crazy finish. The calm before the storm right now. HRN, Loose Moose, both fully forced, fully stocked, and you like that mate as well. It's a 9-player, 3-team affair, and it all comes down to this last fight. RKN's going to actually take some storm damage on purpose here. So here we go with this finish. 6, who's been a player that's faced so much controversy. Sorry, he's faced so much adversity, not controversy. He's the last person to face controversy. Adversity in his career. Played for the Pittsburgh Knights alongside Hodzik and Turns, and dominated with the likes of his controller God Squad with Nicewig and Co. and Bowser. And now all eyes on 6 to see what he can do here against HRN. And you like that, mate?
I mean, a couple of ballerina references have kind of come in, but those moves from Wraith, I mean, it's just gliding through the air is a beautiful thing to watch. But I'll tell you what's not going to be beautiful is the next 18 seconds or so, because these players will be sweating buckets right now. Thinking about what their next move is, thinking about who they want to try and take out first, thinking about the position of every single player who is involved in this final circle. And as that ring is about to close in 3 seconds' time, you have to say the high ground in the hands of Like That Mate must be the deciding factor here, John.
That's exactly right. They're going to get the first drop. They're going to get the first elimination. First blood in hands of You Like That Mate, all up to RKN. He's going to get taken out. And just like that, You Like That Mate, well, they're going to like this victory as it's all easy peasy. This looks like a Season 1 finish in the way that they're finishing, but no, it's actually a high ground.
Oh,
high and low affair. The execution's going to come through. 6 is still alive. He goes to the portal. He just baited them. A bait and switch from 6. Can it be enough? He's going for the med kit. He's going to try and go through that portal again. Wow.
There is no way that they pull this off. 2 players come through here. 6 goes back through the portal once more, but gets caught on the fence and finally taken down. But what an effort that was from 6 in those final moments to try and make the impossible possible. But You Like That Mate, this name that can only be said in my accent, take home the championship banner in our first game here on World's Edge. But what does that mean for the tables? Because TSM went out early. Zeratricky, in there much longer than TSM, has the gap closed between those top 2 and the rest of the pack, John. But what a performance. You have to say, You Like That Mate? Well, yeah, I do. I'm going to be honest with you, pretty impressive.
Yeah, only 2 things that could have been better than your accent right there. 1 is an Australian saying it, and 2 is if 6 would have clutched that up over You Like That Mate, because that would have been insane, the plays from 6. So close, but so far. It's obviously very difficult to clutch up in that situation, but I love the plays. He was playing a game of chess while You Like That Mate was playing checkers. He goes through that portal. He's this close to popping that med kit, and at first when he starts popping that med kit on set, I'm like, what is he doing? He doesn't have time for a med kit, but then you realize the opponents, You Like That Mate, were like, do we go through this portal? He actually had time to pop that med kit. If he just had 1 more second, he would have had that off. And honestly, obviously, it would have been difficult to clutch, but that would have been one for the ages, that's for sure. A great effort from 6 and a nice job from You Like That Mate closing that one out, a team that's been really dominating the autumn circuit.
All right, it's time for me to clutch up now, John, because I'm going to get the word right this time. We're going to throw it back to our analysts. Nailed it. Thank you very much. Kate and Tom, take it away.
Absolutely nailed it on set. You can go home now. Have a good night. Enjoy yourself. You really did a great job so far. Absolutely. Wow. Tom, you know what? This is one of those Wraith Portal moments at the final circle that gets everybody hyped. Talk me through how You Like That Mate really brought this through and how 6 just couldn't.
Yeah, I just love the aggressive play from Crummy. They realize the scenario. He instantly places a portal, hits his Q, goes down to where 6 was, places it, and that's an opportunity for the rest of his teammates to go in and trust him and play what information they give to him. So 6 did his best job. He is only playing crypto right there, not playing a Gibraltar or a Wraith, someone even like a Watson to play down some fences there could have been a little bit bigger for him, but he did what he could on the crypto, getting themselves in second place. This is what we were expecting after the first 3 games, though. These teams that were sitting in 11th through 20th, they want to try to qualify for next OT. They even want to try to push it over towards the top 3, top 2, because we saw Did We Make It have a phenomenal game number 5 and game number 6 to close it out and win last time. So it's going to be now up to these other teams like TSM, like Zeratricky, to try to stay in the lobby. And I'm just feeling for Team Aim Assist, because I love the calls that Designful was making. It just wasn't enough trust, and that was a great listen in there, because they could have put themselves in a great position on the roof, like Did We Make It, or excuse me, like Do You Like That Mate? And it's just a great play by Do You Like That Mate, especially Crummy with the portal.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how it all pans out with our game results. Oh, man, here we go. Our first on this new map coming in for our tournament here, online number 3. Okay. Oh, my gosh. What is up, HRN? What's up, Ulysses Daycare? Listen, you're not at the top of our leaderboard in Game 4 here for these results, but let's be clear, those are still some solid double-digit kill points.
Yeah, and Team Zeratricky silently made their way through with not that many big points, but at least it's not a goose egg there, as they do get 6. But Eureka, they were in a powerful position for majority of that time. Sorting factory zones are so fun, and it could pull to a couple of different spots, and that's why you see TSM setting over towards the toilet bowl. They thought it was going to go over there. Instead, they could have potentially got the roof. They could have played inside one of those buildings and put themselves in a better position, so they didn't get that zone correct. Meanwhile, a team like Euresis Daycare put themselves in a perfect position, but it was You Like That Mate overall with the most points. Actually, HRN, since they got 11 kills, picked up 18 points overall, so a phenomenal game by them. A lot of kills being taken up by HRN and Euresis Daycare. Can't wait to see what the overall leaderboards are.
Well, you don't have to wait too long, Tom. Let's give us those overall leaderboards. TSM Zeratricky. This is so close right now. And still, I will say, Tom, like, obviously, Complexity, you like that, mate. Eurysis Daycare, NRG, HRN, HPS. Boy, that's a lot of acronyms to say all at once. I mean, listen, as far away as they are from our top 2, they're really not that far, because this is Apex after all. One great game, and you found yourself in number 2, or even number 1 if the game is good enough.
You're feeling nice if you're TSM or Zeratricky, but this is what we talked about when we talk about teams that have X's on their back now. These 2 are sitting pretty over towards the top. The rest of these teams, 3 all the way up to 20, are going to be gunning for them. So it's not going to be easy. It's even going to get harder for TSM and Zeratricky. That's what they have to understand. They've been in these scenarios before, but Zeratricky has been in the top 5, top 6, and I think every single one of these games. So they're playing really smart right now, putting themselves in good position. Yeah, that wasn't as many kills as they were hoping for, but to me, the most surprising thing was, again, TSM not putting themselves in a position when they rotated so early, and then a team like Aim Assist not playing together as they normally should. So I'm expecting them to have a conversation with one another, try to make some adjustments here, because still, 15 points from second to third, that's really not that much, and I think that anybody could still take this.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit about some Apex Legends gameplay, specifically a new series we've called Level Up with Girl, where if you're a little bit newer to the Apex community, the Apex Legends gameplay, well, this is going to give you a bit of a foot up, starting with Boots on the Ground. Take a look.
Apex can get confusing when you first begin, so here's some tips to get you started. Let's talk about what happens when your boots hit the ground. First things first, run. Running is the first skill to master because it can mean the difference between life and death. And the key to running is speed. When your fists are out, you're running faster, and when your gun is out, you're running slower. You'll obviously want to pick up weapons and armor when you first touch down, but get ready to holster them quick, so you'll have speed on your side. Also, when it comes to looting, I have a general rule of thumb: don't over-loot. A lot of players tend to get distracted by loot, but once you have a gun or 2 and armor, stop looting, especially if your team is in danger.
Oh my god, behind me!
Speaking of danger, your priority should always be with your team. Searching for loot should take a backseat to supporting your team. Fighting alongside your teammates is much better than them dying while you're looting, and then you going in later and dying. Also, if 2 teams are fighting nearby and you have a gun and armor, it's a really good time for a third party. Third partying allows you to get loot without looting, and it eliminates 2 teams from the game. Yeah! That's what I call a win-win-win.
Good job, guys.
And that's exactly what I call a win-win-win. Thank you so much. That is Girl for you, bringing us those top tips for the newer players in our community that are just getting started And Tom, I really appreciate that kind of knowledge. It's great to see it. It's great to see that level, that 101 style stuff, because then, of course, you appreciate this masterclass in pro esports here at the Apex Legends Global Series.
Yeah, girl's so nice. I would say bait and blame your teammates. That's my advice. No, I'm just kidding.
Pro tips from Tom, pro tips from girl. Let's see what's going on here. Hey, speaking of, let's take a look at your tweets, because apparently you've been saying some stuff on the socials, and we're about to read them and give out 1,000 Apex coins per tweet. That is what I say. Oh, here we go. Watching. Oh, with AS. Oh, that's adorable. Wait a minute. Oh, is that a gecko? Yes! That is the coolest thing ever. Tom, these guys, when they shed, they eat their skin. Fun facts.
Same.
Just Tom with the zingers. I'm enjoying this really hardcore here. Okay, awesome. Let's take a look if we got another one. Thank you so much, Nicole. That is 1,000 Apex coins for you, my dear. Next up,
wow.
Ross is talking. Hey! Oh, T-Squared fan! Here we go. T-Squared, that's what I'm saying.
I knew this guy'd have swag.
Yes. Everyone, remember, T-Squared is the coolest, and everybody knows it. Yes, of course. His screen is bigger now. That's so cool. Tom,
that is
you've
a
got
great projector setup. And
fan
bar.
from the way back. Nice deep pull.
Hey, thanks for the love, Ross. Appreciate it.
I love it. Finally, Christmas came early. Oh, goodness. Now, JRT, this is an awesome tweet, but I am concerned that you are one of those people that gets your Christmas tree up on November 2nd. I mean, way to go. Like, because obviously I'm not going to do that because I'm, way behind already. But, like, good grief. Okay, I can't really hate
I'm
him.
cool with the Christmas tree being up all year round. Let's spread the joy of Christmas giving, Kate. And give away 1,000 Apex coins.
That's right. You know what looks great under that tree? 1,000 Apex coins. Because, of course, that is what all of our tweets and tweeters... Twitterers.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Judge and jury from Tom here, and I do appreciate that ruling. Yeah, all of those featured in this very stream, well, they're going to get themselves 1,000 Apex coins, and you can too. Did you know that if you follow us on Play app, I'm going to say that correctly so everybody can hear it. If you follow us on the tweeters at Play Apex, use that hashtag ALGS, and then tweet at us. And we feature you on the show. Yes, there's lots of steps here, but this is 1,000 Apex coins. We're going to make you work for it. Then you're going to get 1,000 Apex coins right in time for Season 7 to just kick off here shortly.
Yeah, someone that I see out there trying to farm and get on the show is Daltouche. So shout out to all the Touche fans out there.
I saw. Oh, yeah. Apparently he's definitely watching with chat today. So thank you so much for the view and the tweet there, Daltouche. We'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. But hey, remember to go ahead and give us a free follow, twitch.tv/playapex. Give us a free sub over youtube.com/playapex. Compete. But now it's time to get us right into the gameplay, and to do that, we're going to throw it over to Rain Day and Girl. Guys, take it away.
Sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in. The game is starting, so we are jumping in. You caught us in the middle of an at-home broadcast moment. And I know that Girl is going to be joining me upstairs as well. We were having a good talk with our producer, but we're about to jump into some more Apex Legends.
Are we live?
In just a moment. We're so excited and ready because, yes, Girl, we're live. And, that's the beauty of at-home production. You saw the look lives. We're wearing the same shirts. I see you laughing there. What's up, everybody? We're ready to go. And we're excited because it's Game 5. And you know how excited we are. One of the things that you don't get to see at home is that we don't have the green room, the lobby to kind of hang out and chat with our producers and casters and have fun. So sometimes we do it digitally, and yes, sometimes we stay in the green room a little too long. So we apologize for that. But we're excited here. And you know what, Girl? This is Game 5, our last game to catch of the day. There's a lot of dynamics going on. And really, same two teams in the lead, but the pack from the bottom has really put themselves more in the conversation now. So it's a little bit more of a wider open lobby.
Yes, it is. Looking at the leaderboard here, it's not like we've seen in EU today. We have some teams that are just TSM, Zero Tricky. They're just a little bit higher than the rest of the leaderboard here. But there's 2 games left. from Complexity all the way down to Loose Moose, I believe, they still have a really good chance. 2 games, we've seen it before, could pull yourself to a #1 victory.
All right, so let's set the stage here.
Yep.
We're at World's Edge yet again. It's obviously game number 5. 1 more left, and we have to look at some of the stats to really kind of set people up. TSM, they've got 49 points. Sarah Tricky, 47. Complexity, 3rd place, but they're 15 points behind the top 2 and 32. But that's a big difference as far as where they were, because now they're still in the conversation with a big Game 5 to really set themselves for a Game 6 win. Following there, 3 points behind, it's You Like That Mate. It's your Reese's Daycare right after that, and then NRG, HR, and HPS, and Rogue, as well as Flashpoint, are all 2 points within each other at 27 and 25 for all of those teams. So there are maybe more teams potentially involved in this Game 6 if it continues to be as contested as it is, than even in Europe, girl, that we saw earlier today. And it was one of our better European tournaments with really 6 contenders almost until the very final game. So what do you have to do in this type of situation? Game 5, you know the pressure's coming in, to really try to make yourself kind of get up into that wedge where you can have a competition in Game 6 and really have a true moment to compete against TSM and, of course, Zeratricky right now.
Honestly, I kind of go by the same saying. You play it game by game. You want to go for the win every single game. You don't need any tricks up your sleeve or anything. As long as you go for the win, you'll get some kill points along the way. And then you'll be able to catch up to the rest of the lobby. But if you do see TSM down, if you do see Zeratricky down, you do want to help thirst those guys, because that'll just open a path for your victory.
I mean, that's the big key, right? We're not only keeping an eye on these teams that can move up, but the issue is that TSM and Zeratricky are in control here. And depending on how well they do, they're going to set the tone for the rest of the lobby. If they die early, or if they get into an early skirmish, the rest of the lobby now has carte blanche to gain positive points, while Zeratricky and TSM gain nothing. But the way that TSM has been playing, I mean, to me, it seems like they realize this is the tournament for them to win. And Zeratricky, almost a dark horse competitor. They've played well. They've got talent, no doubt about it. But, you know, to consider in this lobby being neck and neck with TSM, I'm not sure everyone would have had them there today, but this is just showing you any day you could show up, play some great Apex, and have a chance to win this thing. That's why these open qualifiers, it's why these ALJS open tournaments are really amazing to keep identifying great talent and scouting for the next big team that's really going to dominate the meta.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping in the nearby future a lot more orgs get involved, to get to pick up, get to look at the history of these players, how they've done in previous tournaments, how consistent they are. Do they take 10 seasons off? Or, I mean, there aren't 10 seasons, but
we haven't even had 10
I mean.
seasons. We're just getting to 7. I see what you mean, though.
Excited for Season 7. Season 7 might just blow up Apex with the Steam, not really with the Nintendo Switch. Maybe with the Nintendo Switch, you know, I'm not a stats person, but excited, definitely.
I mean, it got pushed to 2021 for good reasons, and I think, you know, anyone who might be joining us that hasn't watched Apex in a while, or maybe just jumping into Apex competitive, you probably heard of Season 7 and maybe stumbled across this as well, because, you know, you want to get ready, you want to see what these players are using. You could jump into the new season in Olympus and have a step ahead of the competition. That's exactly what I would do if I was trying to get back into a game. Check out the pros, check out the meta. And so we're happy to be able to do this on pretty much the week of such important things happening across our world, including an election in America, and obviously including Season 7 launching as well. The holidays fast approaching, and a very interesting year that not only has caused us to work from home like you've seen earlier, but these players as well to play in a circumstance, probably competing online, that they haven't had to face. You know, in many situations, these guys are a lot of them are competing at LANs, and they have the opportunity to, you know, go ahead and see their teammates in person, or interact maybe. But it's not been the case this year, and so they've had to put their stake in this, and some of the teams have really made names for themselves. Aim Assist definitely being one of them, who find themselves in 11th place right now. But hey, there's still 2 games left. There could be a chance if they have a pop-off here.
NRG, another team still in top 10. definitely have the potential to do well here. I'm not sure if I caught where the end zone is going there. Was it, I think, around Lava City? Not 100% sure. I'm sure we'll see it again later on. But Energy, triple blues, looking kind of good. They're getting that rotation. It's really, really rough to rotate around here. But they got up that hill, and that's the main thing.
And sometimes in life, it's just getting up the hill, the downside. No worries, right? That's not the issue. But sometimes climbing up is really what keeps people questioning. But, you know, there's nothing to question here. 20 squads still left. Everyone seems to be playing a little more patient. But right now, Aim Assist, they look like they're about to have a fight that's going to take a couple of lives. And following along with Gentrifying, he's got the no-scope onto the wingman, but he's got 8 shots in the magazine. Result to hold high ground. You want to push the door? He says, I got angles. But there's the defensive bombardment as well. And we'll see what they do here. Just holding. Patient play. Sees the peak. Cracks one. Blue goes down. Gentrifying, trying to push that with a massive. But now 2 turn on him. The teammate has actually gotten split up because as Gentrifying pushed, Resulta and Designful kind of pushed away. And so now Gentrifying's a bit isolated. And that's a big shot from Designful to at least give him some respite and offensive pressure onto that team that was looking to maybe pick off Gentrifying in a vulnerable spot.
I'm thinking that NRG stayed around, and they're look at that. They're in the back, ready to third party. They're creeping right there. This has been the longest 3v3 stalemate I've ever seen, and NRG might actually get caught in between, but no, Designful takes out Kyun here, so it's a 3v2v3.
And Designful wants to make it a 3v0, or at least a 2v0 at this point. But he's going to go down as well, so there's going to be 2 that drop, and it's NRG who find the kills on his Watson, and of course, Aim Assist and Designful. It just hasn't been their day, has it? 11 points, I think, so far. Might have added 1 or 2 as a result of that. But oh my goodness. Not what we would have expected. Still another game to go, but you can surely count them out for winning this tournament, especially with the Complexity still alive. Aim Assist didn't quite perform today, but there are more storylines to cover here. Especially as how are Complexity going to do? Finding themselves 32 points, 15 points behind second place here in Zeratricky and TSM, but they are third place overall in the lobby. So they are really the closest team to being able to catch and somehow usurp the current leaders.
Yeah, for sure. They're in a great spot. They've got great armors. We know how well they can play as a team. They haven't been able to get a win in today's tournament, but that could change. They've got 2 games. They've definitely got a zone that they might be familiar with on this time. Sweet taking in some damage there, but I just want to touch on the fact that NRG earlier, they played it really well. They were patient. They didn't third party too early because those teams were in kind of a stalemate there for a really long time. Sometimes you get the urge to just poke and get 1 kill, but they waited because they waited, they were able to ensure 2 teams got out of the game with 18 squads left. So those were the 2 teams that we saw get eliminated.
Shield cell for Monsoon on the gold. Shield is that. He's got 14 more in the backpack. Couple of nice shots from the 301. Hit fire to try to apply pressure. He wants that kill, and he knows the Crypto's hiding behind. He's going to get it. Muskosh. He's down 17 squads now, and there seems like there's another team coming to the party. They hear the fighting, and they want to go ahead and push this one. And big-time shots. The double tap from the Eva. So effective, but Reptar's in trouble now. Shiny knows he's got to carry a big load here for the squad. Mr. Akulo, he's going to pop the battery, and he's got the Wraith portal behind the box. He's going to lose Mercy. And it seems like Complexity not quite out of it yet, but this has turned into a little bit more than any of these teams bought off, or at least bit off when they first started this fight. Grenades flying away, and Mr. Akulo, he may not be long for this world.
Our team number 2 looks to be getting taken out here, but distracted. The other teams are distracted, fighting each other, so he'll be able to rat it out. But I doubt he'll get out of here alive unless a miracle happens.
That's sometimes what you need when you go up against Complexity. Just a miracle. I love the EVA 8 double tap. We don't often get to see it in competitive play. The EVA 8 often takes the back seat, obviously. But look at that. Mr. Hakulo knows he's got all of Complexity on his tail, and like we mentioned, he would be short for this world. He goes out back to the lobby. 1 more game for him and his squad. And Reptar with the Mastiff and the Hemlock now looking to move forward with 16 squads remaining and a few more kills in their back pocket.
Yeah, I can already hear TSM go, yep, Zeratricky's out of the game. All we got to do is win this. Do really well, do really well. And I'm sure they're having a little celebration inside their minds. But here we are with Loose Moose on the hill. They're going to slide down and try and retreat. Vane's calling it. Take this building, reset, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do from here.
Great note for everyone watching. That was the second place team Mr. Hakulu was representing. And they are out. So exactly that scenario we'd mentioned earlier on. Once those teams go down, everything else is teams catching up, and especially Complexity, who are only 15 points behind Zeratricky when that started. And now a win here surely put them over the edge, contesting TSM. Did we make it in that conversation? As they look over Geyser. Pretty content just to sit here, girl. Care package down below. Worth grabbing, in your opinion?
Care package? Probably not. They're going to need the resources for the rotation, and just jumping down there might not be worth it. This is a smart team. This is our team from the last ALGS, as I mentioned earlier, and they got the back-to-back wins, I believe, on round 5 and 6. So they know that they could do it. They're calm. They're collected. They know what they're capable of. And TSM, they've got a really nice spot. They're on edge zone, which is really good for the snipe down and reps combo here with the Gibraltar and Bloodhound. So they're looking to pick up some kills and not only win.
Let's go this way. Complexity in a nice spot, too, because they've really isolated where teams can approach them. They fight in front of them or behind them, limiting some of the angles. So some of these kind of inward tunnel spots actually do quite a good job. And they are going to discourage Loose Moose as well from rotating through the tunnels where Complexity have a hold on the zone. But Loose Moose and Vane particularly, he likes what he sees here. Wingman with the Skull Piercer, so headshots especially dangerous. There's going to be an EMP going for 6, looking to find it. And they're going to be in a heap of trouble. He's broken shield on 1, looking to find the other. Wingman shots flying, misses 3. He's got 3 more. And he's got to count. 1 shot gets him another level of Evo. He's on red. And the Thermite, that should be on dead for the team behind him. But the Pathfinder grappling in with the massive big shots. But it's an aggressive play that doesn't quite pay off for him. The Wingman's going to do more value than the shotgun up close, at least for now. And that was too much for them to bite. Vane, in fact, goes down. And it will be the team they were pushing that ends up winning the engagement. It was Euresis Daycare who hold on and send Vane back to the lobby. So a great hold there with a lot of pressure coming at them.
Serial's going to be a little cranky for dying to the Thermite, obviously. Anyone would, but they played that really well. Vane was playing that crate actually very, very well. But Euresis Daycare went with the victory on that fight. TSM reps going down to half health, even less.
Ooh.
Imperial Hal trying to take cover.
But they're going to find that kill. And girl, I think this is the exact point that you had mentioned, where when you're in a good spot, kills kind of come to you easily. They didn't even engage in that fight up above Geyser, but you know, they had the ability to just be in the back corridor waiting for them to slump, kind of Pathfinder grapple and just slide down the slope. And look at that, 2 kills and a placement point fell into their lap. So couldn't have asked for a better spot. HRN here in trouble. RKN, always a dangerous player. He's got 1 bit of shield, about 30 health to his name, and somehow he's still alive and trading it out. He's going to back off with a crypto, and that's going to be the end of HRN in Game 5. It'll be Matt Pickett finding the kill there as HPS have a nifty little spot inside, but next round they're going to have to move.
Yep, and that's kind of like the pattern that I've been seeing is go for placements, you get the kills later. If you're behind, don't throw your game just for a couple kills early game. Don't go for those 3v3s and let NRG third party you. You know, the best scenario is always a third party and get the best position there. And Bowser going down to Klein over here. They've got a nice, decent spot in Geyser. They've got the building. They're playing a Watson and Crypto, so their building's going to be secure. But this is one of the, I would say this is one of the hardest buildings to hold because there's so many doors.
That's right. I mean, there are a lot of areas that people can approach you at, and you can also get approached at the same time from 2 different areas very easily. Right now, you like that, mate. After a really nice game in Game 4, have a pretty decent vantage point. And you could tell, just teams like here, having that high ground, rotating late. They've got red Evos and 1 purple Evo on that picket, which surely is close to evolving here. They're in a decent spot, but they're getting pushed, and so they're going to try to take some of this underneath area. And they've obviously got the void to get back into if they want. Climbing up top to get a different vantage point. Does he commit? The dome shield, he's going to go for it. He knows the heal is happening, but he's still going to fight this Watson, and this is going to be important. This is why the triple take can be so valuable. It's a shotgun up close and a sniper from range, and this time Crummy makes a good decision here, and Rakanishu is going to pick him back up.
Yeah, going down there is really tough. You don't want to overcommit. Even though he kind of might have expected his teammates to come in a little earlier, if you overcommit and go down, it's going to be really hard for you to get back up.
Girl, you see what I'm seeing? I mean, look at the teams that are underneath, inside. TSM have this entire area to kind of hold off 2 to 3 teams at their back. There could be a ton of kills flowing just from this position alone for TSM yet again.
Yep, TSM found themselves a really good spot yet again, as you said, and they're getting a lot of kill points and placement as the game goes on. They're getting shot by Complexity here near the door of the tunnel, but they're not that far away from the end zone. They might go push that building. It would be a great idea to push that building. He almost got a knock there, and that. Don't over peek here, folks. If you get knocked, someone might just take your god spot.
Oh yeah, I think somebody getting knocked in here is going to signal Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith. It's going to the entire Starfleet is going to start moving in on you out of nowhere in light speed. And I think Complexity, they realize that, so they're going for it quickly. Did we make it? Popping some caustic barrels just to make sure nobody aggresses them. They've got a team underneath. And in 22 seconds, they're going to be right in front of them. They're going to have to move as well. Caustic, when he's held up, is good. He's made it close to the final circle, but there's 8 squads left. If he can make it past this engagement, that'll be big time. But the Rambo on Flashpoint's side seems like he's going to go down. Rogue sitting pretty. Complexity sitting pretty as well. TSM in the thick of things, and a ton of kills could be coming their way, but Complexity also transitioned to the high ground, as well as Rogue could be playing spoiler to TSM and shutting down the #1 team in the lobby, maybe putting themselves in a position to take the lead here or come close before Game 6.
So I've seen Complexity be in this type position before where they took too many angles to enter the building and it didn't really work out for them. And I'm sure they've learned their mistakes, right? So they're not going to over-aggress and split up too much, because if you split up on this building, it might not be well for you. But they opted to go for the god spot. They're on the roof, they're getting kills. Kupski taking it down, GS Bird and Sung, so they're going to go out of the tournament.
And here's the problem. Reptar tried to push it and he just didn't commit. He got caught in between. He did nothing, and now Reptar is down. This is huge. And you know, it was Rogue who actually was in trouble, and they ended up saving themselves. Reptar, he seems like he may fall, but TSM, they've also lost one. Snipe down is out, but he's not down. He's down, but he's not out, excuse me, for the count. And the Crypto EMP is going to make things even harder. What a chaotic circle with Complexity, Rogue, and TSM all battling it out here in Game 5. This could turn the tide of the entire tournament in one single moment. One single circle could spell a champion, and it could spell disaster for the rest.
So the team inside probably has this safe spot, so they probably don't have to do much to get placement points. The other teams are going to have to fight first. But, oh, they got Reptar up. Complexity is a full squad. I didn't notice that till now. So that's a really good save by iShiny with that dome, with the portal back on top of the roof. They've got a good chance.
This is also looking a bit tricky. Team number 2, Zero Tricky, already out. But I believe it might have been Monsoon running out of ammo on that R301. Only 60 bullets. Luckily, the game's about to end, so he doesn't need to save them for later. He'll get them next game, but he wants to be on top, so he needs to use all of them. Defensive bombardment to stop the team from below from coming out and obviously having an opportunity to engage in an even fight. Reptar pushes to the right side. They know it's TSM, and they're going to try and make it happen. Reps, he ends up finding dropped on Rogue, and Complexity, they're going to go ahead and take down TSM. Complexity could be stealing the show here. Could they pass Zero Tricky with the amount of kills they have? Could they pass TSM or at least make it the tight game that we were hoping for in Game 6? They're going to go ahead and finish it off, but it's Season who comes through, like you mentioned, in the building. No contest. They wait for the other 3 dogs to fight, and they go ahead and clean up the meal. It was a tremendously difficult circle for all of those teams to manage, as there were limited areas of cover beside the building that Season was in. So hats off to Season for really finishing it off. SCN really making that move at the appropriate time. But overall, Complexity getting the better end of Rogue and TSM in that lobby, and that's got to be important for them and their points moving into Game 6.
Yeah, so there was a lot of good competition there at the end, and they all realized it. And there was no way for them to push the team in the building, so it was really easy to see that the team in the building kind of had the safe spot. Because if they dropped down on the team in the building, it would have really been hard to leave that building if they got the team wipe right. So they opted to go for the third party outside. It worked out, but then you just get third partied and the game's over. So yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Girl, great analysis. It's been great casting with you today. I know that we had a pretty funny start to this one, but I think it all goes to show that everyone's working hard. Long hours to bring this broadcast from home, and so there are a couple of hiccups, and we appreciate the patience that you guys have shown us here in bringing the best of competitive Apex Legends to your screens at home at a time where we all can use some good entertainment. I guarantee that. So thank you so much, girl. Thank you for everybody who's been watching the cast. We're going to leave it over to Game 6 for Fallout and Onset to take us away and see if TSM will remain on top. Where will Complexity's points fall? Will they put them in the mix? And Zero Tricky, that early down, will that spell disaster for what has been an amazing tournament for them so far? Let's find out as we send it back to the desk with Kate and Tom. Give us your thoughts, guys.
Awesome. Rain Day and Girl, thank you so much for casting our way through this Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 3 for our North American region. Tom, I'm just going to say it. Season what?
Yeah, no, that's the dominant spot. Girl's right. Inside that building wins that, I would say, 85% of the time. They played that perfectly. I think that Complexity really wanted to take TSM out. I think they were playing for kill points. I'm not sure exactly what their communication thing. Out of all of these games, these World Edge zones especially, we had the one over towards Sorting Factory, then we have this one over towards Geyser. They're fairly central. Yes, they're more on the south side. It's a little difficult to rotate if you're coming in from, say, like Skyhook or somewhere extremely north, but these are classic zones that if anyone's ever played Apex or World's Edge, you know where this one's going to pull over towards. You know that that team in the building is going to have a good position, but we saw fantastic gameplay all the way through.
We did indeed. Let's see how it has netted out our Game 5 results going into our final game of the online tournament number 3 here in the NA region. Those game results are okay, not bad. Okay, here we go. Complexity TSM really showcasing exactly who has got those kill points. My goodness.
Yeah, no doubt about this is a big game for TSM because they separated from Team Zero Tricky a little bit, but you also have other teams that were right behind them. Did we make it? Wasn't that far behind. You like that, mate? We know they had a pretty solid game beforehand on Kings Canyon too, so these are teams that are definitely in the race. Complexity is going to continue to rise up there, but TSM pulling a little bit further away from Team Zero Tricky. Let's take a look at the overall standings so we can see exactly where everybody's going to pan out when it's all said and done. This has been a phenomenal series of games for TSM. They haven't really died early. They've rotated a lot, and that's what they're going to be with. 65 points, 15 points in front of Complexity, setting themselves up for great success going into game number 6, Kate.
Absolutely. And Zero Tricky, nice numero trace there, friends. And listen, you know, the reality is that between first, second, and third, we don't often see this kind of a point differential, but here we are. And it's not too bad between second and third, of course, but you know what? It just takes a little bit. And Season down there at number 9 has got to be feeling great, up 7 points from where they were just before this game. So they're going to find themselves potentially snapping their ticket all the way to our next online tournament number 4 on November 23rd.
Yeah, and if you're curious what the point system is here, it's The total points after this game is what it's going to be. It's not like the playoffs where you have to get to 50 points and then you have to hit the W. TSM, as long as they don't drop this game and as long as Complexity doesn't completely pop off here, they should be able to win this thing. But the big storyline is that race for second place, because the top 2 teams are going to be the teams that qualify for the playoffs. Season did a great job pushing themselves 7 slots, like you were saying, Kate, so they can get over towards the top 10. They really needed those points. I think they only had about 13 going into that game, so great job by them getting at least on the left side of the leaderboard. But TSM looking really good, possibly going to take this, and then there's a huge fight for second place.
There is, absolutely. Well, and you know what? Here we are in that pivotal moment. We're at Game 5. We're going into that final Game 6, and it's the question I always love to ask you, Tom. Looking down the line, we've got a very stacked top half of our leaderboard. What are you telling that mid half? Those people that have, those teams that have made it into that top 10, that are still potentially one great game away from striking distance, and we have seen it so many times where the Game 6 Hail Mary plays somehow make it out. Tell me what you're going to tell those mid-tier teams right now.
Those teams are definitely going to be throwing Hail Marys. They're going to try to put up big points. They're going to be taking a lot more team fights. So if you're TSM, for example, and you have this big lead, this is fantastic. You just don't take any major risks. You don't have to even really take any team fights. So they have to play extremely disciplined if they want to win this one. This is a great spot for them to be in. But the rest of these teams are going to get over aggressive. There's going to be a lot of fights. People may even change up where they're landing to try to get some extra kill points because they know what the math is right now going into this final game.
They do indeed. Let's take a look at, actually, we've got some player stats for this Game 5 that I think we should take a look at. Always great to bring in the individual player as well as those team stats, because at this point, you know, we're coming into it. This is their last game. This is for all the marbles. Talk me through this, Tom. What are you thinking about? Obviously, Imperial, Hal, and Monsoon finding their way at the very tip-top.
Yeah, and 2 members of TSM with over 1,000 damage too, so that's looking good for these guys. But it was Monsoon almost with the 2K damage there, and he didn't do it with a sniper rifle. He was doing it with some good guns. I think he rocks the R301 Massive for the most time, but it was such an impressive bubble there by Shiny to go and save the team and just make sure that they go and continue to get more points on the board. But Monsoon's starting to heat up and Complexity looking really solid.
Are indeed, and this is definitely a great breakdown to showcase. And you are right. Look at that behemoth. That is incredible behemoth amount of differential between number 1 and number 2. But of course, not to be outdone. You know, you're coming into the rest of these teams, the rest of these players who are genuinely gonna find themselves at the top or the bottom of our leaderboards. Let's find out here for game number 6. Tom, I'm curious, as you know, as I mentioned, as a pro player, former pro, former coach, you know, being under the hot lights, things can, you know, become real interesting real fast, especially in this final game. Now, we talked about those mid-tier teams. What are you going to do as those top-tier teams? Because the truth is that, as you mentioned, you got to stay consistent, but you also got to watch your back, because now there are literally targets right on you right now. Do you find your way into the edge of the circle? Do you contest? Like bring me into that mindset of the leaders here coming into a game 6.
I really think the best thing we can do in game number 6 is try to get into a listen-in with Complexity or with TSM to just go through their process to confirm exactly what we're talking about, which is don't take any major huge risks and then watch out for the kill feed. Everyone's going to be like a hawk on that top right of their screen to find out which teams are fighting next to them. And if I really want to go and dive into the way that these teams are communicating and see exactly what their thought process is going forward.
100%. And you know what I want to dive into? How you can follow us on all of the socials at Play Apex. Use the hashtag ALGS. If you see yourself on our screen, well, you just earned yourself 1,000 Apex coins. Not only that, but we're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. We got a free follow for you there if you want to follow us or give us a sub over at youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. Well, of course, we wouldn't mind that at all. And you know, we talk about free. We talk about the free follows. We talk about the free subscriber situations. I almost said subscription, which actually does make sense, but either way, let's talk about free, specifically Lenovo Legion's Autumn Circuit giveaway. It's your chance to win a free Lenovo Legion PC or monitor. Here is the address you want to commit to memory. Twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. That is Twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. Take a look at the bottom of your screen, right, moi. And listen, what you're going to be winning, it is a beast of a laptop. This is the 7i, rocking that i7 processor. It's one of the ways we come straight from our home setups to yours. These things are incredible, and they're definitely worth winning for sure. And let's talk a little bit about exactly what you're getting with this Lenovo Legion laptop, because there's a lot that goes into it. So we're bringing the world's best gaming laptop keyboard to the market with the True Strike technology. This model will be the grand prize, as you mentioned. Their PCs are built with the best components, allowing them to perform at the most competitive levels in esports. With the best panels in the market, minimalist design making them stylish on the outside, and just like Tom, savage on the inside.
Stole my line, Kate. I was going to call you
I did! You said it so well at EU, and I got jealous. I won't lie to you. It was real good. But yes, of course, a huge thank you to our official PC and monitor sponsor, that, of course, Lenovo Legion, and Lenovo, I should say, partnering with us to bring you ALGS for sure. And you know what? We're going to bring you ALGS. But before we do, I want to ask you real quick, Tom, is there anything you want these players to know, anything you want our fans to know going into our final game here in the online tournament number 3?
Enjoy the final game of Season 6. We'll see everybody for Season 7 once we're all done with this game.
You're absolutely right. And in order to do that, we're going to toss it over to Onset and to Fallout. Guys, take it away.
So much, Kate. Thank you, Tom, and Fallout. It is time to get into our final matchup here for the tournament today. And for TSM fans...
my bad.
Yeah, my bad. My bad,
nope,
John. I messed it up. Don't worry. I was getting all excited. No. I got carried away. I forgot to press
He was
unmute.
muted in Discord. He was muted in Discord, people.
Kate normally does it. I did it today, okay? I'm sorry. But
you
anyway,
had to carry the torch for Kate.
What I was saying, quite rightly, in my opinion, was, you know, this is the end of Season 6 here. Like, Tom said it perfectly. Season 7 just around the corner. What better way to bookmark Season 6 with TSM returning to the top of the pile? They are currently on top by 15 points. Basically, don't throw it away is the story for them. But there is a real battle going on for second place. Complexity, 50 points on the board. Zera Tricky, 47. NRG in behind with 36 as well. So much to play for here, but the big story is all about TSM.
That's exactly right, and you hit the nail on the head. Not only are we bookmarking Season 6, how nostalgic would it be if TSM ends up on top, but we're also potentially, I don't know what the call is going to be from the competitive gaming team at EA, but we might be bookmarking World's Edge, Kings Canyon. We have a new map, and honestly, TSM dominated World's Edge when it first came out. They dominated Kings Canyon throughout the entirety of the preseason. Will they dominate our new map? That is the question. Will they dominate Season 7? That is the question. But however, and of course, as you did say, we got to close out Season 6 with style, as I'm so excited for game number 6. You laid out the stories perfectly. Complexity's already qualified for the playoffs, but guess what? Zera Tricky, NRG, TSM, 3 of our top 4 teams have yet to qualify for the Super Regional playoffs in December, and they need a top 2 finish this tournament to do that.
They do indeed. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Can TSM return to the top of the pile like all of their fans are clamoring for? First or nothing is the TSM mantra in Apex Legends competitive play. And they have the opportunity here with a 15-point lead to do just that. But easier said than done, as we all know. You get caught off guard on one rotation, and all of a sudden, everything opens up for Complexity to steal that away.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be scary. And, you know, it's Complexity 15 points behind. So if you're TSM, how are you playing this Onset in your eyes? What is what are your comms like? What's your strategy going into Game 6?
Firstly, you got to see where that circle goes, and then you got to get there as quickly as possible. Play exactly the same way as you have played from Game 1 to where they are right now. It's worked for them. Don't change things up. Don't overthink it. Be confident in what's got you to this position, and take those fights if you have the advantage as well.
Mark, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Basically, I do agree with that. What I would say is, yes, play your same style of play.
Make your mind up, John. Come on, what should they
do?
Here's
the thing. The only difference I would say in what you said is play your same, rotate early, which is the TSM special, right? That's what they've been doing with Alberlelli for a long time. But they're playing Bloodhound. I would like to see Snipe Down switch to Watson, to be honest with you. He's played Watson for past teams before. Obviously, it's working, and they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But that's the level of in-depth meta that I'd love to see from TSM. They need to survive. They need to make it to late game. game. If they get top 3, they secure themselves a win in my eyes, because there's no way Complexity is going to get more than 15 kills this game. I mean, I don't know if that's true. They could get more than 15 kills.
I was just about to say, you bring it into the stars now, John. It could well happen. Where it looks like we're going to have our first fight that isn't featuring 2 of our teams. Actually, excuse me, because it is featuring TSM. Moose Gosh is going to go down at the hands of initially Reps, finished off by Snipe Down. The perfect start here for Team Solo Mid. That is 1 point on the board, extending their lead at the top.
Yeah, and what's so interesting, when Snipe Down played with Frex alongside that Reciprocity banner after getting second place at the X Games last year, he ran Watson with Frex and with these top players, and I think it was Grego actually was his teammate back then. Grego, of course, has since moved on to Valorant. But I gotta say, he played Watson, he knows Watson, so it might be a little controversial. You know, clearly there's an argument in a school of thought that would say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But playing Bloodhound, playing aggressive is high risk, high reward. There's no reason for TSM to play high risk, high reward, because all they need is a low reward. All they need is a top 3 finish, and they win.
Yeah, wide rotation from them here as well, so it looks like they are playing pretty safe. You saw where that circle is going to be pulling. It's going to be pulling Sorting Factory area of the map, and it looks like they're taking a big, wide southern rotation on the east side of the map, trying to maybe avoid some of those fights that they might have run into before. Speaking of which, we're going to see some dead bodies on the floor, and they're at the hands of Team Liquid. Albrelelli obviously filling in now for Casper, doing a pretty good job for them as well. Great to see him returning to the competitive scene, but they're coming under a lot of fire at the moment as there's a Stinky Boy jumping in the bubble.
Yeah, Albrelelli on Liquid was one of the storylines that I was most excited for in this one. He's going to actually, Nocturnal's going to drop a Arc Star right on the bubble. Not going to matter, not going to do too much. He's going to be the only one alive. So the unfortunate, the disappointing, arguably, debut for TSM Albrelelli underneath the Team Liquid squad is going to come to a close here. And when I say debut, of course, I mean in the ALGS. I was so excited for this storyline, and we didn't really follow the storyline that much. We didn't watch a whole lot of Team Liquid because, you know, the reality is Team Liquid did not necessarily have the showing that they would have liked to have had. They're not even in the top 10 right now. Team Liquid is in 19th place with 8 points. A really disappointing show for Team Liquid.
Yeah, disappointing, but just remember, this is a brand new roster as well, so
exactly.
We've already seen some of the teams that haven't qualified for this finals. Remember, the likes of CLG, the likes of Sentinels haven't made it. So making it to these grand finals is an achievement in itself, and Nocturnal right now is looking to not only get banners back, but maybe have a little bit of revenge on the team that took down his 2 fallen comrades. Unfortunately for him, the shots are going to be returned. He's going to be forced back through that portal, and he's going to have to make it up. He's got to take things slow. Slow down, Nocturnal. Everything's good, brother.
Yeah, he has time. I mean, just look at the respawn banners. He, of course, is going to want to get Albrelelli back in the game. How could you not? But in my eyes, I like this play from Nocturnal. He cannot give up on his teammates. He has to place that portal. Smart portal in. He did the damage. He's only 170 damage away from a fully maxed out Evo shield. That's crazy this early on. There's 17 squads remaining and round 1 just closing. Nocturnal's going to continue knocking on this door, but he's got to be careful, because did we make it? A team that's been knocking on the door themselves of a top 4, top 5, top 2 finish. They're currently in 5th place, 36 points. They're nearby. He's got to be really, really careful. I wonder if Nocturnal continues to poke the bear here.
Yeah, I think that he got the banners, Nocturnal, and he's managed to get away as well. You can see that, did we make it? He did. I saw him pop into the void and managed to scarper away. So Team Liquid still very much in this if they can get the res. And did we make it? Just deciding to go back here and just maybe loot up, maybe take their time and make sure their backs are clear before they plan their next rotation. But little fights like that, little moments like that can slow down your rotation and really scupper your game plan. But we know they're all about those late rotations, getting that caustic towards the end game is a big, big strategy for them. And speaking of strategy, Complexity have got to come up with one if they want to overcome TSM, who have been monstrous today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's that'll be interesting. Complexity needs a monstrous game in their own right. I said it, 15 kills behind, and that's assuming that TSM does not get kills of their own. Well, guess what? They've already gotten 1, so TSM's looking really, really good right now. What's really interesting is Team Liquid, in our last online tournament number 2, did not make it to the grand finals, and they now had to qualify through, which I think is good. You want more repetitions with a new squad. Albrelelli on this team wants to have more games, wants to have more of an opportunity to, in tournament time, in tournament mode, to build that chemistry. So, in my opinion, Team Liquid not getting top 10 in this tournament isn't the end of the world, because that means they just have more time to build that chemistry, build those reps, and no pun intended with my man TSM Reps, Albrelelli's former teammate. But that means that next tournament, online tournament number 4 of the Autumn Circuit, they will come back in their full form with Albrelelli on this squad. Think about how long it took TSM to really rebuild their armor, rebuild their skin, if you will, with this new TSM DNA.
Yeah, it takes time, as we well know, but TSM looking like they are in position to finally put another trophy on the mantelpiece after this game is done. They just need to play it smart and play safe. As aim assist now involved in a battle here around the tree area. You can see Resulta with a scout in his hand, but not too great on the armor front here for aim assist as they're looking for a couple of third-party opportunities. Maybe to hold a couple of teams out who are trying to take that wide rotation to where they are in this choke, but a little bit of quiet. Finally going across World's Edge here as teams have finally found spots to try and hold down. And you would expect that. Everyone's still playing for something in this lobby.
You know, Designful's such a beast. I'm going to go back, and I want to continue to hamper on that point, but I really would have liked to see him in game number 6. You're behind by a significant threshold. You have 20 points in 14th place. You need a pop-off game. I'd like to see them call an audible and Red Bloodhound, you know, alongside Resulta on Gibraltar and Gentrifying on Wraith, of course. Gentrifying is one of the top slayers in Apex Legends Global Series. You know, statistically speaking, he's in 2nd place, right behind Lou and right before Snipe Down in terms of kills. He's been doing a ton of damage. I'd like to see Designful really turn up on Bloodhound, but that's neither here nor there. Right now, aim assist right here, right now. Speaking of 19th place that Team Liquid's in, they got 19th place last tournament. They're in a different spot as Team Liquid. They don't need the reps. They don't need the experience of grinding through the qualifiers. I want to see aim assist pop off here and get a top 10 finish so they secure themselves a spot in online tournament number 4.
Oh, 100%. They're certainly a talented team, and even though they've had success, there still is some kinks in the armor, as we can see by some of their performances in these games. At the moment, these shots from Keon are hitting pretty hard with the Iron Sight Wingman, so they're going to be forced to back up, and it looks like they want to get a little bit closer to where aim assist are. See if they can get a few more shots in, maybe get it down, but the Gibraltar defensive bombardment is going to force them back, and that's why you play him, just to slow things down. And I hate to get those meds back up, get that HP back to full, where you can have a fair 3v3 fight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One team we haven't watched a whole lot of, we've actually seen a little bit of TSS, is TSS running that same TSM comp. They took out TSM in game number 1. It was a slow start for TSM. Boy, did they bounce back. But I've been impressed with TSS. You know, right now they're not doing great in the standings, in the overall scheme of things. They're currently in 17th place. But hey, in my opinion, it's the debut from what I've seen. I don't know if I've ever seen these gentlemen in TSS play in an Apex Legends Global Series type of match. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Meanwhile, another team that's really impressed is Zeratricky, currently in 3rd place with 47 points, right behind Complexity. We've been talking a lot about Complexity, but I got to say, Zeratricky is right there next to Complexity with an opportunity to get a top 2 finish. Complexity is already qualified. Keep that in mind. So if Zeratricky doesn't get first, that's okay. They get a top 2 spot. They qualify for the playoffs. That's huge for Zeratricky. I've been very, very impressed by Zeratricky, led by the man himself, Zeratricky. By the way, what an honor to have your team name, literally your gamer tag. That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah, it's an honor, or it's incredibly uncreative, one of the two. But
or cocky,
sure.
You know, not humble.
There's a lot of other options. You went with the smart one. I went with the more truthful and blunt one. But aim assist under pressure still from this team from behind. It's a battle of the bubbles right now. As you see a few peak shots coming in. Designful trying his best to get an angle, but none of these shots with the burst prowler are going to be landing. 25 seconds until they have to move as well. So this team behind are becoming a real pain in the rear as the longer that they take to deal with this team and the longer this fight goes on, the more difficult their rotation will be. Another Gibraltar defensive bombardment is going to go down to try and maybe flush them away as Gentrify is trying to land a few shots through the awning there, and now he's going to have to back up again. And every time we've seen these two teams engage, you have to say that aim assists really haven't been having the better end of that fight. But they're still involved in the fight. It's still a straight 3v3, but here comes the push and here comes the knock from Gentrify. Those shots were crisp as you like.
Oh my goodness, this is why Gentrifying is a top slayer in the ALGS. This is why we watch. As I say that, he's going to make me look like an idiot. He gets taken down. I'm just kidding. Gentrifying is popping off. His boy Resulta is going to come through with the quick revive, and just like that, Gentrifying's back up and running. He's going to heal back up. Designful cleans up Kaon, and aim assist popping off. Designful says, hey, Fallout, I can do it as Pathfinder. I can do it as Bloodhound. Doesn't matter which legend I am. I can do it. I'm looking to see if aim assist can sneak into the top 10.
Well, Complexity are looking for kills here, and they need to if they want to come in first place. You can see they're under a little bit of fire themselves. Plus, they're going to have to move into that circle as well, closing in behind them. And on the low ground here, they've got a little bit of cover with these rocks, but it looks like they're going to resort to going back up towards Sorting Factory to replan their rotation, not having been able to be successful onto that push, as we see some successful shots landing here from aim assist. And all of a sudden, one team fight going your way, and confidence fills. Now you're going to see the Designful trying to get aggressive once more. Big shots from the Prowler. Now he's going to be pushing into the bubble to try and clean up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh my goodness, they continue to slay out here, and I'm just gonna say it again, all right? Design full with 1 HP right there, that's crazy, but imagine if they had Bloodhound, they had the scans. It's the last time I'm gonna say it, I swear to God, I don't want to
Let it go, John. Let it go.
I'm letting it go, I'm letting it go, but I'm just saying, as we're now on board with Rogue, Complexity's very own Lou, also playing as Pathfinder. He obviously is a much different player as a keyboard and mouse player. We know what he's capable of. You know, Designful certainly capable in his own right. I just think, again, very last time, I think that I'm going to finish this breath and I'm going to put to rest. I think an aim assist controller player on Bloodhound is something to be reckoned with. Like Snipedown has proven, I'd like to see Designful on Bloodhound in online tournament number 4. That's it.
Yeah, I love the fact
Designful on Bloodhound in online tournament number 4. That's it.
Yeah, I love the fact that, you know, Bloodhound I think is a great controller legend because of the fact that when you go into that ultimate, when you go in the beats of the hunt, you get that extra movement speed, right? And what's the one drawback when playing controller? It's your movement and your ability to turn corners, to get out of dodge and not be caught off guard by a player on keyboard and mouse who's going to jump over you or grapple over you or be able to switch angles so quickly. So Bloodhound really does work well in the hands of controller. I do agree with you there. And one thing that does agree with me anyway, is Complexity getting into fight. So you can already see they got a couple of kill points on the board. So Complexity now getting aggressive on the Snake here inside of Sorting Factory. They are on the hunt for more KP.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Complexity needs the kills. They're 15 points behind, and they've already qualified alongside Did We Make It and alongside Rogue. So Complexity wants first place. They want the cash money for top 1. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with Complexity to see what the comms are like.
What?
Where'd she go?
I don't know. We have this whole side though. Watch out for
she's
wall.
Like, she's underneath there, I believe.
Yeah, we wait for her next scan in 15.
Okay, yeah. We need to start clearing our north. Start like scouting around.
We can also take roof.
Yeah, we should take roof. Crypto drone,
we need to make sure we don't get like 3-2-1 from the north.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I blew up the drone.
Around. I don't see anybody north.
I'm scanning out. Look at my scan right now.
Yep.
A duo? There's a duo in there. Duo in here.
I'm down
and
to steamroll.
Duo in there. I scanned a guy up top. I'm coming back in. I'm coming back in.
careful.
No, come back in. Come back in.
Yeah, it's okay.
The guys up top are looking at us.
I'm gonna queue in. Make sure
Yeah,
open the door for me.
Yeah, that's
it's
a full
open.
3-man.
It's open. It's a full 3-man up west. It's a duo in the trailer, and we know that.
Yeah.
Okay, we hold this down then. We clear all the rats around us. It's gonna be rats looking for a spot, just like trying to rat near us.
Space here too.
Do we transfer loot too? There's cells and stuff.
Slurped it all up. I slipped all the shield meds.
I have 6 cells.
I have 7 cell 2
6
bat.
cells here, guys. Come to me.
I'm 7 cell 2 bat. I'm good though.
There's 3 cells in a bat.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't need the bat. I'm 2 bat.
I don't either. I'm 2 bat. I'm 2 bat 8 cell.
I'm 4 still.
There might be tech
Okay,
down in that trailer. It was.
Yeah, they're dead.
It's a full 3. We can look to
They
take
left
their
their high ground. Yeah, they left their high
yeah.
ground.
Oh wait, was that them who left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Can we just look to get angles on them?
Once
We're just
it's
getting
free,
looked at by
I'm
everyone. We can't do this.
I'm going for their height first. We can get kills on their southwest.
Yeah,
They're all
we
stuck
go
down
up
there,
height.
guys.
We go up height.
Yep. Go.
They're all popping off.
I have scan in 1, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until we all get up there.
I'm with you.
Yeah, they're gen like right here on my mark.
I'm ulting.
I've got an arc on them. Careful.
He slid off. One slid off. I cracked the Wraith. The Wraith slid all the way down.
They bugged. Okay.
Okay.
You ready for him?
Do you have Gibbolt?
Yeah, I do. They have a gen though. They have a gen right now.
This team's trying to move up right now. I just cracked.
Path cracked here.
We might have 3 kills here as well.
Okay, yeah. Mon side is the most important side because that's our way in.
We need to think about where the
We
fuck
can play on like the sides of this build, right? Is that a hallway? No, that's not. We need to play for like that side, right? The far hallway, where that guy is right there.
The far
that's
hallway.
scouting?
That's where it is. The far hallway.
Is that energy? That's scouting stuff right now?
I'm not sure.
Can we standard something?
I have scan in 7.
Maybe we go around right.
Cracked.
There's like a bajillion teams on the right now.
Is there nobody in trailer?
Nobody's in trailer.
Alright,
we come up on the head glitch.
You probably gonna have to TP us there into the thing. We're gonna have to run through now.
Yeah,
and then we're gonna have to play for low ground. Coming over. We're gonna get ghosted.
We're also in over here.
It's only a duo. It's only a duo on the left that I scanned. I'm batting here.
53 on her.
56. Hit him 100. We might be able to just take their side.
I'm down.
Or just like coexist with them. I'm in.
Oh, shiny go.
Oh, going.
Get ready to dome. We can play left. We gotta swing left, I think.
I've dumped.
The only problem about left is there's a team on the left door.
We could also just chill in our corner too.
They're all stuck in middle. We can take race. We can take raid. We can take raid. We take raid.
Yep.
We gotta watch out for the.
Take over here.
I got Mastiff in the back. I'm popping a bat in this corner.
1 set 15. Yeah, just play this corner here, boys. We're solid. Teams are gonna try to come into us as well.
I'm gonna dribble the north. I'm gonna dribble the north soon.
We have to play these head glitches. We cannot let them coming on our side.
Yep.
So Complexity make their way back in, and it's funny how things work out here, John. The fact that we are ending up with a zone on launch site, with Olympus just round the corner, it's poetry in motion here by Apex Legends. They know what they're doing as we see a rat fall to the ring.
Developers are watching. Shout out to Respawn. Clearly you're teasing. You're getting us ready for what's going to be an amazing Season 7. We are going to say goodbye to Season 6 and good night, potentially to World's Edge, as we get ready for Olympus in our very last game. And we could not have written a better story if we tried on set. We got TSM. We got Complexity. We have 1 and 2. I believe we have Zeratricky, number 3. And I don't know if we have NRG. You like that, mate? Flashpoint, Euresis Daycare, and Rogue 4 through 8. Rogue, of course, with 19 points, and TSM with 65.
TSM are thinking right now, you're getting into that headspace of, have we done enough? Have we done enough right now to call ourselves a champion one more time? Complexity still very much in this game though, like you mentioned, and really can upset things. Surprised to see Monsoon with no KP alongside, alongside his name, but we do see 2 in the hands of his teammate Shiny. So they have kills on the board, but we have to remember, Complexity need a huge game to steal it away from TSM here. Ball going down here from Monsoon. He's on the hunt here for some KP, but Monsoon goes down to the hands of Hal.
I like that decision, though. And look at this, though. Someone's going to capitalize. They recognize Complexity finds himself in the corner. All up to Shiny. He's able to somehow survive. He needs to try and rat his way to a finish. But this opens the door wide open for Zeratricky or for NRG to get second place here with a pop-off game. The question is, are they alive? Yes, I see Frex at the bottom, top right of my screen. Frex got a kill. TSM is dominating in the same way that they have all tournament long on set.
Yeah, TSM are farming right now. They are putting down so much damage in this position. There's a player behind them, a rat, and you can see the snipe down is thinking, KP to secure this title in this tournament. Has to pop some heals here to get back into the fight. The ult will run out, which is going to slow him down a little bit, and now maybe Snipe Down's going to be caught out position momentarily. Doesn't have that extra movement speed to move across the open ground. They're going to be relying on a potential portal here from Hal, or walking it in to secure this win.
Well, guess what, Onset? You started our first cast by saying Hal sometimes has Snipe Down on a little bit of a leash. He's been let off that leash. He's been a monster, and guess who's been a monster right alongside him? It's been Hal. Snipe Down with 13 kills.
Though.
Hal
they're
with
down,
13 kills. But look at this. You gotta be kidding me. The kill feed's being lit up, and TSM's gonna get taken out by the hands of Sorcerer. Rogue is slaying out. That opens the door for Rogue. Dropped is the last member alive, though. It's looking bleak for him. Drop's gonna get taken out momentarily, and that means we're gonna have 4 squads left. Some way, somehow, Drop survives.
NRG are one of those squads as well, and NRG were in 4th position moving into this, so they might be able to steal away
Flashpoint.
that 2nd place. NRG
Flashpoint as well.
Takes down Sweet, that's huge.
Flashpoint was in 6th place with 35 points. They have 2 kills right now in the hands of Freestyle. We don't know how many kills Kupski and Rambo have. Flashpoint, formerly known as Godsent, this team that has been so dominant. They're going to get the kidnap here. Here comes the push. I don't know, actually, sorry, it wasn't a kidnap, but a portal's going to come through. The revive comes through as well. Flashpoint can breathe, but guess what? Rocker and NRG are lighting up the kill feed. NRG with 36 points coming into this one. They're trying to get a top 2 finish.
And Rocker has 6 kills to his name, and NRG are opening up shop on this lobby. 4 squads now remaining. NRG in the God spot, the prime position to win this final game. The question is, can they get enough points on the board to scoot up the leaderboards, to secure their qualifications to the playoff, and have TSM done enough in 1st place coming into this game to be our champions?
And guess what? We talked about Nathan a lot coming into this. We talked about him potentially being the MVP of the Autumn Circuit so far in terms of statistics, but it's been Rocker, the former E-United, and now, oh my god, look at that. Someone's going to take it out as well there. NRG with a wide open door, a wide open opportunity. It's a 3 versus 3, I believe, maybe even less. This is NRG's game.
Rocker hitting headshots onto Rambo and falling from the skies. It's going to be NRG. One more player alive. NRG close out game number 6. What a finish to this tournament. TSM, have they done enough? One thing we can confirm is 3 other letters are your champions here of our final game. NRG take it home with a monster performance. John, what a way to close things out for North America. They always put on a show.
You know, Onset, math isn't your strong suit, and I don't want to play spoiler by any means, but TSM had 65 points. NRG had 36 coming into that one, so TSM picked up a few kills. They secured a top 7 finish. I think that should be enough. TSM on top to close out Season 6, but the question is, did NRG do enough to secure a top 2 finish to steal the spot from Complexity or Zeratricky? Because Complexity's already qualified, and let me just set the stage real quick with this beautiful format in the Autumn Circuit. Complexity, did we make it? And Rogue have secured qualifying spots by top 2 finish. Rogue, of course, has placed top 2 twice. That's why there's not 4 teams, there's only 3. Coming from South America, we have Millions Gaming, Loto Gaming, and Brazuca's team from Brazil, who have also secured spots. That means if NRG gets top 2, we have 2 more teams that punch their ticket to the playoffs in December, punch their opportunity for a chance to compete for the lion's share of that $500,000 prize pool. Was it enough for NRG, though, is the question.
That is the question, and I'm sure that Kate and Tom are going to let us know. But one thing that we're pretty sure of is, you know, the letters TSM, they ring through the ears, right? And there's one number that usually goes alongside that that's been missing for a while, and that is, of course, first place. We think they've got it done. Let's find out if that's true. Back over to Kate and Tom.
Oh, man, let's find out indeed. My goodness, that's well done there, Fallout, right before the graphic wipe. My goodness, Tom. TSM, of course, we've got to. You can't not mention them here. They're definitely the team to beat, certainly for so many reasons. But let's talk about NRG and how they brought this win here in game number 6.
Yeah, NRG started to turn up and play to their full power level is basically what happened. It was over 9,000 the entire time. The way they were able to just style it out, too, dropping from the high ground. The shots were absolutely amazing from Nathan. And NRG, the big question is, did they put up enough points? I think the guys talked through it perfectly. TSM, they were consistent all day, though. How many times did we see them getting over towards the end zone, consistently putting down damage, consistently working together and getting kills on the way? And they did enough to take home first place. And why not? TSM, they've been so dominant for so long. Why not win Season 6 and the last games of Season 6?
You're absolutely right, and I think there's a feeling, you know, you said it earlier, where we're constantly, consistently seeing TSM either out early for some reason or always in those late games. They're always the team that's coming in, you're third party, and they're always the team that's finding their way to those late games to make it harder for the teams that are getting to that top spot here in that final circle. And you know, they have definitely given this lobby a run for their money. So I'm with you, Fallout, and we'll see if that actually rings true. It feels like a mathematical certainty, but quite frankly, Onset and I have very similar math abilities, so God only knows what this will mean. But now that we're going into it, now that we're coming in, is there any other team? I mean, NRG coming out, they were consistent, of course, and this will definitely help their standings. We'll see what it does for the ultimate overall standings. But I'm curious, Tom, any other teams that were surprising? Season is a great example. Game 5, who saw that coming?
Yeah, Season did a great job lining his squad. I think Zeratricky impressed, even though they didn't have the performances that they wanted in the tail end of it in the final 3 games. They still won 2 of the first 3. And we talked about how difficult it is to continue to keep that pace up. TSM was able to do it. Zeratricky wasn't. Not sure what happened to them in World's Edge. Sure we'll be able to talk to them eventually and get that story. But again, TSM, they've been a team for not that long, and they're putting up their first ALGS win. Congratulations to Reps. And congratulations to Hal, and congratulations to Snipe Down. Well played by them, but I can't wait to see if NRG did enough to overtake Complexity, who did a phenomenal job as well. It was a great listening, the way that they were able to have the small talk, say exactly what they're doing, bubble over here, I'm batting over here, I'm porting this way. That's exactly how you need to talk to one another. So Complexity, they're going to continue to impress. But I just got a feel for Team Zeratricky. I think that they're going to continue to put the pedal to the metal and keep improving, so I wouldn't be surprised if they get an ALGS win eventually.
I'll tell you something else. It is hard to get a win in this lobby, let alone 2, so this is not the last we will see of Zeratricky, to be sure. Let's take a look at that final moment, though, and find out exactly what NRG did to make it to the top of this Game 6 marathon tournament, bringing it in for the real thing. Tom, bring me through.
Just great wingman shots all around. You know, Digi threat here in these final circles is great. Having nades is fantastic as well. But Nathan was just unstoppable. The way that he was moving, jumping, looking around. These bursts with the Volt is great. Not having the full clip down and just kind of burst firing it in that instance. Just laying down so much damage. Rockers there, everybody collapsing, and you could see everybody flying in at the right time. Great job by NRG. Way to close it out when they really needed to. Again, the question is did they get enough points to overtake Complexity in second place? We're about to find out.
Yes, we are indeed. And, you know, I definitely want to, as you know, the Zera Tricky line, there's been so many storylines, so many game, you know, mentions and everything. You obviously, you're such a great, you know, one of those people, Tom, who does a great job of commending our players. And I want to do that today, of course, because this is not easy. This is a pressure-filled situation under the best of circumstances. And we've seen some incredible gameplay for sure. Let's take a look at those game results here for game number 6, the last of our results before we crown our overall result win champion here for this online tournament number 3. And of course, whoa! Tom! NRG proving they can bring game 6 like nobody's business with 12 kills.
And one of the teams that we didn't get a chance to talk about right there was Flashpoint 2. Yes, great job by NRG, 12 kills, 24 points, fantastic. But Flashpoint, Kupski and his squad, they were another one of those teams that while they didn't get a lot of kills, found themselves in the final circles, still a new team, so they still have a lot of potential under their belt. HPS has dropped some big games too, so that was exciting. SZN, not surprising to see them there too with the way that they played in the previous game, but it's all about these overall results as we take a look at what's going on with the top 2 teams advancing to the playoffs, the top 3 getting paid, and the top 10 making it to online tournament number 4.
Moment of truth, Tom. Let's take a look at those overall results and see who we can put that crown on for our online tournament number 3 of our autumn circuit here in our North American region. Shibba-da-bap! TSM John, Fallout himself, the man, the myth, the legend who predicted this on Twitter not long ago. He has been proven right, Tom. Bringing it in for the real thing. Solid. Number 1, TSM.
Amazing job by TSM, but it was really NRG coming in and taking Complexity spot number 2, which means so much for the players on NRG so they can qualify for the playoffs because we know Complexity is going to stamp their ticket in. Zera Tricky, Flashpoint, HPS, solid performances from these guys. Rogue, we know what they're capable of too, but today's day was TSM's especially, and then NRG coming in second place. These are the 2 teams going to the playoffs.
They are indeed. Let's take a look now at our kill leaderboard. Let's see what those kills are going to do and who really came out on top. Who was our MVP? Who was bringing in the kill points like it was their job? Because today, of course, it was. And NRG Rocker, oh my goodness, a fairly healthy lead between him and Imperial Hal.
Yeah, but you have 3 out of the 4 players in the top 4 on TSM too, so Rocker, phenomenal job by him. Total team effort though from the rest of the players on NRG. TSM really starting to shine right there. Metro popping in over towards your top 7. Designful, he's no stranger to being the overall kill leader when it comes to these ALGS online tournaments. So congratulations to all the players, all the teams that made it today. What a way to end Season 6.
Oh, what a way indeed. This is a dominating fashion, but you know what? They worked hard for it. It was a consistency, and this Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit proves you can win multiple times and still not be out on top. That is how difficult this lobby is. Remember, 92 teams were fielded to get our top 20, and that top 20 has been brought to just our number 1 with TSM. So, you know, the numbers don't lie, Tom. This is a scary lobby. These are some scary teams, and we have been seeing some incredible gameplay across the board. I don't even know what to say, which is something for me.
I mean, just get ready for Season 7 because it's going to be an absolute blast. New map, gun tweaks, new legend tweaks, getting an introduction to vehicles in Apex. It's going to be phenomenal to see what happens and to see how it plays into the esports scene here in ALGS as we continue to unfold the rest of the stories.
Absolutely true. And of course, yeah, as you mentioned, new legends, new legend, I should say, new map. We saw a lot of, if you haven't seen that Season 7 trailer, I am telling you right now, that is the way to go. Speaking of things to watch, let's take a look right now. We've got our Lenovo moment of the match. Let's take a look at that right now.
cracked him 50, 60.
I'm dropping on this.
Enemy weak, I'm living. I have to bat. I'm batting. I'm batting. Do not go down. Bubble.
Wait.
I need you.
Give me up quick. Swap an armor.
Drop an armor for him, snipe.
Under us. There's no.
Chill, we got zone. Chill, we got zone.
I know. Just
back here.
Okay.
Yeah, just shoot everyone on height.
I have ult still. We can just maybe get eyes on this. I can go here.
Play high together, please. I just gotta give you ulted.
Alright, I'm backing up.
Give me this crack.
Johnny, get to us.
I can't. You gotta help me.
I'm safe right here.
Look left.
Got him.
Last team. Play together. I have thermites.
On me. Oh my god, on me. Weak on one.
I'm burning all of them.
Portal.
They're low.
That's nice.
And that is the sound of an online tournament winner. You know him as TSM, and you also know him as champion here. Tom, real quick, what surprised you? What occurred to you from listening in on those comms?
It's hectic, but I'm used to it. You know, there's a lot going on in those instances. Everybody's still talking through it. And what's crazy is we haven't even seen their final form yet. If there's still a little bit of a disconnect in terms of where they need to go and how they need to play, eventually they're not even have to talk about those things. They're going to come naturally. So TSM is just going to continue to improve.
They are indeed, and they've had, listen, TSM's got an incredible fan base. If you're in chat, say what's up and you're a TSM fan. This is all for you, for sure. It's a long time coming since they dominated earlier on in the scene, and now, of course, we're coming back here, Snipe Down, bringing it in, part of the team, of course, this new team, but still the core. I will say, and I don't know if we can show it right now, I think we are, as I mentioned earlier, Fallout, John Kafalucos, the caster, the master. He may or may not have mentioned casually on a tweet not long ago that TSM was going to pull this one out, and we want to show that tweet and give him the kind of situation he so richly deserves. Let's take a look, gang. It said it on broadcast. I'll say it again. Snipe Down is unacceptably and incorrectly labeled by the vocal minorities a scapegoat for TSM's lack of ALGS championship success thus far. This is TSM reborn. They're different. They're new. They'll return to be number one. OMG. Also, great question in our chat. Is he getting the 1,000 Apex coins? I don't know, Tom.
Sounds illegal. Also, I think I'm going to deduct 100 points for every tab that he has open on the top right.
You know what? That's a fair point, Tom. And that is going to dock him from his 1,000 Apex coins. So I'm so sorry, John.
I think he owes us Apex coins.
He does. Yeah, this is what it costs to be on this show with your tweet. So, hey, you know what, though, Fallout? All credit to you, and more importantly, all credit to that TSM roster. They've brought it out. They've really proven themselves yet again as a dominating force and an incredible team that has done a great job. Sorry, Fallout is in our chat, and he is sounding off, and it's delicious to witness. So
yeah, he's always been a clout chaser. Not surprised.
Oh, we're going to totally pay for that one in our postmortem. At any rate, that's fine. Hey, listen, if you want to keep up with all this fun and rambunctious rambleness, that's not a word. I'm losing my voice. Not a big deal. I'm having fun doing it. Find us over at twitch.tv/playapex. We're also, of course, on the YouTubes, which is how you say it where I'm from, which is here. And that is youtube.com/playapexcompete. Remember, go ahead and follow us on the tweeters at PlayApex. If you use the hashtag ALGS, well, of course, we might just feature you on the show, just like Fallout, and you might find yourself the ridicule, the butt of jokes, but also completely right in that prediction and possibly 1,000 Apex coins richer. Tom, I gotta say, there's just so much stuff to do. There's so many things that this is such a nice milestone. Do you feel like it's a nice way to tie everything up heading into that Season 7 rambunctiousness?
Yeah, just great timing for this tournament. 2 days until Season 7, everybody. Get ready. Enjoy your last day of Season 6 tomorrow.
Exactly. Now, hey, something else to remember. If you would like to be a part of this action, you can actually register for our next online tournament. Believe it or not, online tournament registration is open. As we mentioned, this one alone for NA, 92 teams came out. Over 100 came out for EU. Listen, it's going to be tough, But as TSM can tell you, it comes out in the end. Make sure to find yourself over at battlefy.com/ALGS to register in your specific regional tournament. My goodness. One last thing I want to make sure everybody knows about, and that is coming up on November the 10th. Not only is the Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S launching that day, 2 days later, the PlayStation 5 and its digital component also launching, so a big week for consoles, but it's also a great time if you are a Madden NFL player, and I'll tell you why, because it's called Must Watch Tuesday Nights starting November the 10th. It's the biggest night of the year for the Madden NFL scene. It's, of course, the Madden NFL 21 Cup Championship, because it kicks off. Catch the best Madden competitors in the world compete to represent the favorite NFL clubs and their share of a cool $750,000 prize pool. My goodness. Coverage begins 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on that 10th of November. That is how you do. Absolutely something to remember on the 10th of November. Something else to remember for everyone here. Go ahead and get out the vote, my friends. If you're here in the US of A, tomorrow is Election Day. That may be a rhyme, but it's also really good pro tip just in time. Can't stop rhyming. Oh, God. Things are going downhill. At any rate, make sure to vote here in the USA. And if you have, just go vote. That's all I'm going to say, Tom. I'm just going to say just go vote. And finally, Tom, what are you doing on November 23rd?
Well, I'm watching, and I am analyzing, of course.
Yeah, you are. That's right. You're going to join me and the rest of our Kooky Caster Corral here at the Apex Legends Global Series online tournament for our Autumn Circuit number 4. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. And we're going to be here for the entire road around the circle. Tom, anything left to say that I haven't already said?
Yeah, thanks to all the fans. Thanks to the production crew. Shout out to EA. Shout out to our sponsor, Lenovo. And again, Season 7, everybody, I'll see you in the lobbies.
What he said. Have a good night, everybody.